Hey guys, welcome to Python Django Dev to Deployment. So in this welcome video, I just want to give you an idea of how this course is structured so that you know exactly what to expect. And it's formatted a bit differently than some of my other courses. This is strictly a project-based course. It's not a linear, like, documentation type video course with slides and all that. We're going to look at this as a practical project that was given to us by a fictional company called BT Real Estate. And they want us to build them a website or a web app where they can add their property listings, they can have people search, browse, make inquiries, and add their realtors and stuff like that. So we're going to go from the point of absolute scratch, starting with installing Python, setting up a virtual environment, setting up VS Code, and then diving into Django. Okay, we're not going to build the Bootstrap theme in this course because I want to focus on just Django, but I have it all packaged and ready to implement into the project, so it'll be included in your course files. Now, at some point, I will be doing probably a YouTube series on the Traversy Media channel where we actually build the theme from scratch using Bootstrap and Sass, but like I said, I didn't want to put that in this course. I might change my mind later and put it in, but for now, we're just going to use the packaged theme. Now, for requirements, all you really need to know is basic HTML, CSS, and some programming principles like if statements and functions and stuff like that. If you've used any other language like JavaScript or PHP or anything like that, you should be fine. We're actually going to have a section where we go over the Python syntax. We go over like lists and dictionaries and functions, the indentation syntax and all that stuff. So you should be absolutely fine, even if you've never used Python before. And Django is a very, very high-level framework, meaning that there's really only one way to do pretty much everything. It's not like some frameworks like Flask, for instance, which is a micro framework where you can do things the way you want. With Django, you have some specific rules to follow, which makes it a little easier to learn. All right, so after you take this course, you'll be able to build your own Django apps. You're going to learn about setup, templates, view methods, URLs and routes, forms, models, migrations, and much more. Okay, we're going to be using Postgres as our database. We'll also deploy to DigitalOcean using Junicorn and Nginx to proxy. So if you're interested in building this project, stick around. In the next video, I'm going to go over the whole application and show you what it entails. All right, guys, so now I'm going to just give you a quick demo of the application we'll be building, both the front-facing website and the admin area. So this is the home page. You can see there's a big search box here with some fields. I'm going to show you that in a second, that functionality. We have the latest listings, so whatever the latest 3 listings in the database, those will be placed here. Again, we're using Postgres for a database. Down here is just some static markup with some services and so on. And then on the About page, we have some about data, and then we have some realtors. Okay, so the realtors can get added in the admin area, and they'll automatically be shown here. And there's going to be a checkbox for seller of the month, so we can choose that in the admin area, and that whoever the seller of the month will automatically show up right here. Okay, so we have some dynamic data on the About page. This is the listings page. So there's 6 listings total right now. If I were to add one more, it would add some pagination down here. Right now I have it set to 6 per page. So we have the main image, the price, some other data. If I click more info, that takes us to the single listing page where we have, breadcrumbs. We have the title up here, or the address. We have the realtor. So realtors and listings are going to have a relationship so that on the listings page we can access any of that particular realtor's information that we want. Okay, because the idea here is that each realtor will be assigned certain listings. Okay, as you can see, Kyle Brown is the realtor for this listing here. And we have a main image. We have some smaller images that open up in a lightbox. We're going to use something called Lightbox 2 for this. And down here we have some data like the square feet, the lot size, the price, description. We have a make an inquiry button. If I click this, it'll open up a modal. Now, if we're registered and logged in the front-facing website, the name and email will be auto-populated from the database from that user. And I'm going to show you that in a second. Okay, but let's take a look at this search. Okay, so one of these has pool in the description, so I'm going to search for the word pool. And if I search, you'll see we go to this search results page, which has a form up here if we want to keep on searching. And this is the result here. So I'm going to clear that out. We can search by like bedrooms. So if I choose 3 bedrooms, what it's going to do is it's going to look for any house that has 3 bedrooms or less. Okay, so it's going to be less than or equal to. So if I submit, you'll see that all of these have 3 bedrooms. This one down here, actually they all have 3 bedrooms. But if there were a 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom, it would also show that. Okay, if I say 4-bedroom, submit, and now you can see the 4-bedroom is included as well. Okay, we can also go by price. So let's do 3-bedroom, and let's say 400,000 or less. Okay, so that's how this is going to work, or less. Submit, and we have 2. So we have one for 230, one for 380, and they're both 3 bedrooms. We can also search by state or city. So let's see, this one's in Bedford. So I'll say Bedford, submit, and there we go. All right, so the search is pretty simple. It's not the most intuitive search in the world. This isn't Zillow.com or anything like that, but it's going to show you guys how to build query sets and how to filter your data when you're fetching from the database. All right, so now let's go ahead and register for an account. Okay, so we have register and login. I'm just going to create a user called, we'll just call him Bob. We'll say Bob Johnson, and username Bob, email, password, and let's register. Okay, so we get a little message. We're going to use Django messages and kind of format them with Bootstrap. We also added a little bit of JavaScript so that it disappears after 3 seconds. So let's log in with Bob. Okay, so it takes us to a dashboard. Let me get rid of this. Tells us we're logged in, the message disappears, and the dashboard is basically just a list of any inquiries that you've made. Okay, and up here you can see it says welcome and our username, dashboard. So obviously these links change once you're logged in. If I go to featured listings, and let's say we're interested on this property, make an inquiry, and notice that the name and the email is already in here. Okay, if you want, you can put a phone number and message as well, but that's optional. So I'm going to say send. We get a success message saying they'll get back to us. If I try to make another request on the same property, we're going to get an error saying we've already made that request. Okay, so we're going to have that functionality. If we go to the dashboard, you'll see the Essex Circle. That's the one that we just made the inquiry to. And if I say view listing, it'll take us to that listing. Okay, so let's say I wanted to inquiry for this one. We could send and go to our dashboard, and we'll see that here. So that's the front end functionality. Now let's take a look at the admin side. So I'm going to go to /admin. It's going to tell us to log out because Bob is not a staff user, or not log out, but log in here with an admin user. So I'm going to put in my Brad user, which is the admin. And you can see that we've customized the colors to match the branding. We've added the logo up here. If we go to this side, you'll see groups and users. This is just standard Django functionality. That's there by default, all your users and stuff like that. But you can see we have realtors, listings, and contacts. Okay, so any inquiries that are made will be put in contacts. All of our listings are here, and we can also choose to unpublish them. Okay, this is not standard Django functionality. We added this field is published in the database. Let's say the United Road, we want to unpublish that. I could uncheck and save. And if we go back to the front facing website, now we'll go to featured listings, and you can see that, what was that? That was United Road. You'll see that that one is now gone. Okay, so we can publish and unpublish really easily. If we go to one of these forms, you'll see we can choose the realtor. So there's a relationship between the realtor and the listings. We can upload images. This is for the main image. These are for the other ones. Is published, list date, and so on. And then if we go to realtors, you'll see we have Jenny, Mark, Kyle. And if I go to Jenny, notice that is MVP is checked. So I'm going to uncheck that and save, and go to Mark Hudson and check is MVP and save. And if we go to the About page now, notice that Mark Hudson is now the seller of the month. Okay, and whatever realtor you add is going to show up down here on the About page. So that's pretty much it, guys, as far as the functionality. So we're going to go through this course in a very just practical manner, as I would if I were building this for a client. So hopefully you enjoy it, and let's get started. Hey guys, before we get started on the course and setting up, I just want to talk a little bit about what Django is. I also have a list of links and resources that I'm going to attach to this lecture, including a Django cheat sheet and some deployment instructions and links to the official documentation, all that stuff. So Django is a high-level Python framework, as you can see it says right here. So Python is a very popular general-purpose language. It's used for just about anything, really, including web development, building utilities, automation, machine learning, data analysis. It's used in so many different areas, and it's really blowing up now. And Python has a few web frameworks, but there's two really popular ones, really good ones, and that's Django and Flask. Okay, and they're both very good, but they're both very different. Flask is very low level, so I want to explain the difference between high level and low level. With a low level framework like Flask, you don't really have a specific way of doing things. You can set up your application structure however you want. In fact, you could probably put everything in one file if you wanted to. You have very few baked in tools and features. It's basically just a micro framework, so it provides some basic structure and some little bells and whistles to help you along rather than building it from scratch. Okay, and that can be a good thing because it gives you a lot of freedom. However, it also gives you a lot of room for error. So with Django, where it's very high level, you have a really specific way to structure your files and to write your code. And there's very little room to mess up. So I think it's really good for beginners. I think it's easy to learn. And not only that, it offers really fast development because you have command line tools for creating your projects, creating apps within your project, which I'll get to in a minute. Migrating data, so creating your database tables and things like that. So Django is very fast when it comes to creating websites and applications. It's also very secure. It has a lot of built-in security features. It has authentication. It has an entire admin area available to you, which you can customize. So there's a lot to it. And I'm a very practical developer, so I like tools that get the job done quickly. Okay, get it done right, but also quickly. And this comes from my years of running my own business and freelancing. And Django is one of those tools that allow you to build something in a month that would take you maybe 3 months using another framework, or even 6 months to a year building it from scratch. So that's why I'm a huge fan of this framework. It's also very scalable, so you can build really big applications with it. Now, as far as databases, you can use pretty much any database you want. We'll be using Postgres, which is an extremely powerful relational database. You could also use MySQL. SQLite is the default, but I wouldn't recommend using that in production. It's more for testing or maybe really small apps. But you could also use something like MongoDB. So there's really no limit to the database, the type of database that you can use. Now, the last thing I want to talk about is the concept of apps. And I'm not going to show you any fancy diagrams or anything like that. I'm going to show you hands-on, but I just want to give you a quick overview. So Django has the idea of a project, which is your website as a whole. Your whole website or your whole application is your project. And then inside that project, you have what are called apps. So if you have, let's say, a blog on your website, your blog would be an individual app that has its own model, its own view, its own URLs file, things like that. If you have a store where you sell things, that store would be another app, and that would have its own folder. So each piece of functionality on your website, you create what's called an app. Okay, even for static pages, like what we're going to do, we're going to have a Pages app to handle static pages. So that's what I mean when I say that Django has a very specific way of doing things. And once you learn those ways, you'll be able to build your own projects very easily and not spend so much time trying to figure things out and debugging, because there's very little wiggle room to mess up. Now, before we get into the next section, I just want to show you a couple resources, and I'm going to include a text file with this lecture that has links to this stuff, along with some other things. But this is a cheat sheet that I created, and it basically has all the different commands to, for instance, install Django, how to create your project, how to create apps within your project, run your server, all that stuff. It also shows you how to create a virtual environment. Okay, you definitely want to create an individual virtual environment for all of your different Django applications. So it shows you how to do that. Then we have this gist here, which is on deployment. So we'll use this in the last section, and it shows you how to create SSH keys and add them to DigitalOcean, how to set up a simple firewall, do some security stuff, install everything, set up Postgres, create a local settings file so you don't share your database information and all that stuff with the world, and then set up Junicorn and Nginx. All right, and of course you can deploy any way you want. If you want to use Docker, you can do that. If you want to put everything in containers, obviously I'm not going to do that in this course because that's a whole new can of worms. That's a whole nother technology. But if you find that you want to do things differently along the way, that's absolutely fine. You don't have to follow everything to a T. It's completely up to you. All right, so in the next section, we're going to start from absolute scratch and get Python installed, and I'm going to do it on, I'll show you how to do it on Mac and in Windows. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to install Python 3 on a Mac, and I already have it installed, but I'm going to go through the process anyway. So if you open up your terminal and you type in Python --version, unless you've already installed Python and you have, or Python 3, and you've set up your environment variables and stuff, you're probably going to see version 2. Okay, 2 point something, probably 7.10. We don't want to use version 2. Okay, you don't want to use version 2 anymore for anything unless there's a specific reason. So let's go ahead and say Python 3 -- version, and you'll see that I have version 3.70, which is the latest version. If you see like not found or something like that, that means that Python 3 is not installed on your system. If you see an earlier version of 3, then you should go ahead and follow these instructions to upgrade. So we're going to go to python.org and go to downloads, click on 3.7.0 or whatever the latest version is at the time, and let's open up the package that it downloads, and it's just going to be just a simple installer that we click through. So let's click continue, and we're going to agree. And here you can click install, but I just want to show you if you click customize, you can pick and choose to disable like the Unix command line tools and stuff like that. You want to make sure all of this is checked, especially this. You want to make sure that pip is installed, which is the Python package manager. It's used to install third-party packages, including Django. So we definitely need that. And now we're just going to click install, and you just put in your password. And it's going to go ahead and install Python 3. All right, so once it's installed, you'll see something like this, and we can go ahead and close it, and we'll move the installer to the trash. So now what I want you to do is open your terminal up and do a Python 3 -- version, and you should see that you have the latest version installed. All right, so if we do just Python 3, it's going to bring us into the REPL or into the Python console where we can actually type out Python code and get a response. So for instance, we can do the print command, and let's just say print hello, and we'll run it and we get hello as our output. All right, we can even do things like create variables. So I could say name equals Brad, and then we could do print name, and we get Brad. Okay, but we're not going to do too much in here. What we want to do is create Python files, which are files with a .py extension, and then we're going to learn how to learn the basics of Python within the files, and then we'll jump into Django. All right, so if we do a Control D, we can get out of the Python console here, and in the next video I'm going to show you how to install Python on Windows. Obviously, if you're not using Windows, you don't really have to watch that video, but after that we'll start to learn the basic syntax, and then, like I said, move on to Django. Alright guys, in this video we're going to install Python 3 on a Windows machine. So we want to go to python.org and go to downloads, and whatever the latest version is. At this time it's 3.7.0. Download the exe file and open that up. Okay, we're just gonna click run, and it's gonna be a simple installer. Now, really important that you check this off right here. This is gonna add 3.7 to your path, so that when you type in Python, it's gonna use 3.7 by default. So make sure you check that off and then click install now. Okay, so it's gonna go ahead and go through with the installation. Alright, so now we see setup is successful, so we can go ahead and close this up. And now what I'm going to do is open up a Windows command prompt, and from here, let's say Python --version, and you can see we have 3.7.0. And if I do just Python enter, it's going to bring us into the Python shell here, where we can type any kind of Python commands, such as print. So we'll say print hello. We can assign variables like name. We'll say name equals Brad, and then let's say print name, and we get Brad. Okay, and if we want to get out of here, we can do Control Z, or we can do exit like that, and that will exit out. All right, so that's how you can install Python 3 on Windows. So in the next video, we're going to start to set up our text editor, which is going to be VS Code, and we're going to install the Python extension along with some other extensions that I'm going to show you. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Alright guys, in this video we're going to do two things. We're going to set up our text editor, which is VS Code, and we're going to set up the Python sandbox, which is basically just a set of files that we're going to use in the next section when we look at Python fundamentals. Okay. Now the next section, if you're already comfortable with Python and things like functions and conditionals and dictionaries and different data types and structures and stuff like that, then you can completely skip that section and move on to Django. But if you're not that comfortable with Python, or if you've never used Python, I would definitely recommend watching the whole next section and using the sandbox. Okay, now as far as your text editor, of course you don't have to use VS Code. If you want to use Atom or Sublime Text or an IDE like PyCharm or Eclipse or something like that, that's absolutely fine. But we'll be using Visual Studio Code, so we're just going to do some basic setup here. So if you want to download it, you can go to code.visualstudio.com. It's cross-platform, Mac, Windows, Linux. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to go through the install process. It's very, very self-explanatory. So let's jump into VS Code. So if you just downloaded it and install it, you'll see a welcome screen. You can just go ahead and close that up. And with VS Code, you have a whole host of extensions you can install. If you click on this icon here, you can see these are the extensions that I have on this machine. We actually want to install the Python extension. So if you search for Python, it's going to be the first one. You can see it has almost 15 million downloads. So we're going to go ahead and install that. Okay, once it installs, you just click reload, and now it's installed. And that will give us things like linting, IntelliSense, highlighting, all types of stuff. If you want to read more about it, you can just click on here, and you can go through all this stuff if you want. All right, so now what I want to do is open up the sandbox files in VS Code. And if you're using a different text editor, just go ahead and open the files up in whatever you're using. So on my desktop, I have the Python sandbox starter.zip file, which you should have in this lecture. I'm going to go ahead and extract that. And this is what I want to open up, but I'm just going to rename it to Python sandbox rather than just, Python sandbox starter. And if I go to VS Code, I'm just going to go to open file or open folder. I'm going to go to my, my desktop, which I'm already on, and Python sandbox. Okay, so in here, you'll see all the different files. We just want to click open, and we should get all of those on the side here. Okay, so I'm just going to open up one of these files. Variables.py is the first one we're actually going to be working with. These are just comments. Nothing is going to come of this. We'll be adding on to this later. But I just wanted to open up a Python file. Now, if you type something in here and then just delete it and save, Control S or Command S, you may get a pop-up that asks about Python linting. It's up to you if you want to use that linter or not. We're going to be using linting later on when we get into Django, but I'm not going to use it for the next section. So you can disable it if you want or whatever. So to run these files, there's a few ways we can do it in VS Code. We're going to take the simple route and just run Python 3 and then whatever the file is, like variables.py, and that will run it. We don't have any output here because there's nothing to output. If I said like print 1 here and then we ran it, we get 1. Okay, now it's important to run it with Python 3, and it depends on how your system's set up. If you're using Windows and you install Python, chances are if you just do Python, that's version 3, and you can easily check by doing a -- version. You can see on my system it's 2, but if I do Python 3 -- version, that's version 3. Okay, and when we start to use virtual environments and stuff, we'll no longer have to use Python 3. We'll just be able to use Python, but we'll get into that later. So that's how we're going to run our files for now. Another thing you could do is go to your debugger in VS Code, which is this right here. And if you want to set this up, you want to do a Command-Shift-P. In fact, you should do this anyway, and then just search for Python and go to Select Interpreter. Okay, now later on when we work in virtual environments, our virtual environment will actually show up here, and that's what we'll have to choose. But for now, we just want to make sure we choose 3.7 or 3. Whatever, whatever version you're using, as long as it's Python 3. All right, then down here you can see that it actually now says Python 3.7. So I could run this file. Let me put the print back here. So I could run this file now by simply clicking the play button and choosing Python, and now you can see that it ran. It's going to give us like the whole path and all that stuff, but you can see it ran because it printed out 1. If I want to change this to, let's say, print a string hello world, and we'll get into strings and all that stuff later, but if I go ahead and press play, and it runs. So if you want to do it that way, you can, but I think just putting in the file name is an easier way to do it. So it's up to you guys how you want to do it. And of course, if you're using a different a different text editor, you know, you can do it however you want. I'm sure there's different ways to run a file. All right, so now that we're set up, in the next section, we're going to start off talking about variables and data types, how variables are constructed, things like that. And we'll go through pretty much all the basics of Python, and then we'll jump into our Django application. All right, guys, so this is going to be the first video in the Python fundamentals section where we just look at Python code, nothing to do with Django yet, just basic syntax, fundamental stuff like that. So in this video, I want to look at just the basics. I want to look at variables, data types, casting, things like that. Okay, and if you already know Python, then you probably know most of the stuff that we're going to do here, if not all. So if you want to skip this section entirely and move on, then that's absolutely fine. But if you haven't used Python before, you're very, you just got into it, I would suggest going through this section. So starting off with comments in Python, we use a number sign for a comment. I know that a lot of you are probably JavaScript developers. Those of you that have been following me, that follow my YouTube channel and stuff, we do a lot of JavaScript where we use / for comments, but in Python we're going to be using the number sign. Now, for multi-line comments, there is something called a docstring, which has multiple purposes. These are used often in functions to kind of describe what the function does. But as you can see, if you just use them outside a function, they're just ignored just like a comment. And you can use these, it can either be single quotes or double quotes, and there has to be 3 of them. Okay, so just as this is a multi-line comment, or docstring can be single or double quotes. All right, so as far as variable rules, they're pretty much the same as many other languages. They're case sensitive, so name all lowercase and name all uppercase. These are going to be different variables, different values. They must start with a letter or an underscore. They can have numbers in them, but they can't start with a number. So these are very common rules for most languages. So let's go ahead and create a variable. I'm just going to create one called x, and I'm going to give it the value of 1. So in Python, we don't use semicolons. Okay, like I said, I'm going to be referencing JavaScript quite a bit because I know that a lot of the people that watch my courses and videos are JavaScript developers, so I'm going to reference it a lot. And there's no semicolons. There's also not curly brackets and stuff like that, but I'll get into that when we do functions and conditionals and stuff. So this is how we can declare a variable. Very, very simple. There's no var or anything like that. We just, just whatever we want to call the variable. So I'll do that, and then I'll put another variable. I'll do, let's say, 2.5. Let's create another one called name, and I'm going to go over these data types in a second. So this one I'll just say Brad, and let's say is underscore cool, and we'll set to true. All right, so I've created variables of different types here, and Python has it has quite a few types. The main ones though are going to be int. Okay, so this is an int, an integer, a whole number, can be negative or positive. A float, which is a floating point number or kind of like a decimal. A string, which can be really anything, any string of characters, and you can use double or single quotes. And then a Boolean, which is a true or false. And Booleans in Python have to be uppercase. They have to start with an uppercase. Okay, so you don't want to do that. You want to do that. All right, so I'm just going to put some comments here. Whoops, I don't want to do that. I want to say int, and let's say this is a float, and I want you guys to have this as a reference so that you can go back to it if you ever need to. So this is a bool. Okay, it's actually called a bool, not a boolean. That's the technical type. All right, so we can assign variables like this. We can also do multiple assignments. Okay, so if I want to do, let's say, x, y, name, and is cool. And by the way, you can do it this way with underscore, or you can do camel case if you want to do that. I tend to do more underscore for just regular variable names. I don't know why. That's just what I kind of gravitated towards, but it's up to you how you want to format your variables. And then we can set all of these by using just parentheses, and let's say 1, we'll say 2.5, let's say Brad, and true. Okay, so it's just kind of a shorthand to do exactly what we did up here. So I'm going to just comment this out for a second, or not for a second, but we're going to comment that out, and then I'm going to show you how we can actually output something. So in JavaScript we usually do like a console.log. In Python we're going to do print. Okay, in Python 2 you could do print like this. So if I try to run this with Python 3, we're going to get an error. If I actually ran it with Python 2, we get 1, because in Python 3, we need to use parentheses, okay? So we want to stick to Python 3 syntax. So let's say print x like that. Okay, we'll save that. We'll go back down here and run it, and we get 1. Okay, and we can print more than one thing if we want to do all of them. Name is cool. And we run that. You can see that it's going to print out all of our values here. All right. So, I mean, we can do like basic math. So let's say basic math. If we want to do like, let's say a equals x plus y, and then we print a and run this, we get 3.5. Okay, if we want to check the type, let's put a comment in here. Say check type. I'm just commenting it so you guys have it to go back to. So we can do print, and then we just wrap whatever we want to check in type. So let's check, we'll say x. All right, we'll save that, clear this up, and run it. This is just from this print up here, but this is what we got. So it just gives us class int, because it's an integer. If we do y, and we run that, we get float. If we do name, we get string, and if we do is cool, we get bool. Okay, so if we want to cast something, like let's say we want to take this x value, which is an int by default, and we want to define it as a string, we can do that. So if we say, let's do casting, so I'll say x is equal to, and then I'm going to just use str. So if I wrap x in str, it should make it a string. So now what I'll do is actually move this down here so we can check the type, and I want to check the type of x. Okay, before it was an int, but now I casted it to a string, so now you can see we get class string. Okay, if I wanted to, let's do y equals, so y was a float, I could change it to an int. Okay, so if we do print type y, we get int, and if I actually print the value of y, oops, I need to move that. So if I print the value of y, we get 2. Okay, and initially it was 2.5, but it just basically rounded it to 2 because it's an int, it's a whole number. Okay, if we wanted to change an int to a float, let's say we'll do, we already did y, let's say z equals, and then we'll cast y to a float. Okay, y was initially an integer. So if we print the type of z and we print out z, let's see what we get. So we get class float because we change it to a float, and then it adds a 0.0 onto it, okay, because now it's a floating point number. All right, so hopefully that gives you an idea of how to create variables, some of the data types, how to check the types, how to cast to different types and stuff like that. Okay, so that's it for this video, guys. In the next video, I want to start to look at strings and how to format them. I want to look at some string methods and stuff like that. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to look at some different things that involve strings. Okay, strings are values that are wrapped in either double quotes or single quotes. I'm going to show you how to format them, also look at some methods and stuff like that. So first thing we'll do is let's create a string, a variable with a string in it. So we'll say name equals Brad, or whatever you want, and then I want to show you how to concatenate. So we'll say concatenate. So if I want to print, and we'll print a string, we'll say hello world and save, and then let's run this by saying python3 strings.py, we get hello world. Now what if I want to put this name in here? What if I want to say hello Brad? Okay, what I would do to concatenate is I'd leave a space here in this string, and then I'd use a plus sign, just like JavaScript. Okay, same exact thing, and then put name. So if I run that, I get hello Brad. Now, what if we wanted to put like my age in here, which was an int? Okay, so if I say age equals 37, and then I wanted to do, we'll concatenate on, I'll say hello. Actually, let's change it to hello, I am Brad, and then we'll do space and I am, and then we'll concatenate on age. Let's see what happens when we do that. So I'm going to clear this up and run it. We get an error. It says can only concatenate string, not int. So since this is an int, it's giving me this error. So what I could do is I could cast this to a string. Remember we did that in the last video. I could simply wrap this in str. Okay, so now if I run it, we get hello, I am Brad and I'm 37. So now this is a string. Now if you want to print strings out like this and you want to concatenate, there's easier ways to do this with string formatting. So let's take a look at that. And there's a lot of ways to do this. I'm going to show you 2 ways. One of these, which is called f strings, is only available in Python 3.6 and up. Okay, but the first one we're going to look at is arguments. We'll say arguments by position. So if I say print, and then in here, I'm going to put in just empty curly braces like this. Okay, so these are basically like placeholders. So if I do a dot format, I can then put in here whatever I want to put in those placeholders. Let's say A string of A, string of B, and string of C. Okay, and I'm actually going to comment out this concatenate up here. And let's run it. We get A, B, C. Now, if we wanted to do this in a specific order, what we could do is we could put numbers in here. Like, let's say we want to do 1. And it starts with 0. Okay, so let's do 1, 2, and then 0. So you guys can probably guess what this is going to do. If I run this, we get BCA. So it's taking the 1 position and putting it here. The 1 position is actually B because it's 0, 1, 2. Okay, so 2 is C, and then 0 is A, and it puts that here. Okay, so that's using it by position. We can also do arguments by name. I might spell some stuff wrong, guys. When I type, sometimes I just suck at spelling, so don't mind that. And you know, as long as it's in a comment. So let's say print, and let's actually do like a sentence, like we did up above. We'll say, my name is, and then what I could do is just use curly braces and put in, let's say, name, and I am, and then age, and then I could do a dot format. Okay, just like we did above with the arguments by position, and I could specify name equals Brad, age equals, and we want a string of 37. All right, so let's comment this out. Let's run this. And we get, hi, my name is Brad, and I'm 37. And if we wanted to use these variables up here, we could do that. We could say like name equals age, and if we run that, we get the same thing. Okay, and there's no need to wrap it in string like we did up here. So that's arguments by name. Now I want to take a look at something called f strings. So I'll say f strings only in 3.6 plus. Okay, remember we're using 3.7 right now, and you should be using 3.6 or 3.7 at least at this time. So let's say we want to do what we did right here. My name is name, and I am, and then the age. So I could say print, and just simply put an F right here, and then our quotes like this. And you can use double quotes if you want. And then I could say my name is, remember we have a variable up above called name, and I am age. Okay, so let's run that. We get the same thing. So it's looking at these two variables. So instead of having to do dot format and then assigning these like that, we could just simply take the variables above and stick them right in here. So this is a much easier way of doing things. And this is very simple. This is very similar to using template strings in JavaScript and ES6. Okay, so it makes things easier. And you can return this as well. You don't have to just, print it. So now let's take a look at some string methods. Okay, so I'm going to just create a variable called s, and I'm going to say hello there world. And we're going to look at some different methods. So let's say we want to, actually, let's start off with making these lowercase. Okay, so let's say capitalize first letter. Okay, so if we want to capitalize the first letter, we can use a method called capitalize. So let's say s dot capitalize. You'll see we get the drop down because we have the Python extension installed. So let's go ahead and run that. Oh, I forgot it's a method. So a method is basically a function, so it has to have these parentheses. And there we go, hello there world, and the first one is uppercase. Okay, if you want to make everything uppercase, I'm just going to copy this. So if you want to make everything uppercase, you can use the upper method. Okay, so if I run that, you'll see here, all uppercase. If you want to do all lowercase, you could do that as well. Let's say make all lower, and it's simply s dot lower. Okay, we run that. Everything's lowercase. If you want to do a swap case, let's try that. So swap case, and we'll say print s dot swap case, and then what I'll do is make one of these uppercase. So let's do that and see what we get. Okay, it's going to be the last one, and it does just that. It swaps it. So since this is an uppercase, it's going to do a lowercase here, and then the rest are uppercase. If you want to get the length of a string, and this is not for just strings, but this is for like lists and dictionaries and pretty much anything, then you can use the len method or the len function. So let's say get length. We'll say print, and this time we actually wrap it in the len function like that. And let's run it. We get 17. Okay, if we want to replace something in a string, we can do that. So, yeah, so we can use the replace method. So if we say print s dot replace, and let's say we want to replace world with everyone. Okay, I'm going to clear this and run it, and at the end here, hello there everyone. So it'll search for this and replace it with the second parameter. All right, if we want to, let's say, count something, like let's say we want to count how many H's there are in this string. Count, let's say, I'm just going to create a variable called sub and set it to H, and then let's say print s dot count sub, and if we run this, we get 1. Okay, if I were to, let's actually make this all lowercase so that we have more than 1. If I were to make this a lowercase h and run it, now we get 2. Now I don't want to keep boring you by typing this out, but there are a few more that I want to put in here, so I'm going to paste them in and just quickly go over them. So you have starts with and ends with. This will just basically, it starts with will start at the beginning, and as long as it matches, you know, we could put H here, that would give you true. HE would give you true. Hello gives you true. But if you go out of sequence of what this actually is, like if I do hello F or something, that's going to be false. And then ends with just starts at the back. So ends with D would be true. LD, RLD, that would all be true. Okay. Next thing we have is split. So this would just split it into a list, which is like an array. And I'll get into that. I think in the next lecture we're going to look at lists. Find position, if you want to find the position of any character. So it starts at 0. So this would be 0, 1, 2, and so on. You also have is alphanumeric or is alnum. So if it's alphanumeric, if it's numbers and letters, if it has spaces in it, this will return false. Okay, here we have is alphabetic. So if there's just letters, no numbers, we also have is numeric. And there's a bunch of them. If you just do like s dot, and you'll see all the different methods that are available here. Okay, if you go down. So we have like is digit, is space. There's a ton of them. So if you want to look more into string methods, you can do that, but I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's not the most fun thing in the world. All right, so we'll get into lists in the next video. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to take a look at lists. Okay, so a list is a collection which is ordered and changeable, and it allows duplicate members. A list is basically an array. If you come from JavaScript or PHP or many other languages, it's formatted just like an array and has a lot of the same array methods and stuff like that. So I'm going to create a variable here called numbers, and let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and print. Let's actually print the type. So if I say print type numbers, and we take a look, whoops, let me just clear this out, and we're going to run Python 3 list.py, and you'll see class list. Okay, if I were to type out numbers itself or print out numbers itself, it just prints out the list. So this is one way of doing it, and this is the most common way. Let's just say create list. But you can do it another way, and that's by using a constructor. So to do that, you would do like numbers, and then we would do list like that, and then pass in another set of parentheses and put in our numbers. And if I were to comment this out and save and run this, you'll see the same thing. Okay, so just a different way of doing it, but this is definitely the most popular way. We don't see this all that much. So I'm actually going to create another array called fruits, and I'm going to set it to just a bunch of different fruits. So let's say apples, oranges, grapes, and let's do pears. Okay, so we have this fruits array, and you can do multiple types as well. Like if I wanted to put an integer in here, I could certainly do that, just to show you that that's not going to like throw an error or anything. Okay, so I can do that. It's not like Golang or anything like that. So we have this fruits array. Let's print out a certain index or a certain value. So let's say we want oranges. Just like with just about every other language, lists or arrays, they're all zero base. So this is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3. So all we would have to do is print out, let's say we want oranges, so we'll say fruits1 and run it, and we get oranges. Okay, let's say get value. Okay, if we want to, let's say, get the length of this list, we could use the len method, just like we did with strings. So we could say print len and then fruits, and it's going to give us the amount of values in that list. So you can see we get 4. If we want to append to this list, if we want to add something to it, so what we would do is say fruits, and in JavaScript we would do push, right? In Python we do append. So we'll say fruits append, and let's say mangoes. And then down here I just want to print fruits, and let's run this, and you can see that now mangoes has been added. All right, if we want to remove something, we can do that. So let's say remove from list. So we'll say fruits dot remove. Let's say we want to remove grapes. Okay, and then I'll print it out, and now you can see that grapes is now gone. If you want to insert into a specific position, we'll say insert into position. We could say fruits dot insert, and let's say 2, and let's say strawberries. Okay, let's see what that gives us if we run it, and now strawberries is in the 2 position, 0, 1, 2. All right, if we want to remove from a certain position, remove from position, we could say fruits, and we could use the pop method. Okay, so let's say we want to remove from the 3rd position, and we run it, and now we get apples, oranges, strawberries, mangoes. All right, I forget what was there before. What was it? Grapes? I don't know, but whatever was in the 3rd position, it removed. If we want to reverse the array, I said array, and I'll probably do that over and over. Call a list an array. So, and I'll probably call a dictionary an object. I mean, that's the thing. You can learn so many different languages because a lot of the concepts are very, very similar. All right, arrays in JavaScript and lists in Python are virtually the same thing. I mean, there's a couple different methods that are named differently, but you can do the same stuff. So it's easy to learn, but sometimes the terminology you get mixed up with. At least I do. But let's go ahead and say fruits dot reverse, and if we go ahead and let's actually clear this out and run it. So now it's mango, strawberries, oranges, apples. Okay, so it's reversed. Let's see if we want to sort it. We could say fruits dot sort, and now we get apples, mangoes, oranges, strawberries. So now it's ordered alphabetically. If you want to reverse the sort, you could simply say fruits. Oops, actually, let's say this is a comment. Reverse sort. We could say fruits dot sort, and then simply pass in reverse equals true. And now we get it's sorted alphabetically, but it's reversed, goes the other way. All right, guys, so there's more methods than this. If you want to look at the documentation, you can do that, but these are some of the really popular ones that you might find yourself using quite a bit. So in the next video, I want to actually look at two things. I want to look at something called tuples, a tuple, and also something called a set. Okay, so we'll get into that next. All right, guys, so now we're going to take a look at tuples and sets, which are two different data types. We're going to take a look at tuples first, which are a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. Okay, that's very important. Unchangeable allows duplicate members. So let's go ahead and create a simple tuple. So to do that, we'll create a variable. I'm going to call it fruit underscore tuple. And tuples they use parentheses. Okay, so lists use brackets and tuples use parentheses. And let's say apple, let's say orange, and let's say mango. All right, so if we do that and we go ahead and we print our fruit tuple, and now we want to make sure you run the right file. So Python 3, it's called what is it called? Tuples underscore sets.py, and there it is. So there's our tuple. So if we want to get actually before we do that, I want to show you another way to create one, and that's using the constructor. Okay, just like with lists, you can use a tuple constructor. So if I wanted to, let's say, let's just copy this line here, and we could say equals tuple, and then just wrap that like that, comment that out, and that should give us the same result. Okay, so either way, but I'm going to uncomment the first one and comment this one out. So if we want to get a single value, so we could say print and say fruit tuple, and just like as if it were a list, we could go ahead and put in a position, let's say 1, and run it, and we get orange. Now, this is very important right here, and this is that these are unchangeable. So if I were to take that position or that index and say equals, let's change it to grape. I'm going to say cannot change values. So let's try to run this, and we get an error. So it says tuple object does not support item assignment. Okay, so it's constant. You cannot change any of these values. And there's different situations where you would use a tuple over lists and stuff like that. Another thing to know about tuples is if they only have one value, you should leave a trailing comma. Okay, so I'm going to say tuples with one value should have trailing comma. So for example, let's say if I say fruit tuple 2 and I wanted it just to have apple, what I would do is I'd say apple. Actually, let me show you what happens if I print this out. Oops. So we'll say print out 2. Whoops, I have to comment this out because this is throwing an error because I'm trying to assign something. All right, so we just get apple like as a string, but if I put an ending comma here and I print this out, now it's the tuple. Okay, so you want to include that because notice before it didn't have the parentheses. If you want the length, of course, you can use the len. Let's do fruit tuple. Okay, so if I go ahead and run that, we get an error, and that's because, why is that? Unexpected EOF by parsing. Oh, I have a missing parentheses. All right, so let's run that, and we get 3. So you can't delete individual items from the tuple, but you can delete the tuple as a whole. So let's say this fruit tuple 1, we want to delete this. We could just simply use del fruit tuple 2, and if I try to print that out, or even the length of it, we get an error because fruit tuple 2 is no longer defined. I deleted it using the del keyword. Okay, so now let's move on to sets. So I'm actually going to comment out the prints here just so we don't get confused. And we're going to move on to sets, which are collections which are unordered and unindexed, and there's no duplicate members. Okay, so that's important. There's no duplicate members. And sets use curly braces. So let's clear that out. And let's create a set. Okay, so I'm going to say fruit underscore set. And you want to use curly braces now. Let's say apple, orange, and mango. Okay, we'll just say create set, and if we go down here and print fruit set and run this file, shows us our set. So if I try to add in apple and I run this, notice that it's not there. Okay, it's going to basically just ignore it because no duplicate members. Okay, so keep that in mind. If we want to check to see if something is in a set, we could do like let's say check if in set. So we could do print, and let's say apple in fruit set. And if we run that, we get true. If I say apples and we run that, we get false. If we want to add to a set, we can say fruit set, and we can use the add method. So dot add, and let's say grape. Okay, so if we go down here and we print our fruit set and run that, notice that grape has been added. Okay, if we want to remove something, we can do that as well. So I'm going to copy this, and let's say dot remove. We'll say remove from set, and now when I run it again, grape is gone. Okay, we removed it. We can also clear the set completely. So if we say fruit set dot clear, and we go ahead and run this and try to print it, it's just going to be just this empty set. Okay, it's still there, it's just there's nothing in it. If you want to completely delete it, then you use del. Okay, so if we say del fruit set and we run that, then we're going to get an error saying that fruit set is not defined. So it's just like if we never even defined it at all. Okay, so that's as far as I'm going to go with tuples and sets. In the next video, we're going to take a look at dictionaries, which are very similar to JavaScript objects or Ruby on Rails or Ruby hashes. They're they come in very handy, and we'll be using them quite a bit in Django, and to usually use them a lot in Python. All right, so we'll get to dictionaries next. All right, guys, now we're going to look at dictionaries, which are collections that are unordered, changeable, and indexed with no duplicate members. And these are very similar to JavaScript object literals and Ruby hashes and even JSON. So if you're going to work with JSON in Python, a lot of times you'll decode it into a dictionary, and I'll show you an example of that later on. So let's start off by just creating a simple dictionary, and we'll call it person. And we use our curly braces here. Okay, now the key is going to have quotes around it. That's kind of a big difference between dictionaries and object literals in JavaScript, is we have these quotes around the keys. So let's say first name, and we'll say first name is a string of John. Okay, then we'll do last name, the string of dough, and let's say age is an int of, let's say, 30. Okay, so if I go ahead and print out this person, let's see what happens. So I'm going to say Python 3 dictionaries.py. Invalid syntax. That's because I put a freaking equal sign. Oops. All right, let's try it again. There we go. So it prints it out for us. You can also use a constructor, just like with the other data structures. So what I'll do is copy this, and I'll say person equals, and we want to use dict, like that. Except we wouldn't do, it's actually formatted very differently. We would do first name equals, and then the string. Probably would have been better off just typing this in. And then last name equals dough. And age equals 30. And we actually wouldn't want these curly braces. We would want, actually, yeah, that should do it. Take away that one as well. Okay, so let's actually comment this out, make sure we get the same thing, run that, and there we go. So that's another way of doing it. But I'm going to comment this one out. All right, so if we want to access a single value, then we can print person. And in JavaScript, what we would do is say person.firstname, right? We would use a dot. In this case, though, we want to use brackets, okay? Which you can also do in JavaScript, actually. But I just never do. I always use the dot syntax, but in Python, we want to use the brackets and then whatever the key is. So I'll run that, and you can see we get John. Okay, let's see if we want, actually there's another way we can access them as well, and that's by using the get method. So if we want to do print person.get and then parentheses and then the key. So let's get last name. Okay, if we run that, you'll see that we get dough. So you can use either way. If you want to add something to it, like let's say we want to add a phone number. Say add key value. We'll say person phone all right, so now let's save it and let's print out person, and now you can see that phone has been added. Okay, so they are changeable. If you want to get just the keys, we'll say get keys, then we can print person.keys, and I just want to show you if you want to get the values, we can print person.items. Okay, so let's save that and let's run it, and what I want you to look at is this right here. So dict keys. Okay, this is actually a view object, and it gives you all the different keys: first name, last name, age, and phone, and then all the items, which is going to give you a set of these parentheses with first name John, last name Joe. Well, I guess these aren't really just, not just getting the values, it's getting a view object with the items. Now, if we wanted to make a copy, we could do that. So let's say make copy. So I'll say person2 and set it to person.copy, and then I'm going to take person2 and I'm going to add a city. So I'll say city, oops, no semicolons, see? That's the JavaScript in me, and the PHP and whatever other languages use semicolons. And then let's print out person2. All right, so we'll clear that and run it. And let's see, person 2 is going to be this one right here that I added Boston to. And obviously, if I wanted to change some of the values, I could do that as well. So what about removing an item? Let's get rid of the printout of person 2. And let's say remove item. So to do that, we can use del. Let's say we want to remove the age. So we'll say del person age. Okay, let's go ahead and run it. And now down at the bottom here, you'll see that there is no age value. Okay. If we want, actually, there's another way to do this as well, and that's using the pop method. So if we want to do person dot pop, let's say we want to remove the phone. So go ahead and run that, and now the last one here just has first name and last name. It doesn't have age or phone. If we want to clear the dictionary completely, we can say person dot clear. Okay, so I'll run that, and down at the bottom here, it's just empty curly braces. And again, if you want to get the length, probably should have done this above, but that's fine. We'll say print len person. Actually, let's do person 2. We'll print the length of person 2, which is 5. Okay, so a lot of times you'll see a list of dictionaries. So let me give you an example of that. We'll say list of dictionaries. So let's say people. Set that to a list. And inside here, we'll have our dictionaries. So like name, we'll say Martha, age 40, and then we'll put a comma here, and then we'll do another one. So name, actually, what did I do here? This should have quotes. Age, we'll say 20. All right, so if we go down here and let's just print out the people list. And down here, you'll see we have a list with two dictionaries. So again, JavaScript people, it's like having an array of objects. And then if we want to focus on one of these, like let's say we want to get the name for Bob for this dictionary here, I could say print people, and I want the 1 index, which would be the second one, because remember it's 0, 1. And then if I want to get a specific property, I could go, let's say name. So that should print out Bob. So if I go ahead and run that, we look at the bottom, we get Bob. All right, so hopefully this gives you a good idea of how dictionaries work. Again, very close to some of the other data structures in other languages, if you know any other languages. But yeah, so in the next video, I want to get into functions, okay? Because we haven't really talked about the indentation syntax and stuff like that. So we're going to get into functions next. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to talk about functions. And if you have any experience in other languages, you know what a function is. It's a block of code which runs when it's called. Okay, but in Python, we don't use parentheses and curly brackets like we do in a lot of other languages, a lot of C syntax languages like JavaScript, Python, Java, C#. What we do is we use indentation and we use colons. Okay, so let me give you an example. So let's say create function, and to define a function, we don't do function or anything like that, or func. We do def. So define. We're going to define a function called say hello, and instead of doing this, we do this with a colon. And then to be inside the body, you just want to indent over one like that. Okay, so this is inside the function, this is outside, this is after it. Okay, so that's very important. And if you're using a good text editor, it will usually indent for you like it just did for me. So I'm just going to have this, let's say print, and let's print string hello. Okay, and that's just defining it. To actually run it, we need to call it. So we'll say hello. And then down here, let's say Python 3 functions.py. and we get hello. All right, now a lot of functions will take in parameters or arguments. So let's say we want to pass in name, and we want to just concatenate onto this name. And then down here, I'll pass in, let's say, I don't know, Sam. And if we run this, we get hello, Sam. So what happens if we don't pass anything in and we run this? We get an error that says missing one required positional argument of name. Now, if you want to have a default value, you could easily just add an equal sign here and say Sam. Now, if I run it, even though I didn't pass in a name, it says hello, Sam. And of course, if I pass something in, like let's say Beth, that's going to override the default value, and we get hello, Beth. All right, now remember in the variables file we have these triple quotes here, and we basically just use them as comments here, but these are actually doc strings, and these are used to tell the user what a function does. So usually these will go in the function body, so the first line here, and we'll put triple quotes like that. And then the convention is to start with an uppercase letter and then to end with a period. So we'd say like print hello and then name, like that. Okay, so you'll see this, and it's just basically a comment. It doesn't parse nothing, it doesn't run or anything. It's just there for the developer to see so that they know what the function does. All right, so that's pretty simple. Usually you're not going to print something out from a function, you're going to return something. So let's say return value. So I'm going to actually define a function called getSum. I'm sure you can guess what this is going to do. It's going to take in two numbers. I'll say num1 and num2. And I'm actually going to define a variable in the function called total, and I'm going to set it to num1 plus num2. And then we would use the return keyword to return whatever the total is. Okay, now I could just say return num1 plus num2, but I'm going to show you why I did this in a second. But first of all, let's say print, because we didn't do a print in the function, so that means we have to do it outside. And we'll say get sum, let's do 4 and 5. Okay, so if we run this, we get 9. Now another thing you could do, and what you usually do in this situation, is define a variable, let's call it numSum, and we'll set it to that function, we'll say 2 and 3, and then we can print numSum with no parentheses. So basically what we've done is we've just taken the return value of the function and assigned it to this variable. So the reason I define this total in here is because I want to show you that if you go outside of the function and we print out that variable, if we do that, we're going to get an error that says total is not defined, because functions have their own scope. Okay, so whatever variables we define in this function, they're not going to be accessible outside of the function. All right, and I mean, I could create another total variable outside, and that's fine. It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't conflict or anything, because they're separate scopes. Okay, so that's very important to understand, and it's like that with most languages. All right, so let's create one more simple function. So I'm gonna get rid of this print, and let's define. We'll just say add 1 to num, and we'll pass in a num, and then we'll simply return, we'll say num equals num plus 1. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do, and then return num. All right, so it's going to take in a number, and it's going to set this num to whatever's passed in plus 1. But an easier way to do this, a shorter way, would just be to simply do num plus equals 1. That's a shorter way to do it. Okay, and then if I go ahead and let's say we'll define num outside here, and I'll just show you that it's fine to have num in here and outside here. So set that to 5, and then we'll say new num equals add 1 to num, and I'll pass in num, which is equal to 5, and then we'll print that out. Okay, so if I run this, we get 6. Okay, so down here I want to give you an example of what a lambda function is. Okay, so lambda is a small anonymous function. It's a function that can take any number of arguments, but can only have one expression, and they're very similar to one-line JavaScript arrow functions. Okay, and I know I keep referencing JavaScript, but these are very, very similar. If you understand arrow functions, then you're going to understand this pretty easily. So I'm actually going to recreate both of these, this get sum and add 1 to num, in lambda functions. So let's do get sum. We're going to create a variable called get sum, set it to lambda, and then we just want to put the arguments or the parameters. So I'm going to say num1 and num2. And then we put a colon and then the function body. So I'm going to do num1 plus num2. Now notice I didn't do return or anything like that. You don't need a return statement, just like you don't if it's a single expression arrow function in JavaScript. So now I can go down here and I can say print get sum, say 9 and 2. Okay, and we get 11. So it's as easy as that. If I want to do the add 1 to num, I could say equals a lambda, takes in one parameter argument, and then for the body, I'm just going to do num plus 1. Okay, no need to type out return or anything like that. And then let's say add to num, and we'll pass in 10. Actually, let's do something that's going to equal something different than the last one. I'll do 5. Run it, and now we get 6. Okay, so those are lambda functions. They're pretty easy as long as they're simple like this, but they can get pretty difficult. All right, so that's it for functions, guys. In the next video, I want to take a look at conditionals. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to look at conditionals, if-else statements, which basically are used to decide to do something based on a certain condition, if it's true or if it's false. So as you can see here, we have some comparison operators like is equal to, is not equal to, is greater, less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to. And then logical operators like and, or, and not. We have membership operators like not in, and then is not, which are identity operators. All right, so we're going to just kind of look at the basics here. So let's create a couple variables. We'll do x is 10, y is 6, and let's look at a simple if statement. So I'm going to say if x, and then the comparison operator I'm going to use is equals to, or equals, or equal to, however you want to say it, equal to y, and we want to put a colon. So notice that I didn't use parentheses, no curly braces. This is the syntax for an if statement in Python. And then of course we want to indent, okay? Here we're not inside the if statement, here we are. So let's just do a print, and I'm just going to put an f string here so that I can take the variables that are above. I'm going to say x is equal to y. All right, and now if I run this with Python 3 conditionals.py, we get nothing because this is not a true statement. If I were to make it true and run it, then of course we get 10 equals 10, or 10 is equal to 10. So if we want to put an else, let's do a simple if else, and I'll use a different comparison operator. Let's do if x is greater than y, then we'll go ahead and do a print. Okay, so we'll say x is greater than y, and let's say else, and let's do a print, and we're going to just change this to less than y. All right, so let's save that, and let's change the y back to 6 and run it. So we get 10 is greater than 6, which is true. If we change the y to a 16, then the else should run, and we get 10 is less than 16. Okay, so that's a simple if else. Now, if you want to do more than one condition, you can use an elif. which is like an else if. And we could do like, actually, let's just copy this. So we could copy that, and then in between here, we could say elif, and then another condition like x is equal to y. And then whatever we want to do, we could copy this print here and say x is equal to y. Okay, so I'm going to comment this out and then run the file, and we get 10 is less than 16. Okay, if these were to be equal, then this should run right here. Okay, so we get 10 is equal to 10. This one is also running, that's why you see it twice. And then let's see, if x is less, then the else should run. This should run right here, and we get 6 is less than 10. Okay, we can also do nested ifs. So let's say nested if. So if I wanted to say if x is, let's say, greater than 2, and then I wanted to keep going and say if x is less than or equal to 10, then I wanted to do a print. Okay, I'm going to make sure that this is indented correctly. And we'll say, let's see, so x is less than 2 and greater than 10. All right, and x right now is 6, so that should be fine for that to run. Let's comment this out. Okay, so we get 6 is less than 2 and greater than 10. All right, now this is kind of a poor way of writing this. I mean, this probably isn't something you would actually write anyways, but if you were to do that, you'd be better off using an AND logical operator. So you could just do if x is greater than 2, and instead of nesting, just simply put and x is less than or equal to 10. Okay, and then you could just take this, put that in there. All right, so if we run this, we should see it twice because it's running here and it's running here. Okay, but I'm going to comment these out. Actually, I'm going to copy this one because I want to show you we can also do or and not. So I could do or, and it would be x is less than 2 or greater than 10. So basically, if we do it this way, only one has to match or be true. In this case, they both have to. Okay, so that's the difference between and or. And this is just basic programming logic. We also have not. So we could do like if not, and then pass in, like, let's say x is equal to y. And then we'll do print we'll say x is not equal to y. All right, so let's clear this out and run it, and we get 6 is not equal to 10, which is a true statement. All right, so let's move on here. I'm going to just comment this stuff out. I know these aren't the most exciting examples, guys. I just want, just for the beginners that are just learning Python, I just want you to grasp the basic syntax before we get started on the fun stuff. So membership operators, these not and not in, these are used for things like checking to see if something is in a list. So let's say numbers, we'll create a simple list here. And let's do an in. So we'll say if x in numbers. So what this is going to do is it's going to look at the x value, which is 6, and it's going to check to see if it's in this list. Okay, so if it is, I'm just going to print x in numbers, and this will actually give me a true or false statement, or true or false value. So if we run this, we get nothing. Because this in fact is false. If I do, or if we change, let's actually add the 6 to the numbers, that way it is in it. So I'll add a 6, and if we run this, we're going to get true. because this right here evaluates to true. We can do not in, just like we can do in. Okay, so I can say if x not in numbers, comment this out. If I run this, we're going to get nothing because it is 6 is in numbers, so this doesn't get a chance to run. If I go ahead and get rid of the 6 and run it, we get false because this actually equates to false. All right, hopefully that makes sense. And lastly, we have identity operators. So I mean, this is pretty simple. It's just is or isn't. Like we could do if x is y, and we'll print x is y. Oops, I just want to comment this stuff for you guys. So this is. So right now, these don't match. Let's make them match. And then when we run this, we should get true because this is true. And then what we're printing, x is y, this will actually give us a true value. So we get true. At the same time, we can do is not. So is not. And then I'll change the values so they don't match. And now this should, we want to do is not. This should evaluate to true because x is not y. And there we go. All right, so I don't want to spend too much more time on this, guys. It's pretty basic stuff, but it's also very important for you to know how to format these things. So in the next video, we're going to start to get into loops. All right, guys, now we're going to look at loops. So a for loop is used for iterating over a sequence. That is either a list, a tuple, a dictionary, a set, or string. So what I'm going to do here is create a list of people. So let's say John, Will, Janet, and Karen. All right, so we have a list of people, and I want to loop through them. So I'm going to say for person. The first one here is going to be whatever you want to use within the loop to identify each value in the iteration. Okay, then we want to do an in, and then the name of the list. So for person in people, and then we can access each person. So let's do a print. So we'll say print, and let's just say current person, and put another parameter of person. All right, so let's run this by saying python 3 loops.py, and there we go. Current person, John, Will, Janet, and Karen. All right, so if we wanted to, let's say, break out of a loop at a certain point, I'm going to copy this and comment it out. I also want to, I'll just say simple for loop. All right, so let's say break out. Okay, so this is the same loop, but I want to break out of the loop if when the person is Janet. Okay, so what I'll do here is go under the print and say if person, so we're just doing an if statement, comparison operator is going to be equals, and then Janet. Okay, so if that's true, then I want to break. So let's see what happens if we run this. So right after Janet, it breaks. It prints Janet because this runs before the if. But if I were to move this down here and then run it again, it stops at Will. Okay, so the positioning of the break really matters. All right, so let's say we want to just kind of skip Janet. So in that case, we could use a continue. Okay, so I'm going to say continue, and I'm going to copy this first loop, comment this one out, and let's go ahead and paste that in and uncomment. And in here, I'm going to say if person is equal to Janet, then I want to continue. Okay, I'm going to clear this terminal up and run it, and now we just get John, Will, and Karen. So we skipped Janet basically. All right, now we're going to move on to range. Okay, so range is used to loop through something a specific number of times. Okay, so let's say range. So I'm going to do for I in range, and then in here we could, for instance, take the number of values in this people list. Let's do that. Remember, we can get the number of values with the len function. So we can say len, and let's say people. Okay. So for as many times as for as many people that are in there, let's go ahead and print, and we'll just say current person, and here we want to say people, and then we use the current index. So we do it like that, more like a traditional type of for loop. And we get current person, and we get all their names. Okay, and we can specify the range like manually. It doesn't have to be the length of a certain list or anything like that. For instance, if I want to do for I in range, and I could say let's start at 0 and go to 10, and then let's just print, I'll say number, and let's put I here. All right, let's see what that gives us. Let's actually comment this one out. So we'll run that. We get one. We actually get 1 through 9 because it's going to be up to this number. So if I actually wanted 10, I could go like that, and that would give us 10. All right. So it's more like a traditional for loop. So we also have while loops, just like we do in many languages. And while loops execute a set of statements as long as a condition is true. Let me just clear this up down here real quick. And then let's create a simple while loop. So I'm actually going to create a variable outside of the loop called count. I'm going to set it to 0, and I'm going to say while count is less than or equal to 10, then I want to print, and I'm going to say count, and put a space here, and then let's do count. Okay, and then we need to increment it. So to increment it, we're going to say count plus equals 1, which is the same as saying count equals count plus 1. It's just a shorter way of incrementing by 1. So let's save that. Let's comment this part out and save this. And we'll run it, and we get count, and we get up to 10. All right. So I think that's it for loops, guys, and we'll be using these throughout the course in Django. In the next video, I want to take a look at modules. Modules are a huge part of Python, especially with web development. You're always using different packages, including different files. So that's something that's really important to understand. So that's what we're going to look at next. All right, guys, so now we're going to look at modules. Modules are very important, especially in web development, because you're constantly bringing in different things. Basically, a module is a file containing a set of functions to include in your application. There's core modules, just core Python modules where you don't have to do anything. You can just bring them in. You have modules that you can install using pip, which is the package manager, including Django. Django is installed with pip and then basically brought in, as well as custom modules, so you can create your own custom files. And I have a file here that I'm gonna bring in and show you how to use. So let's first take a look at using core modules. Okay, so one popular one is date time. So we can say import and then date time, and this has it has a bunch of things associated with it. So it has something called date, which has its own methods, and date actually has a method called today that will get today's date. So let's say we wanted to pull that out. We'll create a variable called today and set it to date time, which we've just brought in, and then dot date and then dot today, okay, which is a method. And then we'll go ahead and print today. And let's run this with Python 3 modules.py, and we get today's date. So seeing that this date belongs to this date time module, we can actually pull this out. We can import it in a different way where we're not importing this entire thing, but we're pulling date out. And the way that we would do that is by saying from date time import date. That way we're just bringing in what we need. So this is what you'll see most of the time. So what we could do now, and I'm just going to copy this because I actually want to leave this so you guys have it as a reference. But what we could do now, since we just brought in date, we imported date, we could just say date.today, and that should work. Okay, if I didn't have this line though, and I just imported date time and I run it, it doesn't know what date is. It's not defined. Okay, so it's very important to know that you can basically pull things out like this. So another example would be the time module. Okay, so we could say import time, and it actually has a method called time. So let's see, I'm just going to create a variable here called timestamp, because that's what it does, is it gives you the timestamp. So I could say time dot time and then print timestamp, and here it is. So this is the timestamp right here. But again, I could actually pull this out by saying from time import time, and then I could get rid of this first one. Okay, so if I run that, I get the same thing. I get the timestamp. All right, so let's take a look at installing something with pip. Okay, and we're going to be using pip quite a bit later. It's a big part of Django development, or basically any kind of web development. So since we didn't create a virtual environment right now and we need to use Python 3, we also need to use pip 3. Okay, so if we want to install something, we use pip 3. I'm actually going to install something very simple. It's called camel case, and it's used to for instance, if we have a string with multiple words, it'll capitalize the first letter of each word. It's just something stupid and simple that I can give you an example with, because I don't want to bring in something that's complicated. So what we do is we would say pip 3 install, and it's called camel case. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that. It says requirement already satisfied, so that means that I already have it installed. Now, there's a command called freeze. If I do pip 3 and then freeze, and we take a look here, this shows me all the packages that are available, that are installed basically, and you'll see camel cases there. Now what happens when you create a virtual environment, and we'll get into this later, is instead of having all of the stuff that you install global like this, you'll have a specific environment, and whatever you install while you're in that environment will be put in there. But once you exit the environment, it'll no longer be available. It'll only be in that environment. All right. It's very similar to, again, going to JavaScript, it's similar to NPM when you install something globally. That's basically what we're looking at here. When you install it locally, it's specific to that project. So that's kind of how virtual environments work with pip. But anyways, we have camel case installed, so we should be able to bring that in just like we could bring any of these in. So I'm just going to go right here, and I'm going to say pip module, and I'll say import camel case, and let's go, I'm going to get rid of these prints actually and move that right there. Okay, so let's do camel. I'm just going to create a variable called camel, and I'm going to set it equals to camel case dot camel case, like that. And then let's just create some text. So I'll just put a string, and I'll say hello there world, and let's go ahead and print. We'll take that camel variable, and now there's a method called hump, and we can pass in text. And what that should do is make each first letter uppercase. So let's save this, clear this up, and run the modules file, and there we go, hello there world. okay, which is nothing special. What it's doing isn't important. I just want you to understand that we can install things with pip and then we can import them, okay? And there's a lot of great modules out there. So now what I want to do is import a custom module. So I have this validator.py file, and this actually imports RE, which is the regular expressions. So this imports a core module and uses it in this custom function, which validates an email address. Okay, so basically we're just saying if the length of whatever's passed in, which should be an email address, is greater than 7, then we want to return either true or false based on this regular expression. Okay, so this is a regular expression that should match, you know, something at something dot whatever, you know, the format of an email address. So I'm going to bring this in, this validator. So I'll go right here and I'll say custom and we're going to do import. I'll do it both ways. So we'll import the entire thing, import validator, and let's go down here and let's create a variable called email, and I'll just say test@test.com, which should pass. And then we're going to do if validator dot, and as you can see, there's a method called validate email. So we can access that by saying validate email. It even pops up here in VS Code. And we want to pass in the email. All right, so we'll go ahead and print email is valid. And then we'll do an else. And we'll print not an email. Okay, we should be able to use it like that. So I'm going to save this. Let's actually get rid of that print so that this is the only thing. And we get email is valid. If I go ahead and put like, let's replace that with a number sign and we run it, we get not an email. All right, so that's working. Now we can do the same thing as we did up here where we basically pulled methods out. We can do that with the validator. I could say from validator, I want to just import validate email, and then down here I could get rid of validator dot like that and simply use validate email. And if I run that, we get the same thing. It works. All right, so that's going to be it for this video, guys. In the next one, we're going to take a look at classes. All right, so in this video, we're going to look at classes, and classes are used to create objects. They're basically blueprints for creating objects. They have properties associated with them and methods, which are basically just functions. And almost everything in Python is an object. It is an object-oriented programming, but you can write code in different ways. It doesn't have to necessarily be in an object-oriented fashion, like Java or something like that. It's more like PHP and in JavaScript, where you can choose to write in certain ways. Okay, so in this video, I just want to give you an example of creating a basic class and also a little bit of inheritance. So basically, you can extend a class from another class. So we want to use the class keyword here and then just name it. I'm going to call it user. Let me just put a comment here. Create class. So we'll say class user, and inside of a class, you're usually going to have a constructor or an initializer. Say constructor, and the way that we do this is we define a function or a method called _init . Okay, we go like that, and then this is going to take in self. Now in many languages, when you deal with classes, you use the this keyword, which pertains to the class instance itself. In Python, we use self instead of this. Okay, and this needs to be passed into the constructor or into this init, this initializer, and then anything that we want to pass in when we initialize the object, we also want to pass in. So let's say for this user, we want name, email, and age. Okay, so those will get passed in. Then we have to assign them as properties to the class. So we're going to say self.name. Remember, self just pertains to the actual class instance. And then we're going to set that to the name that's passed in. And we're going to do the same thing with email. And we're going to do the same thing with, with age. Okay. So that's that. Now I'm going to go outside of the class now. So make sure that you're on the same level. If you're indented, you're going to be in the class. So just make sure you're outside of it. And I want to initialize a user object using this class. Okay, so let's say init user object. So we'll call this user Brad. Or you could do like user1 or something like that, but I'm just going to call it Brad, and I'm going to say equals user, and for name I'll just put my whole name, and then email and age. Okay, so this will actually instantiate or initialize a user object using the class. And then whatever I pass in here is actually getting passed in here, and it's going to be assigned as a property. So let's say that I want to see this user's name. I could say print, Brad dot name. So now I'm going to run Python 3 classes dot py, and I get the name. Okay, if I want to see the age, run that, I can get the age. So we have properties assigned to this object. So if we want to edit a property, I can do that as well. I'm going to go right above the print. Let's say edit property, and I could say Brad.age equals 38. And now if we print out Brad.age, we get 38. Okay, so we can directly access properties like that. We can also create methods. All right, before we do that, let me create another. Let me just show you. You can create as many users as you want. So I'll just go ahead and copy this down. Let's create a user called Janet. We'll say Janet Williams. And we'll say 27. Okay, and if I wanted to, I could say print Janet dot whatever. Let's look at her email, and we get Janet's email. Okay, so we can instantiate as many user objects from this class as we want. So let's attach a method. Okay, because right now we just have a bunch of properties. Let's create a method, and we'll just call this greeting, where it just kind of returns a string basically. So I'm going to say define, and we'll call it greeting. And it's going to take in self. Okay, these methods are going to take in the self, and we're going to return, and let's just return an F string. So I'm going to say F and then some quotes, and I'll say my name is. And then to access that user's name, for instance, we want to use self.name. Okay, and remember, this is very similar to using this in other languages. So self.name, and I am, let's say self.age. Okay, so now we have a method attached to our user class, and we can call this, any user can call this method. So let's go ahead and do a print. Actually, I'll put a comment here. We'll say call method, and we'll say Janet.greeting. Okay, methods have to have the parentheses because they're functions. So let's go ahead and run this, and we get my name is Janet Williams, and I am 27. Okay, we can also edit properties if we want from methods. So let's say we have one called has birthday. So we'll say has underscore birthday. We'll pass in self. And then all I want to do here is just increment their age by 1. So I'll say self.age, and we can use a shortcut here by just saying plus equals 1. and that'll increment by 1. So let's go ahead and let's I don't need to put a comment. We're going to keep the greeting here because I want this output, but I'm going to call that has birthday on the Janet object. So let's say janet.hasBirthday. And now remember it was 27 before. Now if we run it, now she's 28 because the birthday method ran, which incremented her age by 1. Okay. So, I mean, that's pretty much the gist of it. If you want to extend a class, so let's say we wanted to create a class called customer, and we basically wanted to have the same properties and methods and stuff as the user. So we're going to say class customer, and to extend user, we just simply pass it in like that. All right, and then I'm going to actually grab this init and paste that in, and I'm going to add on to this balance. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say self.balance, and I'm going to set that to 0 by default. Okay, and then we'll have a method in here called setBalance. Okay, so we'll say setBalance, that takes in self, and it's going to take in a balance. And then we can simply say self.balance is equal to whatever the balance is that's passed in. All right, so let's go ahead and initialize a customer. So we'll go down to the bottom here. We'll say init customer. We'll call him John. We'll say instead of user, we're going to do customer, and we're going to pass in same thing. Let's do John Doe. John at Gmail 40. Okay, so I can do a print John dot name, and we get John Doe. All right, so let's set a balance for John. So we could say John dot set balance, and that takes in a balance, so we'll say 500. Now I want a way to check this. I mean, we could do this. If we run that, we get 500. But I'm actually what I'm gonna do is create a method that tells us the balance, and I want to actually overwrite the greeting to include the balance. So let me just separate this with a comment. Okay, so I'm going to take that greeting method and put it in customer, and I'm just going to add to it. I'm going to say my name is name, and I am however old, and I owe a balance. Kind of a weird greeting, but I mean, these aren't like very practical examples, but I'm trying to give you just examples that make it easy to wrap your head around. So let's say self.balance. Now, even though we changed it down here, if the object is initialized as a user, greeting should still just do this. Okay, it should just say name and age. However, if they're initialized as a customer, it should include their balance. So let's go down here and let's print out John.greeting. And since he's a customer, it should give us his balance. So let's run it, and there we go. So I owe a balance of 500. Now the one before, when we called Janet.greeting, that one didn't include the balance because Janet is not a customer, she's just a standard user. So that other greeting was called. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. You can overwrite the methods using using inheritance. All right, so I think that's it, guys. In the next video, we're getting there, but in the next video, I just want to quickly look at file manipulation. We can do certain things with files. We can create them. We can write to files and so on. So we're going to look a little into that next. All right, so as with most languages, Python has methods for managing files, creating them, reading them, writing to them, all types of stuff. So I just want to take a look at some methods that we can use to manipulate files. So first thing I want to do is open a file. And it doesn't even have to exist. This will actually create it. Okay, so I'm going to create a variable. We'll call it my file. And let's set this to open. Okay, so there's a method called open where we pass in the name of a file. I'm going to call it my file, and it's going to be a text file. I want to be able to write to it, so we're going to pass in W. And we can get some info on the file. Actually, you know what? Let's just run this. Let's save this. Go down here and say python3 files.py. And just by running that, notice that now I have a myfile.txt. Okay, so that actually created it. So if we want to get some info on it, we can do that. Let's say get some info. We'll go ahead and print out the file name. So we can do that by saying myfile.name. Okay, if we want to see if it's closed, we'll say is closed. There's a method called closed. And then the opening mode, we have .mode. All right. Let's just see what this gives us if we run it. Okay, so we get name, myfile.txt, is closed, false, opening mode W. Okay, so basically, when we open it, it's ready for us to write into it or to add to it, append to it, whatever. Once we're done doing that, we're supposed to close it. So let me give you an example. Let's say write to file. So we'll take my file and we'll say .write, and then we'll pass in what we want to write. I'll say I love Python. And then we want to close it, so we want to say my file dot close. Okay, so let's save that, and then let's clear this out and run it. And let's go to myfile.txt, and there we go. We actually wrote to the file using Python. Let's say we want to do, let's do another write right here, and we'll add on to it. We'll say I love Python space and JavaScript. Okay, so let's run that. Let's take a look at myfile.txt, and we get I love Python and JavaScript. So you can continuously write to the file. So let's say after it's closed, we want to add to it. So let's say append to file, okay? Because now we're appending to it. So we're going to say my file equals open. Oops, it's my file.txt, and we're going to put an A in here, okay? Because we want to append to it. So because if we don't do that, it's just going to overwrite it. If we do what we did up here, it's just going to overwrite what's already there, and I want to keep this in here, and I just want to append to the end of it. So that's why we're using the A flag there. So let's say my file dot write. Okay, even though we're doing dot write, we opened it as append, so it's not going to overwrite what's already there. So I'm going to put a space, and I'm going to say I also like PHP. Okay, and then after that we want to close it, so we'll say my file dot close. All right, so let's run this, and let's take a look, and you can see that it didn't just overwrite it. If I put a W here, actually I can just show you that. If I put a W here and we go ahead and run it, we only get I also like PHP. So if you want to append to a file and not overwrite it, you want to make sure you put an A there. So if we run that, then it's back to how it was. Okay, so if we want to read from a file, we can say my file equals, open, and we want myfile.txt, except this time we want to do r plus, okay, because this time we're reading from it. So I'm going to say text. I'm going to create a variable called text, and let's set it to myfile.read, and let's pass in 10. Okay, now when I print out text, let's save this, clear this up, and run it. And you'll see what it does is it takes the first 10 characters of the file. So that's what this is. That's what this limit is. If I put 100, it's going to give us, well, I mean, there's not even 100 in here, but it would give us the first 100. All right, so we're not going to really be doing much of this throughout the course. I just wanted to show you that, you know, you can do this stuff. You can create files. Our particular Django project doesn't really require us to do this, but again, I just wanted to throw it in. All right, so in the next video, I just want to take a quick look at working with JSON, even though this isn't really something we're going to do in the project either, but it's always good to know how to work with JSON because you know, often you're working with third-party APIs and stuff, and JSON is the most popular format, so you want to know how to deal with that in Python. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, so in this video, we're going to look at how to parse JSON in Python, how to create JSON from a dictionary, stuff like that. Now notice I called this py_json.py instead of just json.py. The reason for that is because there's actually a module called JSON, so we get an error if we try to call it json.py. So that's the first thing we need to do is import JSON. All right, and then I'm just going to create some sample JSON. Usually this would come from some kind of API. You'll probably make a request and then get some JSON back, and then you can do what you want with it. But I'm just going to kind of hard code it. So I'll say user JSON, and it would be formatted as, you know, double quotes for the key and the value. So we'll say first name, John, and let's do last name, Doe, and age, and 30. All right, so that's valid JSON, and what we would do is parse it to a dictionary. Okay, so let's say parse to dictionary. So we'll create a variable called user, and what we would do is call json.loads. Okay, json.loads. And again, going back to JavaScript, oops, it's similar to doing json.parse. Okay, like that. So we're going to pass in here the user JSON, and then let's go ahead and print user. See what we get. So we're going to say Python 3, what I call this, py_json.py, and there we go. So we get a Python dictionary. If we wanted to pull a certain value, we could say print user, let's do user first name. So we could do that, and we get John. Okay, now if we had a dictionary and we wanted to parse it to JSON, we could do that as well. So let's say car equals, and let's say make, let's say Ford model Mustang year 1970. All right, so we have a dictionary here, and if we wanted to parse this to JSON, let's say car JSON, and set this to json.dumps and pass in car. Okay, so if we go ahead and print car JSON, let's run the file, and there we go. So you can see that this is now in JSON format. So basically two important methods: loads, which is going to parse it to a dictionary from JSON, and then dumps, which is going to take it from a dictionary and parse it into JSON. Okay, so that's it, guys. I will see you in the next one. All right, guys, so we're going to kind of look at this project as if it were an actual application we're building for a client. Okay, so for our client is BT Real Estate, and they want an application where they can, have a basic website, but also have the ability to have an admin area where they can add their listings, they can add their realtors, they can connect realtors to listings and all that stuff. So we have a folder here, and you'll have this in your project files called BTRE Resources, and we're going to take a look at what that folder includes. Okay, so it has a couple things. It has an app requirements doc that basically gives us all the specifications and requirements for this project. We have an images folder with all the images. We'll take a look at their logo, and then we have their theme. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to actually dive in and take a look at the whole theme. So it's basically the website with no functionality. Okay, so let's start off with looking at the logo. Okay, so very simple logo. We're going to be using the white version on the website, and then we also have a dark version. Actually, let me put this in a different view. Let's do, let's see, let's go like that. All right, so we actually have a couple files too. We have a PSD, which is a Photoshop file. Don't worry if you don't have Photoshop. It's just a resource. We're not editing their logo or anything. This is the logo PNG, which is the white version, and then we have the dark version. Okay, so in addition to logo, we have images, and there's a couple subfolders. One is site, and if we look in here, we have the showcase image, which is like the main image on the home page. Then we have a building JPEG, which we can use as a background image, which is used as a background image in the theme, and then the about image, which goes on the about page. All right, and then we have realtors. So here we have their team. Basically, it's a 3-person team, Jenny, Kyle, and Mark. So we have images of them. Those will go on the about page. We have, no, we already looked at that. We have homes. So these are the actual listing images. So they have 6 homes that we need to add. And then we have the home inside 1 through 6. These are just inside photos. And we're just going to use these as the inside for all the homes, as opposed to me having 6 different images for every home. Okay, so those are the images. Now let's take a look at the app requirements document. And this is just a doc file, so you'll be able to view it in Windows or Mac or Linux. So basically, this would be like either what the client sends us, or what I would suggest is, if you're dealing directly with clients, is to sit down with them and get the exact requirements, specifications, so you know what you're doing and you guys are on the same page, and they don't try to, say, well, you're supposed to do this or supposed to do this, and they didn't pay you for that. So you need to come to a mutual understanding of what actually goes into the projects, okay? So we have some front-end pages here. These are the pages we need to create. Again, we have the theme already made for us. We'll just pretend it was created by a designer or whatever. But we have a home page, about page, listings, single listing, search, register, login, and dashboard. Okay. As far as the design specs, which are already taken care of with the theme, we have the BTRE logo that is to be used on the front end and admin. Okay, when I say front end, I just mean the front-facing website and then the admin area. Then branding colors, so they have certain blue and green. These are the hexadecimal values. It's mobile-friendly, responsive, and social media icons and contact info should be clearly displayed, and it doesn't have to be fancy but must be clean. So those are the design specs. As far as the functionality, this is the stuff that we have to actually make happen, because right now we're just going to have an empty theme that doesn't do anything. It's just the UI. All right, so they want to be able to manage listings, realtors, contact inquiries, and website users through their admin area. Okay, so they should be able to create, read, update, and delete all of these things here. And then role-based users, so this means that some of the users should be able to be staff and some not. Okay, so most would not, but there should be some staff users that can access the admin area. Display listings and app with pagination. Okay, so they do want pagination as opposed to just having a never-ending page of listings. Ability to set listings to unpublished, so we'll have to figure out a way to have like a checkbox where they can either publish or unpublish a listing that will show on the front end. Search listings by keywords, city, state, bedrooms, and price. So those are the fields that need to be searchable. Some will be input boxes, some will be select lists, and the search should be on the home page as well as on the search page. Okay. List realtors on about page with seller of the month, control via admin. So they want to be able to add and manage realtors in the admin section, right? Well, they want these realtors to also be displayed on the about page. Okay, so we have to do that. And then they want an option of seller of the month. So what we'll do is create a checkbox inside the admin area for seller of the month, and if that seller or that retailer is checked off, then they'll show on the about page as seller of the month. Okay, we also have listing page, should have fields listed below, meaning these down here, and we'll take a look at those in a second. Listing page should have five images with light box. I believe it's actually 6, but we'll get to that. So a light box just means, you know, they want thumbnails, and we should be able to click on it and then have a box open up that shows the larger image. And then this next one, Lightbox, should scroll through images. So they want to be able to like have an arrow that we can click and just scroll through all the images for that listing. Okay, listing page should have a form to submit an inquiry for that listing. So they want every single listing page should have a form where they can put their name and email and contact info and stuff like that. All right, and that form should go to the database. It should also notify the realtors with an email. Okay, so we need to set up some kind of email system. So front end register login to track inquiries, meaning that users should be able to register on the front end website, not as a staff member, not as an admin user, but a regular user, and they can log in, and if they make any inquiries about a property, then they should be able, that will be displayed in their dashboard on the front end. Okay, and then both unregistered and registered users can submit a form, meaning an inquiry. If they're registered and logged in, they should only be able to submit one per listing. Okay, meaning if they're logged in and they submit to, let's say, 55 Main Street, and they try to submit another one for 55 Main Street, it should say, you've already submitted an inquiry for this property. So these are the basic fields they want on the listing page: title, address. Most likely the title will be the address, but we want the ability to choose something else if they want. Price, bedrooms, bathrooms, square feet, lot size, how many garages, the listing date, the realtor of that property, meaning their name and their image, and then a main image and 5 other smaller images with a light box. Okay, and possible future functionality: Google Maps on listing page and buyer testimonials. So this is stuff that's not going to be in the course currently, but I might add later on. All right, so these are all the specifications for the application. So in the next video, we're going to take a look at the theme, and that will give us an even better idea of what we're doing here and what it's going to take to make this happen. All right, guys, so I just want to quickly go over the Bootstrap theme that we'll be using. Okay, so throughout the course, we'll be plucking things out of this theme. The HTML, we'll be putting it into templates in Django, but I wanted to go over it, and I will be doing a tutorial on how to create this theme from scratch, okay? And that's probably going to be on my YouTube channel. When that happens, I will add a note to the course if you guys are interested on actually building the theme. I didn't want to include it in the course because it would be too much focus on Bootstrap and HTML and CSS, and that's not what this course is about. So a lot of times on a team, you'll get handed something like this. If you're the back end, the Django developer, you'll get handed this and you'll turn it into a real application. Okay, so if we look over here, you'll see a dist folder. That's where all of the HTML pages are, all of the compiled assets like the CSS, all the compiled Bootstrap and stuff like that. But also notice that we have a SCSS folder. I use Sass in this project, in this theme, because I wanted to really customize the Bootstrap colors. So all these underscore files here are part of the Bootstrap Sass that comes in the source code, and I edited the variables to match the the branding colors, so like they're blue and green and stuff like that. So that's why I use Sass. I also have a style.scss file with all the custom styles. So the partials, the underscores, they don't get compiled. The only two files here that get compiled into regular CSS is going to be style and bootstrap. Okay, so if we look at our dist folder and we look in assets CSS, you'll see the compiled style file, compiled style file, and the bootstrap CSS. Okay, and this is the custom bootstrap CSS file with those custom colors. Now this all.css is actually font awesome. Okay, I'm including everything locally. I'm not doing any CDNs or anything. So if there's like Bootstrap 5 or 6 out by the time you watch this, you have everything here, and there's no need to use a later version and then have to go and change classes and stuff like that. So I would highly recommend using all of these files. I even included jQuery locally, so you can see we have jQuery here. Now you might be wondering what this lightbox is. So we have a lightbox, CSS, and JavaScript. This is actually from something called Lightbox 2, which is the solution we're going to use for the listing page for the lightbox. No, we want Lightbox 2, and it's this right here. And I can give you an example. So the reason I chose this is because it looks nice and because it allows you to do sets. So if I click on this image here, I can actually scroll through a set of images, and that's exactly what we needed for the requirements. Remember when we looked at the document, it said we needed to be able to scroll through all the listing images. So this is a great solution for that. So that's also included in the theme. All right, so if we want to take a look at what this looks like, you can either open up an HTML file, or what I'm going to do is use an extension that I have in VS Code called Live Server. So I'll say open with Live Server, and here's the home page. Okay, so basically we have this top bar here with the contact and social stuff. We have a nav bar with the logo, home, about, listings, register, login. We have the main search with the main background image, 5 fields. Then we have the 3 latest listings. Okay, so we have the image, the price, address, some of the specs here, like the bedrooms and bathrooms, the realtor, how long ago it was posted, stuff like that, and then just a services area, just a static, icons and text, and then a simple footer. Okay, so that's our home page. Let's take a look at about. So about, all the inner pages have this kind of title format. So you can see they all have that with the background, building, image, and stuff. We have breadcrumbs on the site so that we can navigate easy. Home page is very simple. We have the seller of the month, and remember this needs to be controllable by through the admin area. And then any realtors we add in the admin area should show up here as well. So this should be dynamic. This shouldn't be just statically, placed in the template. All right, now the listings page will look like this. So we'll have 6 per page, and then we need to have pagination, and we also need to style that pagination. Okay, we want it to look like this, and then it had this. These are basically just like the featured or the latest listings on the home page. So if I click more info, it takes us to a single listing, and this is the main image. We have all the smaller images with the light box. Okay, so the light box is already implemented. We just need to make the images, the source, come from the database. Okay, and then we have all the fields. We have the description, the realtor. Okay, so we'll be connecting realtors to the listings, and then an inquiry modal, so people can make inquiries. If they're logged in, their name and their email should already be filled in here, because we already have that information in the database. Then we have the search page. So if I just submit this form, it'll take us to search HTML. And it's basically the same as the listing page, except it has the search fields up here in case you want to keep searching. And then let's see, we have the register page, which is very simple, login, and then the dashboard, which I don't think we can get to from here. So I'm just going to type in dashboard.html. And this is just where you can see your inquiries. Okay, so if you made an inquiry to a listing, it'll show up here, and you can view the listing if you want. Okay, and if you're logged in, like this, the requirement said, if you're logged in and you already made an inquiry and you try to make another one, it shouldn't go through. It should say you've already made an inquiry. So that's part of the requirements. All right, so that's basically what the theme looks like. So throughout the project, we'll be plucking stuff out and putting it into templates and adding, we'll be using the Jinja template system to make it dynamic. And if you want to check out all the HTML, you can do that. So it's pretty clean, pretty semantic. We use section and header and footer and nav and all that stuff. All right, so that's it, guys. In the next section, we're going to get started on Django. All right, guys, so before we start to actually install Django and work with it and stuff, we want to create what's called a virtual environment in Python. And you want to do this because you want to keep all your packages and dependencies and all that isolated inside of your project rather than in a global scope. Okay, and this is a documentation page for Python 3, and this is the creation of virtual environments. And before version 3.6, you actually had to install a package with pip called virtual env. There's some other ones as well, but now with Python 3.6 and up, you can just use the actual VNV package that's included with Python to create your environment. So you would run Python 3, or if Python is Python 3, like on Windows, for example, you would just use Python and then -m venv, and then whatever path you want to create that that virtual environment. Okay, so I'm going to be using my Visual Studio text editor, but before I get into that, I just want to create a project and open it inside VS Code. So I'm in my home folder. I do have a folder called dev. That's where I want to create my project. So I'm going to cd into dev, and of course you guys can create your project wherever you want, but I'm going to go ahead and do a make directory, and I'm going to call this project btre_project. Okay, and then we're going to cd into btre_project, and here's where I'm going to open my text editor. So I'm going to say code dot. That's going to open up VS Code inside that directory. All right, and if you're not using VS Code, just go ahead and open up your text editor inside this directory. All right, so now I'm going to open up my integrated terminal. I'm going to use this instead because I'm going to be using this throughout the course. So if I were to do, let's see, so we have pip and we have pip3. I'm going to say pip3 freeze. And what this shows us is basically the packages and dependencies that are installed on a global scope on our system, and we don't want this. We want to have our own environment for this project. Okay, and I don't want like beautiful soup and all this other stuff included in that project environment, that virtual environment. So let's go ahead and create a virtual environment. Now, if you're on Windows or Mac or Linux, the creation of the virtual environment should be virtually the same, but to activate it is a little different. So I'm going to show the people on Windows how to do it after, how to activate it after. But to create it, it should be the same. It should be Python, whatever your Python 3 is. If you're on Windows and Python is Python 3, like just do a -- version. If it's Python 3, then use that. If not, then you want to use Python 3. Okay. And then we're going to say, just like the documentation, -m and then venv, and then wherever you want to create this venv folder. Okay, and you can call it whatever you want. I like to just call it venv, and I want it in the current project directory, so I'm going to say /venv, and that's it. That's where I want to put this. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. Okay, and then notice up here it's actually created a folder called venv. Now if you're on Windows, it may look a bit different. You're going to have a folder called scripts with an uppercase S, and inside scripts you'll have an activate.bat file. Okay, on a Mac you'll have a bin folder with an activate file. So that's where it kind of differentiates in how you activate, because right now we just created the environment, we're not actually in it. If I do a pip freeze, we still see all that stuff. Okay, so we're not currently in that directory. So, or I'm sorry, in that environment. So to activate that environment, we want to, on a Mac, okay, so this is on a Mac, I'll do Windows after. We want to do source, and then we want to just point to, we want to do source and then point to that folder. So we're going to say current directory dot slash and then venv. Okay, and then we want to go to slash bin and then slash activate. Okay, that'll run the activate script. Okay, once I do that, notice that before my computer name here, we have venv inside parentheses. All right, so now we're inside of our virtual environment. Now, watch this. If I do just Python -- version, remember it was version 2 before, now it's 3.7. So from now on, when we're in our virtual environment, we don't need to run Python 3. Okay, Python is gonna be Python 3 from now on. So no more Python 3, no more pip 3, as long as we're in our virtual environment. Okay, because we created this virtual environment with Python 3. All right, so now to leave the environment, we want to say deactivate. Okay, that's it. Just deactivate, and now we're out. Now if I do a Python -- version, the global version is 2 for that. So now we would have to do Python 3 for anything Python 3. All right, so now let me show you how to activate it in Windows. Now, when you created it, where is it? Like this. If it didn't work for some reason, do the absolute path here instead of /. Go like if you're on Windows, like C, C slash users slash whatever your username is, wherever you put this venv folder. Okay, try that. And then to activate it in Windows, you want to do Python. And then you want to go /venv / actually no, you don't need to even do Python, I don't believe. So just venv / and then instead of bin, you want to go into scripts, and then you want to do activate.bat. Okay, so that should run your virtual environment if you're on Windows. Okay. I don't believe you need the Python. If that doesn't work, you can try it. Also, if this doesn't work, try an absolute path. So start at your C or whatever drive you're on, and then navigate to the venv folder. All right, so try that if you're on Windows, and that should get you into the virtual environment. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and activate my virtual environment again with this right here. All right, and if I do a pip freeze, nothing. Okay, so we have nothing installed in this particular environment, and that's what we want. And then when we install Django, it'll get installed in this environment. If we deactivate the environment, it won't be installed in the global scope. All right, so hopefully that all makes sense, and hopefully you're in your environment. Hopefully you see this right here, and in the next video we're going to install Django. All right, guys, so in the last video we created our virtual environment. So we have a folder. I called mine VTRE project, and then my virtual environment is called venv. And to activate that on a Mac, we do source, and then we go into our venv folder, and then bin, and then activate. Okay, and on Windows it's going to be venv source / activate.bat, and you don't put the source in front of it. Okay, so now that we're inside the environment, we know that because of this right here. We want to install Django. Okay, so if we do a pip freeze right now, you can see there's nothing there. So let's do a pip install Django. Okay, and this is only going to install it inside of our environment. That's the beauty of this, is it doesn't install it globally. It's just in our environment. So now if I do a pip freeze, you'll see we have Django and its dependency of pytz. All right, now to create a Django project, we want to run we want to use a special CLI program called Django admin. So if we say Django-admin help, you'll see that we have a bunch of different commands here. We have stuff to deal with, like migrations in the database, SQL stuff, start app. Now, I'm going to explain this a little more, but Django has it has a project entity, which is like your main project, and then apps. Okay, so you have one project, which is essentially your main application. In our case, it's our real estate application, but it's called a project. And then inside that, you have apps. Like we're going to have a listings app for our property listings. We're going to have a realtors app for our realtors. Okay, so stuff like that. And I'm going to explain more of that as we move along. Now, the command that we're interested in here is start project. Okay, so that's going to create a project for us. So let me clear this out and let's run Django -admin, and we want to run start project, and I'm just going to call it BTRE, and then just put a dot for the current directory. And let's run that, and then up here you'll see what it's created. It created a BTRE folder with some files, and I'm going to go over these files in the next video, but it also created a manage.py. Now this manage.py, we're never going to touch this code here. This is basically the tool we're going to use now instead of Django admin. Okay, it has, actually, if we do Python, and you always need to run it with Python. So Python manage.py help, you'll see a lot of the same commands that Django admin has, only it's more localized to this project. So we're always going to use manage.py when doing like migrations, run server, we'll run our Python server, create super user, we'll create a user for our admin area. So we're going to be using manage.py quite a bit. Okay, so now I want to address something that mostly has to do with if you're using VS Code. So you can see this little pop-up down here, linter pylint is not installed. So you may have some issues if you use the linter because it doesn't always recognize your virtual environment. So you might get like import errors because it thinks that Django isn't installed because it's looking at your global environment. To fix this, what usually works is you want to open up your command palette with Shift Command P or Shift Control P, and you want to go to or search for Python, and you want the select interpreter. Okay, and in that interpreter you should have your virtual environment, and that's what you want to use. So I'm going to choose that. And you should also be in your virtual environment here or in your command line, whatever you're using. All right, and then once you do that, you can go ahead and click install here if you want. You can also disable it, but I'm going to click install. And now the linter should only be installed in my virtual environment. And also notice up here we have a special VS Code config for the settings, and the Python path is now pointed to our virtual environment Python path, okay, or location. So now our linting should work correctly even if we're in our virtual environment. All right, so I'm going to clear that up. And now if I open up a Python file, I'm just going to open this up, and now you shouldn't get that pop-up again. If you do, that means that you haven't selected the correct interpreter, your virtual environment interpreter. All right, which should create this settings file that I just showed you. I know it can get a little complicated. If you're having trouble, you can post in the Q&A, and either myself or someone else can try to help you. But I would suggest doing a quick Google search, and you'll probably find the answer. There's a lot of information about this. Now, the last thing I want to do here is just initialize a Git repository. So I would highly recommend that you use Git version control. I'm not going to be doing my commits and stuff on screen, and you guys can do commit whenever you want, but I would suggest using it. So if you don't have Git installed, you can go to git-scm.com, I believe, or .org. Just search for Git, and then or you can use like Homebrew, or if you're on Linux, you can use your package manager or whatever, and then just do a git init. Okay, so that'll initialize a Git repository, and then let's create a new file in the root here called .gitignore. Okay, and what this does, I know a lot of you guys know this, but what this does is it allows you to add stuff that you don't want to be pushed to your Git repository. Let's see, what does this say? Has too many active changes. I don't want to see that. But yeah, so whatever you put here won't be pushed to the repository. Now, when you're dealing with a new framework, it can be kind of difficult to know what you're supposed to push and what you're not. So what I would recommend doing is using an awesome website called getignore.io, and basically you can just pass in the name of a framework or anything at all, and it will give you like a default git ignore file. So let's say Django. It even has a little pop-up, and you can search multiple ones as well, but let's just search for Django, and it gives us kind of a default git ignore file that we can use. So I'm just going to grab this, we're going to copy this and go over and paste that in, and these are just comments. We can get rid of these. Okay, now one thing I'm going to add here, I'm going to get rid of this as well. I mean, you can keep the credits if you want, but I'm going to get rid of all the comments. But one thing I'm going to add here is the virtual environment, because I have that in this file or in this folder, so I don't want that being pushed. So I'm going to put venv or whatever you called that folder. You should also put in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. And I'm just going to do my initial commit here, but I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to be doing all my commits on camera. So I'm just going to say git add all and git commit, and I'm just going to say initial, we'll just say initial commit. Okay, so that's now pushed to my local repository. All right, and we're going to be using git at the end to actually deploy, to push to DigitalOcean or to GitHub and then pull to DigitalOcean, so you definitely want to get git installed. All right, so that's it. In the next video, we're going to go through some of these files here and talk about what they are, what they do, and I will see you then. All right, guys, in this video, we're going to do a couple things. First of all, I want to just run our server, okay? So Django actually comes with a dev server that we can run, and that's what we'll use to develop locally. And then we're going to take a look at the files, okay? And when we run our server, it'll actually create a file or two as well. So let's go ahead and run it. So to do this, we use our manage.py file. Remember when we did the help, you saw the run server command? That's what we want to run. So let's say python manage.py, and we want to do run server. All right, so when you run this, you're probably going to see this. You have 15 unapplied migrations. Don't worry about this. This is normal. I know that they make it look like it's some big error, but it's not. It just means you have migrations that you haven't ran yet, and that just has to do with like some of the default apps that come with Django, like the auth and the admin area, stuff that will be applied to the database that hasn't been yet. So don't worry about that message. But you can see down here that it says starting developer server at 127.0.0.1 port 8000, and we can quit this server with Control-C. All right, so let's head on over to our browser, and let's go to, we can use that loopback address or localhost. So if we say localhost port 8000, and there we go. So now we have Django up and running. All right, now I'm not gonna, I mean, this is just the landing page here. It's nothing special. It's a lot better looking than the Django 1 landing page, but there's really nothing here other than links to documentation and stuff like that. All right, so we'll obviously replace this with our application, but let's go back to VS Code, and notice down here we have a bunch of stuff. This is just the logs from our server, so every time we visit a page, it's going to show the request and all that. So when we run our server, we're going to want to open up another, let me just close that up. We're going to want to open up another tab here for our terminal to run commands, and we can switch back and forth. So if we want to go back to the server, we can do that. All right, actually, what's on this first one here? I can, well, I guess, yeah, we'll use the first one. I'll get rid of the one I just created. All right, so our server's running. Actually, I'll just leave that one open. But I want to now take a look at some of these files. So notice that this DB SQLite 3 file was created when we ran our server. This actually wasn't here before. Same thing with some of the PyCache files here. Now, this DB SQLite3 file, this is where your data will be stored if you use the SQLite database, which we're not going to be, because it's not a database you would use for like a real production application. It's nice for prototyping and testing, and maybe if you have a really small website that has very little data, very little traffic, but it's not really suitable for real production apps. But this is where your data would be stored if you were to use SQLite. And even if there were data here, we couldn't read it within a file like in VS Code. We'd need some kind of client to view the data. All right, so we don't really have to worry about that. And that's actually in our git ignore, so that wouldn't be pushed to our repository, whether you're using it or not. We could actually delete it if we wanted to. And then this PyCache folder, you're not going to have to worry about this either. These will be generated when you run your server, and you'll never have to touch them at all. All it does is make your program start a little faster. When your scripts change, they'll be recompiled, and even if you delete these files or you delete this whole folder, it'll just reappear once you run your server again. Okay, so no worries about that. We're not really going to have to worry about this init.py file either. This is always empty to begin with, and we usually never touch it. In fact, I don't even think we need it after version 3.3 because the purpose of it is to basically make sure that we can use files as packages, and it prevents some of the directories with common names, like let's say string or something like that, from unintentionally hiding valid modules. So it just keeps everything in order so that we can use packages. But we don't have to worry about that. We're not going to touch it. So the settings file is probably the most important one here. I'm just going to make this smaller here. So this has just a bunch of like key value pairs. It imports the OS module, which has to do with the operating system, or package, I should say, not module. And this base dir is our project's base directory, and where they're getting it by using a bunch of different methods attached to this OS package, so like OS path, dir name, and so on. It just ends up getting us the base directory. All right, then down here, the security key is for production. Okay, so if you deploy a Django website, you never want this to be shared. Okay, you want to keep this secret, and later on when we get to deployment, I'm going to show you how we can actually hide it so that we don't have to like include this in our GitHub repository or anything like that. Let's see, so debug, so we have the option to set this debug to true or false, which in development we want it set to true, but in production we want it set to false. Okay, this gives us very helpful error messages and warnings when things go wrong. It displays info about our code right in the browser, so in production, even if something goes wrong, you don't want that information displayed in the browser, because that anybody that's using your website can see it and they can figure things out, and it's a security risk. So make sure that before you deploy, you change this to false and keep it on true when you're developing. So allowed hosts is basically just an empty array at first, but when we deploy and we change debug to false, you want to put a list of host domains that this website can serve. So for instance, the DigitalOcean IP address or any domain names, anything like that should go in this allowed host list. All right, down here we have installed apps. So Django has a concept of apps, and you can have multiple apps per project. Like our listings app we'll create a realtors app, but these here are actually default apps that come with Django by default. So we have like the admin, which controls the admin area, the auth, sessions, messages. All this stuff is included with core Django. Then we have some middleware. So this is just a list of middleware that Django uses, like the CSRF. This is for cross-site forgery. A lot of this is security based. But yeah, any middleware that is being used will be put in that list. In this root URL conf, this is just a string that represents the full import path to the root URL conf, where your initial URL file is. This will usually be the name of your project, which ours is BTRE, and then .urls. Okay, templates are what are used to generate HTML for our application to just display to the user in the browser, and this tells Django where to look for templates, what options to use, and so on. Down here, WSGI application. This is the path of the WSGI application object that Django's built-in servers use. So when we create our project, you can see a file here called wsgi.py, and I'll talk about that in a minute. So databases, this is where you want to set up your database parameters. As you can see, the default engine is SQLite 3. We're going to be changing this to Postgres. Well, this is also where you put like your password and your username and stuff like that. Let's see, auth passwords validators. So this is basically a setting where we just set types of rules for our passwords. I'm not really going to get into that. And then we have some stuff to do with like language and time. And then this static right here, this is actually the path that we want to use for static files like CSS, some JavaScript, images, things like that. And you can change this to something else if you want, but we're just going to keep it at static. So that's the gist of the settings file. So now let's take a look at urls.py. So this is kind of like our routing file. We have this URL patterns list and we put in paths. So you can see there's one here for the admin area, and the path usually you should have a forward slash at the end, and then it can be linked to a view method. Okay, so we have something called views, and you'll see that when we start to create our apps. And you can link to a view method, or you can link to the URLs from another file. Like in this case, we're linking to the admin URLs. All right, and then every app that we create, like let's say when we create our listings app, it'll create a new folder called listings, and we'll want to create a new urls.py in that listings app. And then in this main urls.py, we'll bring that in just like they did with the admin. And then any specific route that we want, like let's say listing/add, we would put that in the listings url.py file. Okay, so this is like the collection of all of your apps URLs links, which look like this. Okay, and you'll learn more about this later. This is, if you're confused, don't worry about it. I'll show you exactly what I mean later. So this WSGI file, this is a little difficult to understand. You don't have to completely understand it, but basically it stands for Web Server Gateway Interface. It's a specification that describes how a web server communicates with web applications and how web applications can be chained together to process one request. And it just has a lot to do with hosting your site so that other people can actually access it. And we'll be talking more about that stuff later, and when we get into the deployment and stuff like that. All right, guys, so we now have Django set up. We have a server running. So in the next section, we're going to create our first app, which is going to be our Pages app. Okay, I want to create a separate app for any static like pages, because we do want to have like an about page. So I want anything like that. The about page, the home page should be part of the Pages app. So we'll get to that next. All right, guys, so we're going to create our first app in Django. Okay, so again, apps, you have multiple apps per project. This is going to be the Pages app, which is going to take care of displaying the home page and the about page and any other static pages that you would want to create. And you can bring models into it, like for instance our home page, we're going to want the latest listings. On our about page, we're going to want the realtors, and this stuff is going to come from the database. So what we can do is we can import models from the listings app or from the realtors app into Pages so that we can display it. All right, but for now we're just going to focus on just getting a home page and an about page set up. So I have my server running down here, so I'm going to open up a new terminal here, and make sure you're in your virtual environment. And let's create the Pages app. So to do that, we're going to say Python, let's say Python manage.py, and then we're going to say start app, and then we want to name it. So we're going to call this Pages. Okay, so we'll run that, and what happens is it creates a new folder called Pages with a bunch of files inside of it. So these are all the default files for when you create an app. So we have an init.py, just like we do in BTRE. It's just completely empty. We don't have to worry about it. Migrations is for any database migrations we create. We're not going to have any migrations for this particular app, but we will in some of the other ones. Admin is if you want to you want to show stuff in the admin area. We're not going to need to do that here. In our listings app we will, because we'll want to manage our listings from the admin area, but we won't touch this one. And then apps.py, this shows you the class of the config. This will actually have to go in our settings file. I'll show you that in a second. Models, this is where we create our models. This particular app doesn't have a model, but for instance, listings will have like the title, the address, the number of bedrooms, all that stuff is going to be defined inside of a model. Then we have our tests if we want to run any tests, and a views.py file where we can create methods and we can actually link URLs to those methods. So first thing I want to do before I forget, because a lot of times I do forget, is to add this app to our settings. So let's go to the btre settings.py, and what we're going to want to put here in the installed apps is a set of quotes and a comma, and we're going to say pages.apps pages config. Okay, so we want to go like that, and where I got this pages config from is in the apps.py. So whatever this is right here is what goes right here. So this, if I save this, that will cause Django to recognize this as an app. All right, now when I saved, I got this message down here in VS Code. So if you're using VS Code and you get this auto pep 8 message, this is a formatter. Now, if you just go ahead and click yes, I believe it installs it globally, and you're going to have some issues with paths and stuff. So what I would suggest doing is going to your terminal while you're in your virtual environment and then doing a pip install and then auto pep 8 like that. And that should install it in your virtual environment. And if we close this up, let's just do a pip freeze. This can become a real pain in the butt. Yeah, you'll see now we have auto pep 8, so hopefully we don't get that message anymore. Alright, so let me just try to resave this and make sure that we don't get that. Okay, we don't. Good. Alright, so let's close that up, and now what I want to do is create a urls.py file for this Pages app. So inside the Pages folder here, let's create a new file called urls.py. Okay, and we're going to have to bring in here, let's see, we're going to say from Django, so the main Django package, dot URLs, we want to import something called path. Okay, and if we look at the other urls.py file, you'll see that they do the same thing, because if you want to define a path like this, you have to actually bring that path package in. So back to the other urls.py, we want to then bring in the views, because the idea here is to have a path that, or a URL, or a path or route, whatever you want to call it, that is attached to a method inside this view file. Okay, so we want a URL for our home page. So to bring in the views, we want to say from all import views. Okay, and then down here we want to define URL patterns, just like the other file. Okay, so we'll set that to a list, and then let's say path, because we brought in path. And the path that I want is just nothing, which means the root path, like the home page. Okay, and a lot of frameworks and stuff you'll see just slash, but we're just going to leave this empty. Okay, the second parameter is going to be the method we want to connect this to in the view. So we want to say views dot and then the method, which is going to be called index. And then the final parameter is going to be the name. Okay, we're going to set a name here to easily access this path, which we'll call index. Alright, so I'm going to save that. Now we're getting an error here, and it says that there's no index member. So basically we're getting this because there's no method called index inside the views file. So let's take care of that. Let's go to views, and we'll get rid of that line here. And actually, let me make this smaller. And then let's write a function. So we say def index. And when I say function or method, I'm using those interchangeably. So we'll define this as index, and we want to pass in a request here as a parameter, and then put a colon, and then what we want to happen here. Now, ultimately, we want to render a template for the home page, but for now, I'm just going to bring in, we're going to say from Django.http, we want to import, let's say import HTTP response. And you can see we get these drop downs because we have the Python extension installed. And then in here, let's simply return, we'll say return HTTP response. And inside here, we'll just say, we can actually put HTML in here. We'll put in H1, and we'll say hello world. All right, and we'll save that. Okay, now this isn't going to work yet. If I go to our application, if it opens, where is it? Right here, and we reload, we still see this page, because what we need to do is we need to take this URL's py file that we created, and we need, why are we still getting this error? Pages.views has no index member. It should. It does. That's weird. Oh, there we go. All right. Now we want to go to the other urls.py, the main one in the btre folder, and I'm just going to get rid of all these comments because we don't need those. Okay, and we want to go right here. Let's go above this. We'll go above the admin and say path. Make sure you put a comma here, and then whatever we want the main the first segment of the URL to be for the Pages app. Now, I don't want it to be anything because I don't want to have to go to like pages/about or pages/anything. Otherwise, we would do that. I want to be able to just go to /about and just nothing for the home page, just /. So we're actually going to leave this blank. Okay, for listings and stuff like that, then we'll have listings / or realtors, whatever the path may be. But in this case, I want to leave it blank. All right, and then we want to include. So we want to say include, and then inside quotes here, pages.urls. Okay, so we're essentially linking to the urls.py of the Pages app. If I save this, we're going to get an error. And the reason for that is because include, we actually need to bring that in because that's part of the Django URLs package. So we simply need to put a comma here and say we want to bring in include so that we can use it. And I'll save that, and now you'll see that that error goes away, and now we should be able to access the index, okay, which should be just the home page because we left this blank. So let's check it out. Let's go to our let's see, let's go here and reload, and there we go. So we're getting hello world. Now obviously we don't want to, if I go back to our views, we don't want to be putting our HTML inside here, like inside an HTTP response. We want to actually render a template. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how we can do that. We're going to create a templates folder, and we'll start to create a structure there so that we can add our HTML to be served instead of putting it right into a response like this. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Alright guys, so in the last video we went ahead and we created our Pages app. We created a URL to the index view, or I'm sorry, index method inside the views file, which is right here, and then we're just outputting or returning an HTTP response that outputs an H1. Okay, so that's what we're seeing right here. Now what we want to do is output a template. So there's a couple steps we need to take. The first, we need to tell Django where to look for templates, what folder to look at. So in settings.py, you want to go down to the templates list right here. It has a dictionary with all these values, these key value pairs, and we want to go to this DIRs, this directories, and we want to tell it where to look. So where I put my templates is right in the root. So not in any of these folders here, just right alongside them. So to let it know that, we're going to say os.path.join, and we're going to use our base underscore dir variable, which just basically says the base directory or the root directory. And then we want to define the folder name we want to use, which is templates. So let's go ahead and save that. All right, and then we want to go into our root here and create a folder called templates. Okay, now it's up to you how you want to structure your templates. I like to categorize them. So for instance, our Pages app will have a couple of its own templates. So we'll create a folder called Pages, then we'll have a folder called Listings, and so on. So I'm going to create a folder in templates called Pages. And then I'm going to create two files in here. One is going to be index.html, and then one is going to be about.html. Okay, for the about page, I'm just going to do an H1 that says about and save. And for index, I'll do an H1 that says home and save. Okay, so now that we have our templates created, we need to first of all go to our Pages app and then the urls.py, because right now we don't have an about route just for the index. So I'm going to put a comma here, bring that down. We'll call this one about, and then the method name that I'm going to use is also going to be about, and the route is also about. So let's save this. We're going to get an error here because there is no about method in the views file, so we're going to create that now. So in views, let's say we'll say def about. Okay, now we don't want to just return an HTTP response for either one of these. We want to render a template, and we're actually already bringing in render up here, so that's what we want to use. So instead of this, we're going to say return render, and this takes in two things for now, which is going to be the request itself and then the location of the template, which is in pages/index.html. All right, and then we're going to do the same thing for the about. So we'll tab over here and paste that in and just change this to about and save. I forgot my parentheses and request. Okay, now urls.py, we're still seeing this error. We just need to resave it, and that will go away. Okay, so now this should work. Let's make sure your server's running. I have my server running in this tab right here. Also, always make sure you're in your virtual environment. Okay, make sure you have this venv or whatever you called it. And I will mention, if you install an extension in VS Code and you reload, it's going to knock you out of your virtual environment. So you want to go back in if you're using your integrated terminal. So now let's go back to Chrome and reload, and now we see home. Okay, so it's loading the index.html template in the pages folder in the templates folder. If we go to about, we see about. Okay, so that's perfect. All right, now the issue with this, what we're doing now, is if we want to, well, of course we do want to have like a head section. We want our HTML head body tags, all of our CSS references, JavaScript references. That stuff we don't want to have to repeat on every template, like in the index, in the about, and anything else we create. So we want to extend a base layout. Okay, so what we'll do is in the templates folder, not inside pages, but just inside templates, we'll create a file called base.html. And then this is going to be just that, our base HTML that we can extend from other templates. Okay, and this is going to have like all our HTML head tags and stuff like that. So I'm going to use emit by doing exclamation tab just to give us a boilerplate here. Title will say BT Real Estate, and I'll show you how to do dynamic titles later. In our body, this is where we want to output any template that we extend, okay, or that we use to extend this layout. So to do that, we're going to use the Jinja syntax. Jinja is the template engine that Django uses by default, and that is curly braces and percent signs. Okay, so you can kind of think of this as like PHP. If you've ever written PHP, inside your HTML, you need to open up your PHP tags to run that code. This is similar. We need to open up our Jinja tags or template tags, whatever you want to call them. And then here we want to say block content. Okay, and then we need to end that block by doing another set of tags and say end block. All right, so we'll save that. And then any template that we want to extend this layout from, we actually have to do a couple things. We have to first go up here, use our tags, use our tags and say extends, and we'll say base.html, and then we just need to wrap the content in that block content. Okay, and then at the end of it, we need to do end block. Yeah. All right, so let's save that. Now, the way my editor is formatted, it kind of pushes this up here, which kind of sucks, but it's just something that we'll deal with for now. So let's go back to the home page. And now you'll see that the title says BT Real Estate. And if I were to look at my source code, it includes all that, you know, the doc type, the HTML, the head, body, all that stuff. It includes all of it. And it's inserting the template right here. Okay, so now let's do the same for about, because right now if we go to /about, you'll see that there is no title. It's not extending that layout. So I'll just copy this here and go to about, and we'll go ahead and push that down and paste that in, and we just want to end the block like that, and we'll go back and reload, and now we get our title, and that layout is being extended. Now, if you're using VS Code, you do have the option to install the Jinja extension. So if we go to extensions and we search for Jinja, it'll be this first one here, I believe. Let me just check the downloads. Yeah, so 244,000. This right here, if we say install, that'll install it. Now, watch down here. See how we're in our virtual environment? When I reload, it knocks us back out. Okay. It also got rid of my other tab that was actually running the server. Okay, so that's something that just sucks. I wish it didn't do that, but it does. So if I reload, our server is no longer running. Now notice the Jinja syntax now has this highlighting here. Unfortunately, if I knock this down, I would like it to be like that, but if I save, it gets put back up there. So I think what I'm going to try is I'm going to go to my settings, and let's set format on save to false. Okay, I always have this on true, but I just want to save that and see if that helps the situation out. So if I go down here and save, okay, so now it doesn't do that. Now since I shut that off, I'm just going to have to be a little more aware of how my code is formatted. Okay, but yeah, I think that when we start to do like loops and stuff like that, it's going to look really messy if I keep that on. So I think that I'm going to just shut that off. All right, so now we actually, if you're following along and you just did what I did, you have to go back into your virtual environment. So we're going to say source venv, so /venv/bin/activate. Okay, so now I'm back in, and if you remember, if you're on Windows, it's going to be venv/scripts/activate.bat. Okay, you might have to do an absolute path. So now I'm going to run my server with Python manage.py run server. So this is kind of the disadvantage of using the integrated terminal with Django, but you know, I don't want to keep going back and forth to my regular terminal. All right, so now my server's running, so I'm going to open up another tab, hit the plus sign here, and just go into my virtual environment in this tab as well. And now we're back. All right, so if I go back to the browser and reload, we should get our site back. All right, so in the next video, I want to start to implement our Bootstrap theme, at least for the home and the About page. At first, it's going to be all static content, okay, but we want to slowly but surely replace that with dynamic content. We're going to, create our database soon, install Postgres and set that up, and then we'll go from there. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, so now we're going to start to think about implementing our Bootstrap theme, bringing it into our Django application so that's what displays in the front end website. But I want to just take a look at how to handle static files, because this is something that can be very confusing. It's something that confused me at first. So just try to really follow along here. So I have our project, our BTRE project folder. This is just our root Django project. And then we have our BTRE theme, which is included in your resources. And we don't care about any of this stuff. All we care about is the dist folder, which has our HTML files. But right now I want to focus on this assets folder. Okay, this has like all of our CSS, our Bootstrap, everything, all the JavaScript, all the images, the fonts for Font Awesome, all that stuff. So we want to bring this into our application as static assets. So in our BTRE project, what we're going to do is go into this folder, this BTRE folder, and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this static. Okay, and then this is where I want to put our main static files. So the whole CSS folder, the whole JS, and the whole web fonts, I'm going to copy and bring that in. Now the images, some of this stuff we don't want, because like the homes, for example, these are all images we're actually going to upload through the admin area when we create our listings. Same thing with the realtors. So we don't want those. All we really want is the light box and then these images. Okay, so we want these in a folder called IMG. So let's create IMG up here. Okay, and then we're going to let's bring all of these images and the lightbox folder. Okay, so just to reiterate, inside our main BTRE project, we have a folder called BTRE that was generated when we ran start project from Django admin, and then we put our static folder in there, and I just brought everything into that. Okay, so let's make sure that you have that. Okay, so now we need to go to our settings file. So we want to go to btre settings.py, and you can see at the bottom here we actually have a static URL set to static, but we want to add two other things here. One is going to be the static root. Okay, and the idea of this is when you deploy your application, you run a command called collect static, and it goes into all of your applications or all of your apps, and if it has a static folder, it takes everything out and puts it into a root static folder. So that's what we're defining here. So we're going to say os.path.join, just like we did with the templates, and say base directory and then static. Okay, and then we want to do one more value here, which is going to be static files underscore dirs. Okay, and we want to set the location of the static folder we just created, which is in this BTRE folder. So the way that we can do that is os.path.join base dir, and then we want btre/static. Okay, so that should be the correct configuration. Let's save this. Now, if I bring this up here and I do a python manage.py help, you'll see there's actually a command called collect static. Okay, so that should actually find any static folders we have and create one into whatever we define as the static root. Okay, and you could call this anything, assets, I'm just going to leave it as static. But let's go ahead and try to run that. So if we say python manage.py and we say collect static, let's run that. Okay, so 150 static files copied, and you can see that it actually created a static folder in our root, which has not only the stuff that we put in the BTRE, but also the admin, okay, the static admin files. So when we deploy, this is actually where it looks for everything, including the admin CSS and all that stuff. So once we put this on our server, we want to run that command. Now, one thing we don't want is to push this to our repository. So we're going to go to our .gitignore, and we're actually going to add /static, okay? And then another thing that I forgot to do is to add a slash in front of media, because I only want the root static and media to not be pushed to the repository. All right, so we'll go ahead and save that. Okay, and you can make your git commits and that on your own. But now that we have our static files set up, we can move on to basically bring in our Bootstrap theme, bring in all that markup. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. Alright guys, so in the last video we took care of our static files. We should have a BTRE folder with the static folder for all the stuff that we created, you know, with our theme, and then our main static folder in the root will have all that plus the admin. Okay, and this is when we deploy, this is where it'll look to. Alright, so now what I want to do is start to implement our Bootstrap theme. So I'm in my base HTML layout, which is in the templates folder, and we're going to start to kind of just add stuff to this file from our Bootstrap theme. Now, the way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to use Sublime Text, which is a different text editor. Hold on, let me just open up a new window here. And I'm going to open up the Bootstrap theme in Sublime Text. That way I don't get confused by which is which, you know, so I'll know that if it's Sublime Text, it's just the theme, just the HTML, and our main project is in VS Code. So you don't have to do this. If you want to open it in the same text editor or something else, whatever you want to do is absolutely fine, but this is what I'm doing. So I'm going to go to Project. I know you guys can't see the menu, but I'm going to Project, Add Folder to Project, and I'm going to find my, let's see, desktop. I'm going to go to BTRE resources, BTRE theme, and I want the dist folder. I don't care about any of this. That's just for development for the theme. So we just want our dist folder. All right, so now over here, I'm going to open up index.html, and we want to start to bring some of this stuff over. So we're going to start with the head. This is where we include our static files like Font Awesome, Bootstrap, our custom style sheet, and so on. So I'm going to copy these lines and go back to VS Code into our base HTML, and I'm going to paste these in. All right, then I'm going to go and navigate to the bottom where we have all the JavaScript, which are these three script tags here, and I'm going to copy these, and I'm going to go to VS Code. I'm going to put that right above the ending body tag. Okay, now if I save this the way it is, obviously I know that a lot of you guys know that this is not going to work. So if I reload this and we take a look at our Chrome tools and our console, we're going to get a ton of errors here because it's looking for these files and they're nowhere to be found. Okay, because if we look at where they're pointing to, it's looking at assets, CSS. We don't even have an assets folder. So the way that we can reference the static files that we just brought in, we have to actually do a couple things here. So at the very top of this HTML file, if you want to use static, if you want to use the special static helper, I guess we can call it, you want to use your template tags here, and you just want to say load static like that. Okay, now wherever we have a static file coming in, like let's say this all.css, which is the Font Awesome file, what we want to do is in the href, we want to first of all get rid of this assets slash because there's no such thing in our Django project, and we want to open up a template tag. So we want to do %, and we want to say static, static, and just space, and then we want to wrap the CSS slash all.css in single quotes, and then we want to end the tag like that. All right, so this will actually reference whatever our static folder is, which we defined in our settings, and it'll look for a css/all.css. And it should be able to find it, hopefully. So now I'm just going to copy this whole thing here, and let's go to the next one, which is Bootstrap, and we'll paste that in, and we'll just change this to Bootstrap. And then this one here, we'll change this to Style. Alright, so that should take care of the CSS. Actually, I forgot the lightbox. That's in there, correct? CSS lightbox min, yeah. Alright, so let's add that as well. So we'll say lightbox. And I'm just going to copy this. And this is going to be lightbox dot min dot css. Okay, and the reason it wasn't here is because I copied this from the index page in the theme, and the index didn't include this file. So now let's go down to the bottom here where we have the JavaScript, and it's the same idea. So what we can do is again use our template tags and say static, wrap this in single quotes like that, and then close it. Oops, I keep doing like a PHP tag. Actually, that would be a $sign for PHP. But we want to do the same kind of thing. So let's actually just copy like this and like that. This should actually be JS slash, and then let's do the same thing right here. And then we want just the end to be a single quote and then a closing tag like that. Alright, so again, it should be looking in whatever our static folder is and then looking at these locations. Okay, and then again, we want to add the light box, so I forgot about that. So let's copy that down. We'll do JS slash lightbox.min.js. Alright, so make sure that that's saved, and let's go back to Chrome, and now you can see Bootstrap is already working here. Let me just move this over a little bit. There we go. Alright, so Bootstrap is kicked in, and the only errors we're getting over here because we don't have the jQuery loading GIF. I don't have that there, and that's fine. This inner HTML is because if we look at our main.js, so let's take a look at our main.js. What's going on is in the template there's a class of year, okay, a div with the class of year, or a span I think it is, and we're just putting in the year dynamically using JavaScript. And that span doesn't exist, so it's giving us an error. As soon as we add that error will go away, so there's no need to worry about that. Alright, but this is how we implement static files inside of our template. So now what we're going to do is start to bring over some of the stuff that we want on every page, like the nav bar, the top bar, things like that. So if we head over to Sublime Text where we have our theme, let's go up to the top and let's grab the top bar. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this, all of it, and then also the nav bar, which is directly under it, and stop there, because the showcase, obviously, that doesn't go on every page. So we're just going to copy this, the nav bar on the top bar, go back to our base HTML, and let's put this right above the block content. Alright, so yeah, we'll put that above the block content. And then the other thing that goes on every page is the footer. So I'm going to go back to our theme and go all the way down and grab our footer. And this is what I was talking about, a span with the class of year. This is where the year gets inserted. And it wasn't finding that, so it was giving us that console error. So let's copy this and go back and put this after the block content, so right here. Alright, and I don't have prettier formatting on save anymore, so I'm just going to fix that up a little bit. Alright, so let's save that and let's go ahead and take a look. And there we go. Alright, cool. So These are going to show on every page. If we go to /about, let's see, does this go to no, this goes to about HTML, but we'll fix that. But let's just check out /about, and you can see now we're on the about page. One last thing I want to do before I end this video is show you that we can use partials. Okay, so I don't want our base HTML to be cluttered up with all of this markup. So what we can do is we can create a separate folder in our templates folder called partials. All right, now inside partials, I want to put the nav bar, everything we just brought in, the nav bar, the top bar, and the footer. So we want a separate file for all of those. Now, since they're partials, the convention is to use an underscore in front. So we're going to say underscore navbar.html, and we'll create underscore topbar.html, and let's also create underscore footer.html. Okay, and then we can simply bring that stuff in. So we'll start off with the top bar. I'm going to go from here, oops, went too far, down to here, and just cut that. And we're going to put that in the top bar HTML and save. Okay, I'll just close it for now. And then the nav bar will grab all that markup, which ends right here. Cut that out. Put that in here and save. And then finally the footer. We'll cut that, put that in footer, save that. Okay, and now we just need to bring those in, and that's very simple with using the template syntax. So I'm going to just put a comment and say top bar, and we want to use our template tags, and we want to just do include, and it's in the partials folder, and it's underscore topbar.html. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that. We'll go down below, and this is going to be the nav bar. So we want to include nav bar HTML. All right, and here, let's say main content, and then lastly, we want the footer. So underscore footer.html. So save, and now we should get the same results. Let's go back and reload, and we get the same thing. Okay. Oh, the logo. So the logo is also a static asset. So we have to do the same thing we did for this, like the CSS and the JavaScript and all that. So we're going to go to our navbar partial, because that's where the logo is. You can see we still have it pointing to like assets. So we want to change that. Now remember, if we're going to be using static, we need to, up at the top, we need to load static. Okay, and then let's see, let's go down to where we have our logo. We're going to get rid of the assets, and we're going to put in our template tag and say static, and then put this in single quotes, and then end it. All right, so we'll go ahead and save that, and let's go back, reload, and there's our logo. Oh, all right, so we can close this up. And in the next video, I want to start to add some of the stuff for the index page. Then we'll move to the about. We'll also take care of the links here. We can use some special conditionals to make these active when we're on the correct page. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, so in the last video, we took care of our layout using Bootstrap and using the, putting the top bar, the nav bar, and the footer in, because these are things that are going to be on every single page. So we wanted these in our base HTML file. I also showed you how to link static assets using load static. So now we're going to work on the inner content here. So we'll start on the index page. So let's head over to Sublime Text, which has just our theme. Okay, this is all just the HTML. And what I'm going to do is copy everything that we don't have, that we didn't put into the base HTML. So we have the footer and the script and stuff. So let's start right here at the bottom above the footer, and then go all the way up until we hit under the nav bar. Okay, which I already passed, so we want to go back down. So right here to the showcase. Okay, so I'm going to copy all this, and this is all going to go into our index.html. Now remember, right now everything is just static. It's like this form is obviously not going to work. We're not going to get the latest listings. We haven't even installed a database yet. We just want to get the markup to show, and it's going to be like that for quite a while until we get into creating our models and all that stuff. So just keep that in mind. All right, so let's head to, I hate when I have so many things open at once. We're going to go to our project, and let's close this up. Actually, base HTML we can close up for now, and then let's go to, let's see, templates, pages, and then index.html, which should look like this right now. All right, and then we're going to just replace this H1 with everything that we just copied. So I'm going to paste all of that in and save, and then let's go back to Chrome and reload, and there we go. So we have basically just kind of a shell of an application. It's not actually fetching anything or anything like that. It's just basically the HTML placed in a template. Now as far as the listings here, remember, we're going to be adding the listings from the admin area, which we haven't even talked about yet. So the images will come from somewhere different. They're not going to come from the static files. Okay, so this will look like this for now, so don't worry about that yet. And then, yeah, so the rest will just keep as is. Now let's do the same with the home page. So I'm going to go to the theme that I have open in Sublime Text and go to About HTML and just get everything below the nav bar, basically between the nav bar and the footer. So here, and if I can scroll down to here, right above the footer, and I'm going to copy that. Okay, we're going to go to the about.html in our Django app, and we're going to paste that in. Okay, so let's save that, and let's take a look. So now I'm just going to navigate to /about, and there's our about page. Now remember, there is a static image on this page. Okay, so there is that picture of the inside of the office. So we do want to include that. So let's head on over back to that About HTML. This other stuff, the realtors, this is going to be coming from the database, so we don't need to worry about that, or the seller of the month. We just want to go up to, let's see, right here where it's loading this assets about.jpg. So we want to actually load static, and it's very important to know that when you extend a layout like we are here, it has to be the first line. So our load static can't go at the top, it has to go below that. So let's say load static, and then we'll go back down to this about JPEG. Let's get rid of this. Okay, we're just doing the same thing that we've been doing by saying static. I want to wrap this in single quotes and then close that up. Alright, so we'll save that. Let's take a look, and we reload, and there's the image. Alright, so now what I want to do is talk about linking. Okay, so linking to, you know, we have in the breadcrumbs, we have a link. We have a link here. This will go to the listings, which hasn't been created yet, so we'll do that a little later. We'll also do link in the nav bar, the home and the about at least. So to link, let's use the breadcrumb right here. So you can see it's going to index.html. That's obviously not what we want. So in here we want to put in our tags, and we want to do URL, single quote, and then index. Okay, so let's try that. I'm going to reload. I'm going to hit home. Brings us back home. Now that index, if you're wondering what this is, where this comes from, is if we go to our pages app and we go to urls.py, we named this index. So we can use this basically in, to link to. Same thing with about. So let's go to our nav, okay, our nav partial here. And we have the branding, which I want to go to the home page. So we'll simply throw in URL index there. Same thing for home. And then for about, we're going to say URL about because that's the name we gave it. So let's save. And now if we reload, we should be able to go back and forth. Okay, now for listing, we have a featured listings. If we try and do that here, URL. Okay, so if I save that and we go back and reload, we get an error because that doesn't exist. It doesn't even let us put it as a link. It's just not going to work. So for now, I'm just going to do index. Okay, and then later on when we create our listings app, we'll fix this. All right, so now what I want to do is handle the highlighting of the link, because right now if we go on the about page, home is still highlighted. It's still active. And if you're not familiar with Bootstrap, what's causing that is the class of active on the li. Okay, if we move the active to the li of about, that will be highlighted. But we want this to be dynamic. If we go to the about page, we want that to be highlighted. And this is going to add a little bit of clutter to your template because we have to use conditionals. But if you want that functionality, then this is how you're going to have to do it. I mean, there's other ways to do it. There may even be shorter ways, like cleaner ways, but this is just the way that I do it. So what we want to do is we need a conditional if that conditional is met. So if this is the home page, we want to display class with active. If it's not, we want to display class without active. So I'm going to get rid of, actually I'm going to copy this, or cut it rather. And this li, I'm actually going to go on to the next line. Okay, make sure that you're inside the li, you have the angle bracket down here. And we want to do an if. Okay, so in these templates, you can do if statements. So I'm going to say if slash is equal to request dot path. Okay, so we're testing the request path, so basically the page. If that's true, then I'm going to paste in what we have. So we want class and we want active included in that. Now if it's not, so we want to do an else. If it's not, then we want class without active in that. Okay, so let's save that. Let's test that out. So if I reload, what's this? Unclose tag. Oh, I forgot the end if. So right here we have to do end if. Okay, so about, there it is. It's highlighted. Home. It's highlighted. We go to about and it's not. So we need to do the same for about. So what I'll do is copy all of this, so the whole li tag to the last angle bracket, and then I'm gonna just paste this in for the about li, like that. And the condition is going to be a bit different when it's not the home page. So instead of doing like slash equals request path, we're going to do if about. Okay, so if about in request path, request.path. Okay, if that's true, then we want active. If not, we don't. So let's save that. And let's go back to our browser and reload, and you see home is highlighted. Now if I go to about is highlighted, okay, or active. So good. Now once we do the listings, we'll have that working as well. It's the same thing with the register and login, but for now we only have the index and about page. So that's all we're going to do for now. All right, so just quick note before we move on. I know that I said this in the beginning, but this is a little different than a lot of other courses. It's not just Django, like here's how you do this, here's how you do this. We're building a real application, and I'm building it as if it were a real application. And what I would do is have all of the templates created, all the views in the UI before I do anything with the database, setting up models, migrations, stuff like that, the admin area. I just want to get the front end UI done before we do that. Okay, so next what we'll do is create our listings app. Okay, we're going to create our listings app, and I think we'll create the realtors app too at the same time and get that template up. So when we can actually go to featured listings and we'll see the static content. And then once we do that, we can start to think about our models and how to set them up. And, obviously we need to install Postgres and all that stuff. All right, so hopefully you guys can appreciate that. It's not really a traditional course. It's more of a project, hands-on project course. So that's it. I will see you in the next video. All right, guys, so now that we have our index and about page done as far as the display, the UI, I want to create our listings app and also our realtors app. Okay, so once we do this, we should have two new folders, listings and realtors, and it'll be similar to the pages folder structure with all the admin.py, the apps, models, tests, URLs, and views. Well, actually, URLs we create ourselves. So let's go ahead and generate these apps. So we're going to say Python, make sure you're in your virtual environment. We're going to say Python manage.py, and we want to do start app, and we're going to create an app called listings. Okay, so now over to the left, you can see it created a folder called listings. Let's do the same with realtors. Okay, so realtors is, listings, obviously we have the listings page, we have the single listing page and all that stuff. We have the search page. That's going to be part of the listings app. Realtors is more just for the model. We're not going to have any templates or views for realtors. It's just to basically to be able to add realtors through the admin area and then basically form a relationship between the realtor and the listing. Okay, so let's start off by adding our listings templates. So we're going to go into, templates, and let's create a special folder for listing templates. So I'll call this listings. And inside here, we'll create a folder called listing.html, okay, singular. That's for the single listing page. We also want listings, plural, for, the list of listings. And let's also create one called search.html. Okay, so those are all the templates that we need. Now, for listings, we're going to have some URLs, obviously, that we need to connect to. So that means we need to create its own urls.py. So inside the main listings folder here, we're going to create a new file called urls.py. And this is going to be similar to what we did with pages urls.py. So I'm actually going to just copy that and bring that over to the new one here. So we want to import path. We want to import from views, URL patterns. For just, if we leave this empty, this pertains to slash listings, or at least it will. So we want that to call the index method inside of the listings views folder, or views file. Okay, and we'll name this listings. Okay, let's see, for the single listings, we actually want it to look like this. So it'll be our, whatever our URL is, slash listings slash, and then the ID, like let's say listings 23. So we need to include a parameter in our URL here. So it'll be slash listings and then the ID. So what we need to do is put in some angle brackets, and we need to put the type that we want, which is going to be an int, and then what we want to call it, which is going to be listing underscore ID. Okay, so that'll be how we can actually access this parameter from within the view method. So we'll have this go to views.listing. That'll be the name of the method, and then the name we'll call listing. Okay, singular. And then the last URL we're going to need here is going to be the search. So we'll call this search, and it'll go to a method called search. And as far as the URL, we want it to be listings/search. So we just want to put in search here. Okay. And the reason we're not putting in like listings/search here is because we're actually going to link this to the main urls.py and tell it that anything that has listings/ should look at this file. So let's save this. And we're going to now head over, and we're going to get errors here because we haven't created these methods yet. But let's head over to the main btre urls.py, and we want to do the same thing we did with our pages app. Okay, and another thing we have to do is add our app to the settings file, which I always forget to do. So let's go ahead and just create another one here, and this time we're going to do listings/. Okay, so anything that is listings/ is going to go to listings.urls. So let's save that, and then let's go to our settings file before I forget again. So we'll go to settings.py and go up to where the apps are, which are installed apps, and let's copy this down twice. We want to bring in listings.apps.listingsconfig, and then we also want to bring in our realtors. So this will be realtors config. It'll be realtors.apps. Okay, so we'll save that. So now we need to create our view methods. So in our urls.py for listings, we have index, listing, and search. So let's create those. So we'll go into views, and let's see, we're gonna get rid of that. Let's do define index. So index is going to be just the main listings page. Okay, this takes in a request, and what we're going to do here is render the listings view. So we want to render, which is already brought in above, pass in the request, and then the view we want to render is going to be in listings, and it's going to be listings.html. Okay, so now what I'll do is just copy this and paste that in. Let's do it one more time. So we have index, we also have just listing, and what I'm going by is this right here: index, listing, and search. So those are the three view methods that we want to create right now. So listing, and the template that will load is going to be listing.html. Then we have search, and that's going to load the search.html. Okay, now as far as the HTML pages, for now let's just put H1s in there. So we'll say this is listing. We'll save that. This one is listings, save that, and then this one is search, save that. Okay, so now if we try to resave this urls.py, those errors go away. Okay, let's just check on our server, make sure that's still running. Okay, so that looks okay. Let's see, what do I have this open? I guess I can close one of these. I'll close that one up. All right, so now let's go to our application, and let's try to go to /listings. Okay, so we get an error. Let's see, page not found. Why does it say about? Let's see, I think I messed something up here. Let's check the root urls.py. So path listings / include listings.urls. That should be right. And then we have our listings app urls.py, which looks like this. So views.index, name equals listings, so that looks all right. And then we have our views. URL define. You know what? Let's current path listings didn't match any of these. Oh, I have just listing. This should have an S on the end. All right, let's try that. Okay, so we get a different error. The view listings dot view index didn't return an HTTP response object, and that's because I didn't return the render. So let's go back to views and make sure that we actually return these. And I could edit this stuff out, guys, but I really don't like to because it's just real stuff. It's stuff that happens in real life, and I don't like tutorials and courses that are just cookie cutter, and it's not, you know, it's not realistic to never forget something or make mistakes or anything like that. And it's important for new developers to know that. So let's save this and let's go back and reload, and there we go. So now we're loading our listings template. Now remember, we didn't extend the base HTML, so that's why we're not seeing any of the bootstrap formatting or anything like that. So let's do that. Let's go to listings.html, and from here we want to extend the base HTML. So let's go up top and put in our tags, and we'll say extends base.html, and then of course we need our block. So we want to say block content, and right under that we want to end the block. Okay, so now if we save that and go back and reload, now we have our Chrome. Basically, what I mean by Chrome is like our wrapper, our bootstrap wrapper. Okay, so yeah, we're just gonna work on the listings page for now. I just want to get at least just the static stuff here. So what I'll do is go to my Sublime text where I have just the theme, and go to our listings.html, and we want to grab everything that is under the nav bar, so this section here, all the way down to right above the footer. Because remember, the footer, the nav bar, that stuff is all included in a partial inside the main layout. So we want everything down to the footer. And then we'll go back to listings.html. We're just going to paste that stuff in here. And let's save it and go back and reload. And there we go. Now we're not going to see the images because the images are actually going to come from when we go to the admin area and we upload a listing. We're going to upload those. We're going to upload some images, and that's what we'll show here. So I'm not going to mess around and just, you know, put a static image here just for show. It doesn't really matter right now. Okay, but let's see. What I do want to do is I want to add a link for this to go to home. Right now it's going to go to index.html, which obviously we don't want. And then these should go to, right now they go to listing.html, but we want these to go to the single listing page. So it'll be listings / and then whatever the ID is. All right. Well, I guess we'll do that after because we don't actually have IDs yet. So let's at least add to the breadcrumb link. So we'll go up to, let's see, where is it? Here's the breadcrumb. So right here, we're going to go like that. We're going to say URL, and we want this to go to the home page, which is in the index. Okay. Now, let me just try that real quick. Okay, so that works. Now, when we create the database, we create our listings model, we create all of our tables and stuff, what we'll do is reach into the database, pass the listings into the view, into the template from the view or from the views.py, and then we'll loop through the listings and output one of these divs, okay? Because right now we have listing 1, listing 2. We're not going to need all of this markup. We're only going to need to loop through the listings and output one of these and have dynamic, like the price will be dynamic. It'll be whatever the price for that current listing is and stuff like that. All right, so this will be, overall, this will be a much smaller file when we're done. Same with most of the HTML stuff. All right, so let's see. Now what I want to do is I want this to actually go to the listings page. So let's head over to the nav bar, which is a partial. So we want to go to templates, partials _ nav bar. And right now it goes to index. We want to change that to listings. Okay, so that should now work. Let's try it out. So if we reload this page and go to featured listings, there we go. Now we don't have it highlighted, so we want to do the same thing that we did with the other ones. So I'm going to copy this li with the conditional inside of it, and I'm going to paste this in place of this li like that, and we're just going to test for listings. Okay, we'll save that, go back, let's reload, and now we have a highlighted listings link. All right, cool. So that's going to be it for this, guys, and I'll see you in the next one. All right, guys, so we have our listings view all set, but of course it's just static HTML markup. We want these listings to come from the database, and we want to be able to add them through the admin area. But before we do that, we need to set up a database. Okay, so we're going to use Postgres, which is a very powerful relational database. It pairs very well with Django. If you've used MySQL or even like Microsoft SQL Server, very similar. They're all SQL or relational databases that use structured query language. Although with Django, we don't have to write raw SQL queries. We have a higher level ORM to deal with fetching data, inserting data, and so on. All right, so it makes it much, much easier. Now, as far as installing Postgres locally, it's a little different on Windows and Mac. What I would suggest if you're on Windows is to go to postgresql.org, go to download, click on Windows, and download the graphical installer, okay, and just go through that. I'm using version 10, so that's what I would suggest. If you want to use 9.6, that's fine. If there's a later version, later stable version, you can probably get away with that as well, so it's up to you. And if you've installed Postgres before and you know how to do it, if you have a different way of doing it, by all means, as long as you have Postgres on your system, then that's all we need. Okay, so on a Mac, I would suggest using Postgres app at postgresapp.com. This just makes things a little bit easier. It gives you a little interface to work with. So we're going to go ahead and click download here, and this is postgresapp.com. And before I actually install this, I just want to also mention another tool called pgadmin, and this gives you a graphical user interface to deal with your databases and can be very helpful, especially if you're not that comfortable with the terminal, if you want to look at your tables and your data, stuff like that. So we'll also get that installed, and this is available on Windows and Mac. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and let's actually download this too. So I'm going to go to download. Okay, if you're on Windows, you want to click here, but I'm on a Mac, so I'm going to click here, latest version. Wait, was that? Yeah, that's the latest version. I'm going to get the DMG. On Windows, it'll be an exe. All right, so now let's install Postgres app. So I'm going to open up that file that I downloaded. All right, so I'm just going to drag this Postgres over to my applications folder. And I have had this installed on this machine before, so there might be some very subtle differences than what you see, but I'll explain that. All right, so once that's in the applications folder, if nothing happens, just open it up from within the applications folder. So we'll go ahead and double click Postgres. You can close this up. And it should just ask us if we want to open it. So we'll go ahead and click open. And there we go. Now you probably, if you haven't installed this before, you probably won't see these three databases here, and you'll probably see something that says initialize. So just go ahead and click that initialize, and then you should see these. Okay, and this is your server settings, which includes your port number, the default Postgres port, data directory, config file. If you want to, edit any of those or whatever, you can go into there. So what I'm going to do now is double click on Postgres, and it's going to open up a terminal with, inside of our Postgres shell. So we need to create a new database. Now, as far as users, I'm going to use the Postgres user. Okay, you'll always have this root Postgres user, and I wouldn't use this in deployment, but in development, I think it's fine to use. So we're just going to use that. But we want to give the Postgres user a password. So what we want to do is \password and then the username, which is Postgres. Okay, and then we just want to enter a password. Okay, now we want to create a new database. So I'm going to say create database, and I'm going to call this btredb, and I'm just going to do owner. I'm going to specify that the owner should be the Postgres user. Okay, and then we want to put a semicolon at the end and run that, and we get create the database. Okay, now if we do a \L, which is a list databases, you'll see btredb and the owner of Postgres. Okay, so we should be good with that. So now we can exit this by doing a \Q. And now for PG admin, let's take care of that. So I'm going to go ahead and close this up. So just remember, we have a database of btredb, and the owner is Postgres. So now I'm going to just keep this running. We can close this up, but it's still running. You should actually see a little elephant icon in your top right if you're on a Mac. So for PG admin, let's see, where is it? Let's open that up. And we'll just agree. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to move this. I mean, we can run it from here, but I'm going to move it to my applications folder. So I'm going to just open a new Finder and go to my applications, which is right here. Okay, we'll bring that over. Because if you run it from here and then you eject it, it's not going to run anymore. It's not going to be available. All right, so now that that is in our applications, let's close this up and let's run PG4 or pgadmin 4. And we'll get this message. We just want to say open. It's going to start the program. This should also create a little icon up in the top right. And now this is going to run in the browser. Okay, it's a browser-based tool. And over here on the left under servers, you'll see that there's nothing here. Now, I believe on Windows, if you install Postgres and then you install pgadmin and you open it up, you'll see it'll just kind of create a server with your current databases. And if you want, you can create the database that we just created, the btredb, from here. Okay, because you can create databases from here. If nothing is here, then just simply say create server and give it a name. I'm going to call mine DB server, and go to connection, and you want to specify that this is your local host connection, and then your username, Postgres, and whatever password you used for Postgres. Okay, which we just did in the terminal. So let's say save. And now if I go to DB server under databases, you'll see our btredb database, along with the other two, the default bit databases. But this is the one that we're going to be using. Okay, so I think everything should be configured correctly. Let me just check out the properties here. So why is that given? What's this? Just a spell check thing or something? The owner is Postgres. So definition, security. Now, I think we might have to add privileges here. Let's see. Let me just say Postgres privileges. Okay, so we probably want to do this, or we might get some restrictions. So I'm going to choose the Postgres user and say all. And that should be good. Grantor Postgres. I'm not sure if we need to do this since we're using the Postgres user, but I'm just going to do it anyways and just say save. All right, so we should be all set now, guys. In the next video, we're going to start to configure Django to use Postgres, because right now it's configured to use SQLite. So we're going to do that, and then we'll move on to migrations, and we'll start really getting into like our models and stuff like that. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, so now that we have Postgres installed, we're going to start to implement it with our Django app. Okay, now to use Postgres, we need to define our parameters in the settings file, but we also need to install a couple packages using pip so that it can basically like drivers to connect to Postgres. So make sure you're in your venv or whatever you call your virtual environment, and let's do a pip install, and we're going to do its psycopg2. So we want to install that. And then we also want to do that same thing, but dash binary. Okay, so we want to install those two packages. I'm going to clear this up. And then we're going to go to settings.py and go down to, actually, let me make this smaller. We're going to go down to where it says database, or databases. And this is where we want to set up all of our parameters. Okay, including the driver, including the username, password, things like that. So first of all, we want to change this SQLite 3 to PostgreSQL. And then for the name, we're going to get rid of this. And we just want to put what we called our database, which was btredb. Okay, then we also want to add the user, which in my case at least is Postgres, and then we want the password. Okay, so my password, I just used 1 through 6, and then we also want to add the host, which is going to be our local host. Okay, so let's save that. And by the way, my Django server is still running. If I go to my other tab here, you'll see my Django server still running. Now, as far as this message right here, you guys saw this a long time ago when we first started the server. Basically, we have some unapplied migrations, and a migration is a file that tells the database what to do, basically, as far as setting up tables and data columns and data types of each column and stuff like that. And Django has default migrations for things like the admin area for authentication. There's going to be users that have to do with the admin area. That stuff is all set up. Those migration files are set up. They just haven't been run and put into the database. So what we want to do now is basically run those migrations, and once we do that, we won't see this error anymore. So let's go ahead and I'm going to just stop the server here. Let's stop this and clear it up. Now, to basically to migrate, we're going to create our own migrations for like the listings and the realtors and stuff like that. But to run the current migrations that are already ready, like those 15 that were in that message, we just want to say Python manage.py and then migrate. Okay, now if something isn't right with our database, we're going to see an error here. So let's just try it out. Okay, it looks like everything went okay. Okay, so now we can, you could jump into your terminal if you want, or you can jump into pgadmin and reload. And let's take a look under servers, DB server. We're going to look under databases, btredb, schemas, public, tables, and look at that. Look at all these tables that have been created. So we have our auth user table, we have our user groups, even our migrations get tracked in the database. They have their own table, groups, permissions. All this Django stuff is now in the tables. Okay, that's exactly what we want. So we know that Postgres is now interacting with our Django application, which is perfect. All right, so let's hop back into VS Code and let's start our server back up. So I'm going to do Python manage.py run server, and now notice we don't see those red errors anymore. okay, because those migrations have now been applied. So we're now in a great place because we can now start to create our models, our database is connected, and we can start to create our own migrations so that we can create tables for listings and realtors and stuff like that. All right, so we'll get started on that in the next video. All right, guys, so before we actually jump into code, it's always a good idea to map out your database schema, okay, before you do that, because you want to know exactly what you're doing, exactly what fields you're putting into your models. So usually the way that you figure this out is by looking at the requirements. What needs to be displayed on this in this application and in this website. So I have the initial requirements here, and then I have a text file called schemas.txt, and we're just going to map out our schema. Now, if you want to use more advanced software where you can have a little diagram with boxes that are connected and stuff like that, you can do that. I just want to keep it simple. So in this file, let's say model /db fields. Okay, so basically we're going to have 3 separate tables for what we need, and one table is going to be listings, or I'll just call it listing because the model name will be singular, so we'll say listing, let's say realtor, and let's say contact. Okay, so basically listings are the property listings, so we have the realtors, and then contact is any inquiry that's made to the application should be saved in the database in a table, in a contact table. So let's start off by figuring out what fields the listings will have. Okay, now if we go down to the bottom here, we have listing page fields. So this is basically what they want displayed on the single listing page. So let's start off with just putting in an ID, because of course every table needs to have an ID column, and with Postgres, the way that things are set up, it's that ID will get put in automatically, and it will also be auto increment. So we don't have to worry about putting in the ID when we insert data. So an ID is going to be of the data type of int. All right, now we also want to connect realtors to listings, okay, because each realtor is assigned a group of listings. So when we go to, like, let's say 45 Main Street, there should be a realtor that's in charge of 45 Main Street. So that means that we have to have a realtor field, okay, and it's going to be an integer, but it's going to be a foreign key field. So I'm going to say foreign key from the realtor table, or the realtor model. All right, that way we can associate an entire realtor and all of their fields with a listing. So that way, like if we wanted to display in their image or their name or their contact info in a listing page, we could do that because we have an entire realtor connected to the listing. So next thing we'll need is a title, as you can see in the document. So let's say title. Title is going to be a string. Let me just put a colon here. Okay, so we have title, we have address. In most cases, the title will be the address, but they'll have the option for it not to be. Also, you can see they want the whole address, so we'll also need a city, which will be a string. We'll need a state, string. Let's do zip code. Okay, so that's the address. We also want a description, which is actually not here, is it? It's actually not in the initial requirements. I may add it so you may see it, but it's not here. But we know that we do need a description. Okay, and that's going to be a string. Actually, that's going to be a text field, which is a little different because it's going to be longer. So we also want price. Okay, price is going to be an int. It's not going to be a float because there's not going to be any there's not going to be any decimal points. We're not going to do cents on prices of homes, so an int is just fine. Let's see. We also want bedrooms and bathrooms. So bedrooms is going to be an int, just the number of bedrooms. Same thing with bathrooms. Okay, so let's see what else we want. Garage. Garage is going to be an int. It's the number of garage. We'll do 0 as the default. Let's see. We also want a list date. So let's do list underscore date. That's going to be of the type of date. So realtor name and image. This is going to come from this foreign key right here. So we'll be able to get anything about the realtor by forming that relationship. We also need the square feet and lot size. Forgot about that. So let's go right here. We'll say SQFT. That's going to be an int. And then lot size. So lot size is actually going to be a float because I want to be able to do, say, like 1.2 acres or 2.3 acres or something like that. So we'll say float for lot size. Let's see. So for images, we basically want to have one main image, and then it says 5 other images, but I want to do 6. So we're going to do, photo underscore main, which will be string. And just to be clear, we're not actually storing images in a database. We're storing the location of the image. That way we can fetch that location and we can simply put it into an image source so that it displays on the page. Okay, so we'll have the main image, and then we'll have photo underscore 1. Oops. And then we'll have 1 through 6. So I'm just going to copy that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'll just go ahead and change these up. Oops. Okay, so 1 through 6. And that should do it for our listings. Okay, so these are all the fields that we're going to need in the listing model, and these will all get created as rows in the listings table in the database. So now let's do the realtor. So for realtor, we're going to have an ID. Okay, all tables will have an ID that will be an int. We're also going to want the realtor's name. So let's do string. And for name, it's going to be first and last name. I don't want to have them separate fields. Also photo, there should be one photo of the realtor. Also a description. So just like a short description. I'll say text for that. And let's see, we're going to want an email, a phone. Now remember they want the option to do a seller of the month, so we need a field for that, which will be a Boolean. That reminds me of something I forgot in the listings as well, which I'll get to. But I'm going to call this is MVP, just something short, just is MVP, and then that will be a Boolean. All right, now what I forgot up here in the listings is, remember, they also want the option to to publish and unpublish listings. So we need to add that as a field as well. So let's go right here and say is underscore published. Okay, and that's going to be a Boolean. And then in brackets here, let's put the default. So we want the default to be true. It should be published by default. All right. Also, garage, I want to have a default of 0. And then for the is MVP, of course, we want a default of 0. And the last thing we want for realtor is the hire date. Okay, so that's going to be a date. So that's just the date they were hired. All right, so I'm going to just save this so far. And now we just have the contacts. Okay, remember, contacts are just like the inquiries that are sent in. So each one will have an ID. Let me just move this up. All right, so we'll have an ID. Also, we want to know which user sent in that inquiry if the user is registered and logged in. So let's say user underscore ID, and that will be an int. And we also want to know the listing int, and I'm also going to do the listing ID. So the listing is actually going to be connected to the title or the name of the listing. And then the ID will obviously be the ID. Okay, we also want a name, which would be string. That'll be the name of the person that's sending in the inquiry. We want their email, phone, and a message. And then we also want a contact date, okay, which will be a date. And that's it. That's our entire schema. So when we create our models in Django, we want to model it after this file and after all of these fields. Okay, so that's all I wanted to do in this video, guys. In the next one, we'll start to actually create the models. All right, so I'll see you then. All right, guys, so in the last video, we mapped out our schemas for listings, realtors, and contacts or inquiries. Now we're going to actually create some models. Okay, I want to create our listing model, and then we'll create our realtor model, and then we'll run a migration that will create the tables in our database based on those models. So this is actually a Django documentation link here. You can see up here. And this is for model field reference. So when we set up our fields, we need to basically give them certain types. Okay, and as you can see over here on the right, we have field types. And there's a whole bunch. We're definitely not going to use all of these, but just notice we have like date field, char field is for like just that's going to be the most common one we use for like the title, the address, the city. Those will be char fields. Okay, date time field, email field, file field for files, and then you also have image fields for files that are specifically images, integer fields. We have text fields for longer text, URL fields. So if you want to check out the documentation and actually look into this, there's a lot of information here. Okay, so let's jump into VS Code, and we're going to go into our listings app. Okay, so our listings folder, and let's open up models.py. Okay, every time you create an app, it's going to create a models.py file. So I'm going to just get rid of this, and the way that we define a model is with a class. So we want to call it class, and it should be the singular version of the app. So in this case, listing. And then we want to pass in here models with one M, models dot, and then uppercase M model. So basically we're extending the core model, which gives us a whole bunch of stuff to work with. Okay, and then we just want to define that class. And then within that, we create all of our properties. So the first one I'm going to create is the realtor. And this is going to be I guess the most difficult one, because this is going to be part of another table. So it's going to be the foreign key of another table so that we can form a relationship between realtors and listings. So we're going to set this to models dot foreign key. And this is going to take in the name of the other model that we're relating, which is going to be realtor. Okay, and then it takes a second parameter of what to do when you delete, because if you think about it, if you have a realtor attached to a listing and you delete the realtor, what do you want to happen to the listing? Should the listing delete too? In some cases you may want it to. I don't, so I'm going to actually set this equal to models dot do nothing. Okay, so that will just that will just leave it. It'll leave the listing alone even if I delete the realtor that's associated with it. All right, so next thing is going to be the title, and this is going to be set to models dot, and remember I showed you all the different fields that are available. We're going to use char field for this, which is just a basic text basic text field, and this takes in a max length, and this can be whatever you want. I'm just going to say 200. Okay, so it shouldn't be longer than 200. And then let's copy this down. Let's actually just copy a bunch down. Okay, so after title, let's do the address. And most of the time, the address and title are going to be the same, just because that's the way that I want to format it. But you could have a different title than the address. And for I guess I'll leave that at 200 as well. Okay, so the next field is going to be the city, because the address is just the street address. It doesn't include the city or anything. So we want city. We also want state, and we want zip code. Okay, zip code I'm actually going to set to just 20. State, we'll set state to 100. City to 100. All right, and then after zip code, we're going to do description. Okay, and description is going to be a little longer, so, or can be a little longer, so we want to do text field. Okay, we don't need a max length with text field. Also, I want to pass in blank, blank equals true. And what this means is that this field is optional. Okay, so it's not, if we're in the admin area, we're creating a listing and we don't put a description in, we won't get an error. If we don't put this in here, then it's going to look at it as required and it's going to give us an error. Okay, I want all this other stuff to be required. So next thing is going to be price, and price as far as the type is going to be an integer field. Okay, so we want to do integer field for the price. We don't need any parameters. You don't need a max length or anything. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna just get rid of these because then I don't want to just keep like deleting max length. Next thing is going to be bedrooms. So bedrooms is also going to be an integer field. So models dot integer field. Let's see, we also want bathrooms. Now, this is something that I haven't mentioned yet. Bathrooms, I actually want this to be a decimal field. And the reason for that is because you can have, you know, 1.5 bathrooms or 2.5 bathrooms, and I want to be able to do like 1.5, 2.5, and so on. So we're actually going to set this to models dot decimal field, and then we can format this a little bit. We can pass in max digits, and I want it to be 2. Okay, so the actual first number should be no longer than 2 digits. I mean, I don't think we have any houses with 100 bathrooms. And then decimal places we can also assign, and I just want 1 decimal place, so like 1.5, 2.5, and so on. We don't want 1.50 or anything like that. Okay, so that's the bathrooms. Next is the garage. Okay, so garage is going to be models dot integer field as well, except we want this to have a default value of 0. Okay, so the way that we can do that is just say default equals 0. So you can see how easy it is to set up our database using a model rather than going into like the Postgres shell or even something like pgadmin and doing all this you know, manually. So next thing is square feet. We're going to do SQFT for that, and let's say models. Square feet is just going to be a regular integer field, and we want lot size. So lot underscore size. Lot size is going to be a decimal field as well. For max digits, let's do lot size. We'll do 5 max digits, and then decimal places is going to be 1. Okay, because it's just going to be acres. Like we'll do whatever 2.4 acres and stuff like that. All right, so now we want to do the photos. Now in the schema that we created in the last video, I said it was a string, but that's in the actual database. With Django, we have different types of fields, like we have an image field, so that's what we want to use for the photos, for the images. But in the database itself, it'll be a string. So let's say photo underscore main, and let's see, so we'll say photo underscore main, and then we want to do models dot image field. Okay, now here is where we want to define where these get uploaded to. Now there's something called a media folder in Django, and we're going to set that up, and anything that we upload as far as images or files in the admin area is going to go into that media folder. But what we want to do here is define the folder that we want inside of that media folder. So we want to say upload underscore to, and you'll see all this in the documentation if you want to look further into this stuff. We're going to say upload to, and let's call the folder photos. Now we could leave it like that, but I want each photo to go into a folder structure of the date. So basically like the year, the month, and the day. And you'll see what I mean once we actually upload a file. But the way that we do this is we use the date format of % uppercase Y for year, % lowercase m for the month, and then % lowercase d for the day, and then slash. So this is the location inside the media folder that this field should go to, this image should go to. All right, we want to do the same for the rest of the images. Remember, there should be six other images, and those will be the little thumbnails that open with the light box. So I'm actually going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're going to just change the name of these to, this will be photo 1, photo 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, and then I want the same file structure here, but I want all 6 of these images to be optional. Okay, the main one is the only one that you actually need. You don't have to have 6 other images. So what we need to do is just add another parameter here of, just like we did above, blank equals true. Okay, that'll make it optional. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we'll put that for all of these. Okay, that way it's not going to complain if we don't upload all 6 photos. Okay, so now that the photos are taken care of, let's put our is published. Okay, so we want is published, and this is going to be a Boolean, so we want models dot Boolean field, and then we can set a default. Okay, we want that default to be true. We also want a list date. Okay, so list date. We're going to say models dot, and this we're going to use a date time field, and then we're going to set a default. Okay, now the default I want to be the current date and time. So in order to do this, we need to bring in the date time package from Python. So we're going to say from date time import date time. And then for the default, we'll actually take that date time and we'll say .now, which is a property that will give us the current date and time. Okay, but this I'm also going to set to blank equals true. All right, and then that should be it as far as fields. Now, with our admin area, when we have, I haven't even showed you the admin area because we have no models yet to really show you anything. But we're going to have a table that's going to display each listing. And we need to pick a field to be kind of the main field to be displayed. And what I would suggest here is the title to be the main field to display. So what we need to do is we need to go down here on the same level, no tab here, just do a def, and then we want to do a double underscore str, double underscore, and then self. Okay, and one indent here, and then we just want to return self dot whatever the main field we want to display, and that's going to be the title. Okay, so make sure you do that. And that's it. We'll save this file, and that's our model. Now we're getting an error right here because this realtor actually needs to be brought in from the realtor model. So up here at the top, let's say from realtors. Okay, we can just access any other app we want by just saying the name of it, and then we can get its models by saying realtors.models, and then we want to import the name of the model, which is realtor. Okay, we haven't created it yet, but we will. So let's save that, and you can see it's giving us an error because there is no realtor yet. We have to create that, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. Alright guys, in the last video we created our listing model inside models.py in the listings app. Now we need to create our realtor model, okay, because these are going to go hand in hand. We have a foreign key of realtor that's going to be linked to that realtor model. So let's go into the folder of realtors and then open that models.py, and we're going to, same thing, create a class, and we're going to call it realtor. And we also want to extend models, or models.model, and then we want to create our properties. Okay, remember ID we don't have to do, that's going to be automatic. Let's do a name. We're going to set that to models dot. It's going to be a character field. We'll give it a max length of, let's say, 200. Okay. Let's do a photo. Okay, so each realtor should have one photo. So models dot image field, and just like we did before in the last video, we're going to do upload underscore to, and let's set this to the same thing. So it's going to go into photos slash, and we want to do %y slash percent lowercase m slash percent lowercase d slash. Okay, next thing is the description. Description is going to be models dot text field, and I want this to be optional, so we're going to say blank equals true. Next thing is the phone. So phone is going to be a char field. We'll do max length equals, let's say, 20. Okay. Next is going to be the email. I'm going to do 50 for the email. Okay. Next is going to be is MVP. So this will be checked off if they're going to be the seller of the month. This is going to be a Boolean field. Okay, so we want Boolean field, and we also want to set a default. Okay, default is going to be false. All right, let's see. Let's do hire date. So hire date will be models dot date time field, and just like we did in the other model, I want the current date and time. So we need to actually bring in, we'll say from date time import date time, and then we can simply say default equals date time dot now, and I'm also going to do a blank equals true here. All right, and then just like we did with the listings, we want to have like a main field for the realtor, and I'm going to use their name. So let's say define double underscore str double underscore pass in self, and we're going to say return self dot, and then whatever field we want, which is going to be name. All right, so let's save that. So we now created our realtor model. Now this error we have here, if I just resave this, that error now goes away because realtor now exists in the realtor's models. Okay, it's what we just created. So now that we have the realtors and the listings models done, now we want to get this stuff into the database. Right now it's not in the database. If we look, even though we've saved the model, let's go ahead and reload. And it's kind of a pain because you got to navigate back down. But I just want to prove to you that just because we created the models, it doesn't mean that those tables are created. You'll see there's no new tables for listings or realtors. So we need to create a migration or make a migration and then run it. Okay, so let's head over to VS Code, and I'm just going to make this a little bigger here. And let's see, we want to run Python manage.py, and there's a command called make migrations. All right, now this make migrations is going to actually create a file. It's this itself is not going to do anything in the database. It's simply going to create the file that we can run to then update the database. And notice that in the listings folder, there's a migrations folder, which is empty aside from cache, PyCache. Same thing with realtors, has migrations. So what this will do is create a file that will get put in there based on the model. So if I run this, okay. So the reason that we're getting this error is because in order to use image field, which we've used plenty of times here, we need to have a dependency called pillow, okay, that we need to install with pip. So to fix this, we simply run, make sure you're in your virtual environment and run pip install pillow. All right, so now that we've done that, let's do the make migrations again. And notice that it's not only did it do listings. Now we could have done, and I actually meant to do make migrations listings, but it doesn't matter. Since realtors is a foreign key on listings, they both would have ran. Okay, but if we do make migrations, it'll just run all of them, okay, both of them. And it's created a file called 001 underscore initial.py inside both migrations folders. Okay, now if we take a look at these files, this is what migrations look like. Okay, and they include this this operations list with migrations.create model, has a name, and then it has all the fields. Okay, so this is basically what's going to be read into the database. Now there's actually a command that we can run to check out what the query would look like. So if we do, or what it will look like, we'll say python manage.py, and we can actually do, this isn't something you have to do, I'm just showing you it's an option. We can say SQL migrate listings. So we'll say listings and then the number of the file, which is 0001, and it will actually show us the SQL. So create table, and it's going to be called listings underscore listing because it's the name of the app underscore the name of the model, and then you can see it gives it an ID, serial, which means it's going to be auto increment. In Postgres, we have something called serial. Title is going to be varchar. Okay, varchar is the actual Postgres type. Okay, we have char field, which is the model type, the Django model type of the field, but this is the actual database field. Okay, so you can see the actual SQL. It didn't run this. It didn't do anything. It's just simply showing us what it will do. Okay, so don't think that you have to run that command. So let's clear this up, and now let's actually do the migrate. So whenever we have migrations up and ready, we can simply do python manage.py and then migrate. And we get 2 OKs from realtors and listings. So now that specific command actually changed the database, added the table. So let's take a look. Let's go to PG admin, or you can open your terminal if you want. You'll have to reload this and then just navigate back down to it. So btre db schemas public tables, and there they are, listings underscore listing and realtors underscore realtor. Okay, so our tables are now there, and if we look at it, I mean, we can look at the we could look at the data. There is no data, but we could say like all rows, and it would show us all the data that's in there. Okay, but you can see we have the ID, which is the primary key, title, address, city, all the different fields. So pretty cool. All right, so our database is all set. The next thing we're going to do is work on our admin area. Okay, now that we have the database tables in place, we want to make it so that we can actually add data, update, delete, whatever. So that's what we're going to get into in the next section. All right, guys, so now that we have our models created, we did our migrations, our database tables are created for the listings and for the realtors. Now we're going to start to work with the admin area, which in my opinion is one of the greatest features of Django, especially if you're a freelancer or someone that works by yourself, or just maybe with just a couple other people. You don't have this big giant team where they can create a custom admin area. It just gives you that right off the bat, okay, and you can customize it as you see fit. So if you make sure you have your server running, and if you just go to localhost 8000/admin, it'll bring you right there. Okay, it's been here all along. Now we don't currently have a way to log in, so what we need to do is head over to our terminal. Okay, I'm using my VS Code terminal, and we need to create a super user. If we do python manage.py help and take a look at, let's see, up at the top here, I believe, under auth, you see we have a create super user command. Okay, so that's what we want to use. So let's go ahead and run that. We'll say python manage.py create super user. So for username, I'm going to use, what am I going to use? I'll just use Brad, but you could use whatever you want. So email address, I'm going to say brad@gmail.com, which isn't a real email address, but I'm going to use it. And then your password. So for my password, I'm just going to use 123456. 123456. Okay, so it gives me just a message saying that my password sucks. Should we bypass the validation anyway? And I'm just going to say yes. All right, so now we have a super user. So let's clear this out and let's go back to the admin area. And I'm going to put in Brad, and of course use whatever you put in, whatever you used, and put in my sucky password and log in. And there we go. So now we are actually in the administrator area. Now from here, without doing anything at all, we can manage our users in groups. We can assign groups in Django. Okay, so we can add groups with different permissions. We can also create and manage users. So here's our Brad user. And notice that there's a staff status. So this is basically this just means that this user is an admin and they can actually log into this area, because a lot of times you'll have users that can log into the front end of your website, but you obviously don't want them to have access to this area. This is for staff only. Okay, so that's where is it? Right here. So staff status. So you check, if I uncheck this user will not be able to log in here. Okay. So that's that. Now, obviously, we want to be able to add listings. We want to be able to add realtors and stuff like that. So in order for that to happen, we need to go to our code. And let's go to listings. Okay, first we'll go to the listings folder, and we want to go to admin.py. Okay, so this is basically where we can customize admin stuff for the listings app. And I want to register the listing for the admin area. So we need to do that here. It says register your models. So I'm going to say, first of all, bring in my model. So from .models, I want to import listing. Okay, and I'm using listing because in my models, that's what I called it. So whatever you have here is what you want to have here. And then, let's see, to register it, we can say admin.site.register, and then we want to pass in the name of the model, which is listing, and we also want to pass in actually, let's just do that for now. I think that will actually work. Let's save it. Let's go back to our admin area and reload. And there we go. We get listings. Okay, so if I click on listings, we don't have any at the moment, but they would be listed here, and we can add them. Notice that we have all of the fields that we added, even realtor, so we can choose a realtor. Title, address, city, state, zip. These are all text. What were they called? Char fields. This is a text field. The price is an int, so we can also use these arrows. Just an HTML number field. And then bedrooms, bathrooms can be decimal. Garage is an int. Square feet int. Lot size is also a decimal. For some reason, the decimal places, they give you a longer input. Well, I guess that would make sense because you may have a lot of decimal points. Then we have photo main. Notice that these are dark and these are not. That's because the required fields are dark. And remember, we made these optional, so that's why they're not dark or bold like that. And then is published is a checkbox, and by default, it's going to be checked because we set the default to true. And the listing date is going to be the current date and time, but you can easily change it with the date picker, okay, and the time picker. So this is just amazing functionality to have right out of the box. Like, for us to create this interface would have taken just, I don't know how long, but a long time. So that's why Django is just an incredible framework, especially for freelancers. So I think what I want to do now, before we start adding data, is also add the realtors in the admin area. So to do that, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go back to VS Code, and let's just copy these two lines here and go to realtors admin.py and paste this in, except we're going to change this to realtor, and we want to register the model of realtor. Okay, so if I save that, we go back and we reload, now we can see realtors. If I say add realtor, we get the name, the photo, description, phone, email, is MVP, so that's for the seller of the month, and it's not checked by default because we set false to be the default value, and then the hire date, which of course we can change if we want. All right, so now we have realtors and listings as part of our admin area. And another thing you can do is over here you can view the site, you can change your password, so whatever user you're logged in as, you can change password, you can log out, and we're going to customize this pretty nicely. Like, we're going to, obviously, Django administration, we don't want that. You're not going to want to give this to a client with that. We're going to actually put their logo here, and we're going to change the colors to their branding colors so it matches the front end. And then we have a lot of customization to do for how the data is displayed. Right now you can't really see it because we haven't added anything, but once we add a listing, you'll see it's going to look a little funny. We're going to want to really specify what we want to show, like in the table and so on. All right, so we're going to do all that, but before we get into customization, I just want to add some data. Okay, so in the next video, we're going to go ahead and add our realtors, upload the images, all that stuff, and also add our listings. All right, and then we can work on customizing this admin area. All right, guys, so we're going to be adding some data here just to work with, and I would suggest that you follow along and you add these realtors and these listings and stuff just so we're on the same page. But before we do that, we just need to define some stuff for the media folder where the photos will get uploaded. So I'm going to go into VS Code and close these up, and I want to open up my settings file. So btre settings.py. We're going to go down to the very bottom here, and we need to set some stuff just like we did with the static files. So I'm going to go right here and I'm going to say, put a comment. We'll say media, or media folder settings, and we want to define a media underscore root. Okay, so I want this to be just in a root folder called media. So we're just like we did before, os.path.join. Okay, we want to pass in our base underscore dir, base directory, and then a folder called media. All right, and then we just want to set our media underscore URL and set that to media, okay, or slash media slash, just like we did with the static URL. All right, let's save that. Now, one other thing we have to do in order for our images to show up is we have to go to our core btre folder here, urls.py, so the main urls.py. And we just want to add on to this. We want to say plus static, and then we want to pass in here settings dot, and then media underscore URL, which we just defined, and then a second parameter of document, spell that right? Yeah, document underscore root, and we want to set that to settings, so our settings file, and then media underscore root. Okay, so these are the things that we just defined. If we don't do that, the things aren't going to show up correctly. Now we're getting an error here because it doesn't know what static is. We actually have to bring that in. We also have to bring in settings. So right above here, let's see, yeah, we'll go right here and we'll say from Django, it's going to be django.conf, we want to import settings. Okay, then we also want to bring in, I want to say from django.conf.urls.static, we want to import static. All right, so if I save that, now those errors go away. Okay, so it's just this little something that you need to do for the media files to show up in the front end. But you know, we're not even dealing with looking at the front end yet or showing listings or anything. We're just dealing with the admin area, but I wanted to get this over with. All right, so make sure you do that. Let's close that up and let's go back to our admin area. All right, now first thing we want to do is add some realtors. So let's go to realtors, add realtor, and we're going to add Kyle Brown. And we're going to go ahead and choose his image, which is going to be on my desktop. It's going to be in your resources, images, realtors, and Kyle. Okay, for a description, I'm just going to go to lipsum.com and just generate some dummy text here. So we'll say generate lorem ipsum, and I'll just grab like up to here. Okay, we'll go back, paste that in, and then phone, I'm going to say, let's do 555-555-5555. And then email, let's do Kyle@btrealestate.co. And then hire date, we'll say this is a fairly new company. We'll say he was hired in like 2017. And then we'll save. Okay, so now we have Kyle Brown. Now, one thing I want to mention is the reason we're seeing his name like this under Realtor is because of when we were creating the model for Realtor, we added this right here. Okay, otherwise it would say like Realtor Object 1 or something weird like that. So that's why this is pretty important to have here. And it's like that in other places as well. Like on the listings page, when we choose a realtor, let me just show you real quick. If we go to listings and we add a listing, it has his name. It wouldn't be like that if we didn't add that function. So just keep that in mind. So let's go back to realtors and let's add the other two. So let's say, who else did we have? We have Mark. So I think it was Mark. Oops. What was his name? What was his last name? You know what? Let's. I'm just gonna open up the theme real quick. So desktop. Let's see, theme and dist, and let's go to the about page. Okay, so this is just the static HTML. Mark Hudson, that's right. All right, so we'll go back here and say Mark Hudson description. I'm just gonna grab that same block of text and phone number. Let's do 444 and email. We'll say Mark. Let's say Mark at btrealestate.co. And as for hire date, let's say Mark is fairly new, and we'll save. Okay. So the last one is going to be Jenny Johnson. Let's grab her picture. Okay, paste in the same text. I gotta copy it again. And then phone number will be all threes. And email is going to be Jenny at btrealestate.co. And that's it. Let's make her hire date. Say she's been there for a while, since it started. So now we want to add some listings. So let's go to listings. We can actually just click add right here. Okay, we'll choose, let's take a look at the theme. These are just the theme files. And let's add 45 Drivewood Circle. Okay, in Norwood. So let's choose Kyle. We'll say 45 Drivewood Circle. So that's going to be the title. It's also going to be the address. All right, and that's going to be in Norwood, Mass, and zip code So I actually put like the real zip code 02062. 0062. I just want to make it look like as legit as possible, you know. The description doesn't really matter. We'll just grab like this first paragraph here and put that in. The price, let's see, the price will say $490. So 490, 1, 2, 3, 490,000. Bedrooms, let's do 3. Bathrooms, we'll say 2. Garage, let's see, we'll say 2. It's kind of a double garage, so we'll do 2. Square feet, we'll say like 3298. Doesn't have to be exact to the theme. Lot size, let's say it's like 2.3 acres. We'll choose a main photo. So I'm going to go to, let's see, images, homes, and I'm going to choose home 1. All right, so that's the main image. For the next, for the photo 1, I'm going to choose home inside 1. Okay, this particular listing, I'll have all 6 images, but they're not, you don't need to, oops, that should be home inside 2. Let me just see, home inside 2. And let's see, home inside 3, 4. And just imagine if you had to program this all yourself, it would just take so much more time. There we go. There's 6. So is published. We want that checked. List date is good. And that should do it. Let's save. Okay, so we have our listing. Now later on I'm going to show you how to customize it so we can show other fields here as well, not just the one list, not just the name. But yeah, again, this is showing because of that little function we added at the end in the model. If it wasn't, it would just say like listing object 1 or something. So let's add some other stuff, some other listings. So we have 18 Jefferson Lane by Mark. Say 18 Jefferson Lane. I'm going to use that as the address. I know this is kind of tedious and boring, but I want this to look like a legit site. So let's see, Woburn, Mass. 01801. 01801. And let's say Woburn. Mass. And if you guys want to do different information, you can. Oops. Let's grab description. Okay, so price on this one, and these prices might not be. I mean, this is Massachusetts. This would be way higher, but it doesn't matter. Let's say 550, 1, 2, 3. So bedrooms, let's say 4 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. Garage. There is a little garage, so we'll say 1. Square feet, I'm going to do 3100. Lot size, I'll say 1.5, and then let's choose our photos. So I want home 2 for this one. And let's choose a couple of these. So we'll do home 1. Home, oops, I can't. These should be inside. Home inside 1. Home inside 2, and let's do home inside 3. So we'll pretend we only have 3 for this, and then everything else is good. So let's save that. Good. Let's add another one. So this one, let's see, we have 187 Woodrow Street. So we'll say this is by Jenny Johnson. Okay, title, address, same. And we'll say Salem, Mass. Zip is 01915. 01915. Let's grab the text for the description. Price, let's say 580. These are very low for these areas. And let's see, we'll do square feet. Oh, what? Bedrooms, 3. Bathrooms, 3. Garage, 1. Square feet, 3,400. Lot size, we'll just do 1 acre. Photo, let's do home 3. Let's do photo. And if you want to just, if you don't, you don't have to watch the rest of this video. If you just want to add the rest of these homes, that's fine. Let's see, we did home inside 1. Let's do home inside 2. Home inside 3. We'll do 4. Home inside 4. Okay, save. Add another one. We have, let's see, 28 Gifford Street in Bedford, New Hampshire. So this will be Mark's. Gifford Street. Let's say Bedford. And let's do NH for New Hampshire. And zip code 03103. Okay. Price is $380, so a little cheaper in New Hampshire. And bedrooms, let's do 3. I know this isn't exact to the theme, but that's okay. Garage, let's see, 2 garages. Square feet, let's do a little smaller. We'll say 2,900. Lot size, bigger lot size, we'll do like 4.5. And then the photo is going to be what, home 4, I believe, right? Home 4. Let's do home inside 1. We'll just say that this one has 2 images. Okay, so we'll save that. Good, almost there. I know this is really tedious. So next one is 12 United Road in Southampton. We'll give this one to Kyle. 12 United Road. Okay, it's going to be in Southampton, Hampshire, and 03827. 3827. Description. And let's see, price is $230. Say, let's do 3 bedrooms, and let's do 1.5, 1.5 bathrooms. Garage is 1 square feet. Let's do 1980. Lot size 3.2. This is going to be home 5, which is right here. Okay, photo 1 and 2 and 3. All right, one more, which is 33 Essex Circle in Lexington. We'll do Kyle again because he's going to be seller of the month. So what was it? 33 Essex Circle. Lexington. State is Mass. Zip code 01731. And then let's see, let's get the description. And then the price is, this is going to be the most expensive one. This is $780. Bedrooms, let's say 5. Bathrooms, we'll say 4. Garage, 1 square feet. Let's do 5023. Lot size, do 1.7. And this is going to be home 6. Okay, just choose the insides. And you guys you don't have to match exactly what I do. Five and 6. All right, and we'll save. There we go. So now we have, I just want to change this, and just to show you we can update this very easily, I'll just say circle, like that, and go down and save. Also, when we choose a realtor here, if we wanted to add one, we could do that from here too. It just opens up, if you guys can't see that, it just opens up another little window here, and we can add a realtor, which is pretty cool. We can also delete realtors. We can change the selected realtor. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty intuitive for just a standard built-in system. All right, so now that we have all of these listings, in the next video, I want to look at customizing this a little bit because I want some more information in the table here. Also, I want to add some filtering options. So we could, for instance, filter by realtor or whatever other fields that we want. Just customize it a little bit. Also notice over here we have recent actions. So every time we add like a realtor or a listing or whatever, it shows right here, which is kind of cool. Now, one more quick thing. I know this video is getting really long, but when we uploaded those images, let's take a look at our file structure now. I'm going to close everything out. And we now have a media folder. Okay, that wasn't there before. It was created on its own because we set in the settings media root to this folder. And if we look inside, we have a folder called photos, because that's where, remember, we said the uploaded 2 photos, and then remember the date format we did. So what it does is it creates a year, and it creates a month, okay, whatever month it is that image is uploaded, and then the day. And all these images are put inside here. Okay, so if we upload a listing tomorrow, it'll get put into 0925. So it just keeps a nice structure to your photos. Okay, so that's that. I just wanted to show you that that's how the media files are being stored. All right, so that's it. In the next video, we'll do some customization to the admin area. All right, guys, so in the last video, we went ahead and added all of our data here to the back end. But now I want to customize the admin area. So there's a few things I want to do. I want to add some more fields to these tables. I want to have some filters and stuff like that. But before we do that, let's change this up here, just Django administration. I don't think anyone is ever going to want that there. You at least want your company name or something. So we're going to add the logo here, the BT logo that they sent us in the resources that we have in our static assets. I also want to change up the colors. I want the colors to match the front end. Okay, so if we go, let's say view site, we want to use this blue, this dark blue, and this green instead of the default Django blue colors. So that's what we're going to do in this video. So let's head over to VS Code, and first thing we want to do is go to templates, and we want to create a folder called admin. Okay, and then inside admin, we're going to create a new file called base_site.html. Okay, very important that you call it that. And what we're going to do is extend the admin template. And then we can actually change blocks. We can add certain blocks, including the branding block. So at the top here, let's do extends, and then we want to do admin/base.html. Okay, so that's the template we want to extend. And then we're going to want to use an image. We're going to want to use our logo. So we want to bring that in from our static assets. So we also have to load static. Okay. Now for the branding, or that where it says Django administration, we have to put whatever we want to put in there inside of a block. And this is going to be called block branding. Okay. And then of course we want to end that block. And inside here, we're going to put an H1 with an ID of head. And we're going to put in here, for now, let's just do BT real estate. So if we were to do that, let's save and let's take a look. Let's reload. There we go. So that it's as easy as that to change the text up here. But I actually want the logo. Okay, I want it to be the logo and then just say admin area. So inside this H1, I'm going to do an image and give it a class of brand_img. And for the source, it's in the static folder. So we want to put our tags, and we want to say static It's going to be in the IMG, and it's going to be logo.png. Okay, in the alt, I'll just put the company name, BT Real Estate. Okay, let's see what else. We want to put, I'm going to specify a height and a width, so I'm going to say height equals 50 and width equals 80. Okay, that way no matter how big the image is, it'll still just format it to look right. And then after the image, let's say admin area. Okay, so we'll save that. Let's go back and reload. And there we go. So now we have our little logo, and it says admin area instead of Django administration. Now for the CSS, if we want to edit that, we actually have to add another block down here. And we're going to say block, and then it's called extra style. Okay, so we want extra style, and that has to end. Okay, and then in here we can put a link. Let's say link. It's going to go to static. So static, and then css/admin.css. So we're going to have to create that file. And then I think that should do it. So let's save that, and let's go to, let's see, we want to go to our BTRE, and let's see, right here, static CSS, and let's create a new file called admin.css. So the first thing I'm going to mess with is the header. Okay, so it has an ID of header, and the reason that I know that is because I just used the Chrome tools here and use the element selector and select this, and you see it has an ID of header, and you can see the styles down here. So I want to increase the height a little bit to 50, and then also change the background to our blue, our branding blue, and also change the colors to white. I don't want this yellow color. Also for the link, this right here, these are links and they're yellow. I want to change that, this branding H1 as well. So let's head over to our CSS and let's change the height. So we'll say height 50 pixels. Let's change the background to the value of 10284E, which is the dark blue. And let's change its color to white. And then we also want to take the branding ID and then the H1, and we want to set that color to white as well. Alright, so let's save that and check it out. So we'll reload. There we go. And now there's a little more space under the logo because we increased the height. This background color changed and that yellow is now gone. Alright, so let's see. The next thing I want to do is all the links I want to be the excuse me, this dark blue color. So we'll do that. Also, if we go back to the home, these are still this actually no, before we get to that, let's handle this. If we take a look at what this actually is, it's the div with the class of breadcrumbs. And if we look in our styling here, you'll see div.breadcrumbs. So we want to override that. So let's first of all just do a. We're going to do all a link and a visited. And we're going to say color, and we're going to set it to this blue here. Okay, and then the breadcrumbs, we'll say div dot breadcrumbs. Let's set that background to the green. So the green is going to be 30CAA0. Let's save that. Let's go back, reload, and now we have that green color. All right. Let's see. I think that's good. Actually, I don't like the color of this right here, this link. Let's see what that is. Is that in the bread? Yeah, that's the breadcrumbs link. So you know what we'll do? Let's just make that black. So we'll say div breadcrumbs links. Let's say color, and we'll do 333. Let's see if that works. Okay, but what about this? Oh, so these are not the links. For those, let's do the blue. So we would just do color in the breadcrumb. So like color, like that. Let's see. There we go. And if you, I mean, you can do what you want. If you want to experiment, if you want to make them a little lighter, that's fine. So now if we go back to home, I want to take care of these blocks right here. And if we take a look at what these are, they're caption tags. And if we look at the styling, we want this right here, because you can see this is where that background color is. So we basically want all of these classes. So I'm going to go ahead and copy these and paste that in. Okay, and we want the background to be the green, so I'm going to just copy that and paste that in, and let's take a look. There we go. So now it's starting to look more branded, more like our client's branding colors or company colors. So I think that's pretty much it. Let's see if we go to the ad page, or let's go to like listings. Let's go here. I guess we could change these buttons if we want. Let's see. Yeah, let's grab this right here. And let's do a background of the blue. And then color white. Let's reload, and there we go. I don't have a problem with that, the save button looking like that. I mean, that's fine. So I think we're good for the CSS. In the next video, what I want to do is customize the tables a little bit. So like I want to have some other stuff here. Like let's see, what could we put here? We could do some location info, like the city. We could put the price, the realtor, things like that. Okay, so we'll start to customize this a little more in the next video. Alright guys, so in the last video we added the logo here in the admin area. We changed up the colors to match the company branding. Now I want to just mess with this a little bit. I don't want just the name of the listing here. I want to have some other data like the price and the list date, stuff like that. So to edit this, we need to go into VS Code, and we need to go to our, let's see, we want to go to our listings app and then admin.py, okay, where we registered the model. And we want to go right here and create a class called listing admin. And this, we want to pass in here admin.modeladmin. And then we can actually add certain variables here, or certain properties that relate to how things are displayed. But before I forget, this listing admin class, we just defined it. What we need to do is pass it in here, okay, or it won't work. So I want to define what I want in the table or in the list. So we say list display, and you can see we have a whole bunch of pop-ups here of different things we can do, but let's do list display. And we want to just set a parentheses and then the fields we want. So I actually want to show the ID. I want to show the title, which already is showing, but I want to show that still. I want to do is published. And what's really cool, when you do a Boolean value, it actually shows like a little checkbox or like an X. if it's not published. So that, I think that's pretty cool that it does that automatically. Shows a little icon. We could do like the city and state and stuff like that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to do price, and I'm going to do list date, and I'm going to do realtor. Okay, so let's save that. I forgot I don't have prettier enabled. So let's save that. Let's go back and reload. And there we go. And see the is published. You actually have these little check boxes, which is pretty cool. And I'm going to show you how we can make it so that we can click these here and actually publish and unpublish them without having to go in. But first, notice that I can't click on the title to get to the page. I can click on the ID, and the reason for that is because it's the first one. But I also want to be able to click on the title. So the way that we fix that is by adding right under this, we can say list display links right here. So list display links, and then pass in any fields that we want to actually link. And for me, what I want to choose is ID. So we'll keep the ID, and then also title. Okay, so we'll save that, and now let's go back and reload. And now we can click on the title. Okay, and you could make any of these go to the page if you wanted to. So let's see, we can also filter. I want to be able to filter by realtor. I mean, we could do like this. That'll just kind of order it by the realtor, or by any of these rather. And that's some functionality that's included that we take for granted. I mean, it would take quite a bit of code to be able to do that. So if we want to have like a little filter box, we could just simply say list filter. Okay, and I just want realtor. Okay, realtor, and when we use parentheses like this, we just want, if it's only one value, we want to have a comma at the end, or we'll probably get an error. So we want to do that and reload. And now over here we can filter by realtor. So if I say Kyle Brown, it'll only show me Kyle's properties, which is really cool. And you can do this for any field you want, but I'm just going to leave it at realtor. Now what I'm going to do is make it so that I can click on the is published icon, and it'll unpublish. And then of course I could publish it again if I click again. So to do that, we can add in list underscore editable, and we're going to set that to is published. I'm going to put a comma because there's only one value. So now if I go back and reload, they're actually going to check. I forgot they changed to check boxes. So if I go ahead like that, it's now unpublished. If we go in here and we look at the value, actually I guess it's not. Oh, you know what? We have to save it. There we go. Forgot all about that. Okay, so we can publish it again. And so it's up to you if you want to have the check boxes here with the save button. You can do that, or you can just display the X's and the checks. Okay, now what about searching? Okay, so if we have a ton of listings here and we want to be able to search by certain fields, we can do that. So we can just say in here search fields. And let's make search by title. So we'll say title, description, we'll say address, city, state, zip code, and price. Okay, so we'll be able to search by that. So let's save this, and if we go back and reload, now we have a little search field up here. So you can see we can kind of build, like, we can really customize this without having to go into the actual Django admin code. You never want to do that. We just have these extra methods that we can add to be able to do this stuff. Okay, so if I search for, let's say, Essex, there it is. Okay, so we can search. All right, so let's see, let's just clear this up. So the next thing I want to do is just define the amount of listings per page, because I believe by default it'll just keep going without pagination. So I'm going to define right here list underscore per page, and I'm going to set it to 25 and save, and that's it. So now that we've done the listings, let's go to the realtors and let's go to admin.py here, and let's change some things here to customize this. So first of all, we need to create our function. So this is going to be, I'm sorry, not our function, our class, and this is going to be realtor admin, and this is going to take in admin dot model admin, and let's not forget to pass it in here. So we want to also pass in a second parameter of realtor admin. Okay, and let's set our list display. So this is what fields we want to display in the table. We'll do same thing, ID, let's say name, let's do email, and let's do hire date. All right, and then let's do the links. So list display links, we're going to set to just ID and name. Search fields, we'll just do name, and let's do list per page, and we'll set that to 25 as well. Okay, so we'll save. Let's go back and check out realtors. There we go. So we have our name, email, hire date. We have our search field up here. Good. All right, so I think that we're pretty good with the admin area. We can easily add realtors and listings now. So in the next section, we're going to start on the front end website. Okay, so for featured listings, we want to be able to fetch into the database, grab the listings that we've added in the admin area, and display them here. Okay, so that's what we're going to work on in the next video and in the next section. All right, guys, so now we come to the fun part, okay? At least in my opinion, this is the funnest part of the project, and that's fetching data from the database and displaying it in the front-facing website. So all of these listings we added in the admin area, these are all in the database. In fact, if we go to PG admin and we go travel down here to our database and to schemas, public, and tables, and we look in our listings table, if we go ahead and just choose view edit data and then all rows, you can see all of our fields in our database. Okay, so we want this stuff to display here, because right now this is just HTML, it's nothing, it's just markup. So in order to do that, we want to open up our VS Code, and you want to open this file. This is the views.py that's inside your listings app or your listings folder. And we already have index, listing, search. Index is what we're looking at. It's displaying the listings.html. Okay, and if you forget why this is displaying, it's because in our urls.py we have just /listings. Okay, this represents /listings, and it's calling the index method inside the view file. Okay, I know it's been a little while, so you might have forgot that. But yeah, that's why this is displaying. So the idea here is we fetch our listings using our model, and then we insert it into our template, and then we can just simply loop through and output the listings that are in the database. And in order to do that, we need to bring in our listing model. So we're going to say from.models, we want to import listing. Okay, and we can bring in any model we want into any file we want, and we can use it. So down here, actually before I fetch the listings, I just want to show you guys, and if you've used any kind of view rendering or any kind of MVC related framework in any language, you've probably seen this before, but you can pass in values into a template, and we do that with a dictionary. So let's say I wanted to do like name Brad. Okay, so I'll save that, and then I want to go to this file here, listings.html, and let's say right here in this H1, I want to output that value, I would do double curly braces and say name. So now if I go back and we reload, you can see that it outputs Brad. So that's how we can pass values in. So obviously I don't want to pass a name in or anything. I want to pass in the listings, but I just wanted to show you how that works. Now, usually what I do and what you'll see a lot is instead of actually putting the dictionary as the second parameter, we'll create a variable with the dictionary and then pass that in. So for instance, we'll go and we'll say, not listings, context, and set that to that dictionary and then pass in context. All right, so you see this format a lot. Now we don't want to pass in name, we want to pass in our listing. So let's fetch them from the database. Okay, so the way that we do that is creating a variable. I'm going to call it listings. I'm going to set it to the model name, which is listing, and then .objects.all. Okay, now when I save this, you'll see we get a couple variables with, a couple errors. This is just a warning. We haven't used the listings. We're going to use that right now actually, so I can get rid of that. I'm going to say listings, and for the key we'll say listings and save. Now we still get this right here. It says listing has no object member, and this isn't an actual error. What's happening here is VS Code is not picking up that. It's not picking up the Django special functions. And the PyLint that we have installed, the linter, doesn't recognize it. But there is something called PyLint-Django that we can install. So if you're not in VS Code or you're not getting this error, don't worry about doing this. But if you are, just make sure you're in your virtual environment. Let's do a pip install, and let's say PyLint. PyLint-Django. Okay, now just doing that isn't going to get rid of the error. In fact, I forget exactly what to put in here. Let me just search this real quick. So we'll say Django has no objects member, and this first Stack Overflow, basically they're having the same problem. And you can see we just did this. Now we want to add this in our VS Code. So this python.linting.pylint.args, and then pass that in. So let's grab that and let's put that in our settings. So you can go down to the gear here and go to settings, or you can do control command comma. And then I'm just going to paste this over here. Let's see. I'll go like right here and paste this. Whoops, we actually don't want these, so we'll just do that. Okay, so let me save that, and let's go back to our views.py, and now that red line is gone. Okay, and it wouldn't have given us an error or anything. It's just linting. It's just in the editor. Okay, but that's how you can fix this. So this will fetch all of the listings. We don't have to do any raw like SQL queries or anything like that. And then we're just passing it into the dictionary here, and then we pass that into context into the template. So now let's go to listings, and I want to go down to where we have this section for our listings, and we want to loop through these. Okay, inside our template we want to loop through and output this from here to basically the first listing. Okay, we're not going to need to have 6 of these in here. We just want one loop with this section of HTML with some dynamic variables here. Okay, so let me see. We're trying to figure out where to put this. So we'll go right above where it says listing 1. So right in the row here, and let's do our tags. And let's say if listings. I just want to first of all check to see if there are any listings, and I'm gonna just do it here now, and then I'll move the markup up here after. So I'm gonna say if, and then let's do an else. Okay, else, and then let's do an end if. Okay, so if the listings, then end if. let's take care of the else. And what this means is if there's no listings in the database. So if that's true, then I'm going to output a div with the class of call md12, which will take up just the whole row. And then I'm just going to put a paragraph here that says no listings available. Okay, now if there are listings, then that's when we want to loop through them. And to do that, we use a for loop, and we can do that with the Jinja template syntax. So let's put in our tags, and let's say for listing in listings. And then we want to end our for loop, so we do that with end for. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is grab everything from listing 1. So this div down to where it ends here. And I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to paste that in here in the loop. Okay, and then we can get rid of all of the other listings. So listing 1, all of this stuff, up to listing 6, which ends right there, I believe. Let me make sure that ends there. So I'll actually delete up to listing 5. I just want to make sure that this ends at that div. Yeah, it does. Okay, so we want to just delete that as well. So this just made this file a hell of a lot shorter. Okay, so now if the listings were fetched from the database and were passed into here and we're looping through them correctly, it should show 6 listings, but all have the same markup because we haven't added anything dynamic in here yet. So let's at least try that. We'll save, and let's go back to our browser and go to that listings page and reload, and there we go. So you can see that it's showing 6 listings, but they're all this drivewood circle because it's just static markup. We haven't added any dynamic values in here. Okay, so in the next video, what I want to do is replace all of this stuff, like the hard-coded price and the title, address, all this stuff. We're going to replace this with dynamic values so that it actually shows the correct data, because right now it's not. All right, so we'll do that in the next one. All right, guys, so in the last video, we went ahead and took our model, our listings model, and took out all the objects from the database and passed them into the template. We also looped through those listings, but for right now, we're just outputting static HTML for each one. We're basically outputting the same exact thing for every listing that's in the database. Okay, you'll see we have 6 here, which is correct. There's 6 in the database. As you can see, we added 6, but there's no dynamic data here. So that's what we need to do now, is fix that. So let's go to listings.html and go inside our for loop here and just replace all this static data with dynamic variables. And we can do that by, let's take this title for example. We can do that by using double curly braces. Okay, so that's the template syntax for this. Now, when we loop through, we said for listing in listings. Okay, remember, listings is what we passed into the template, and we're saying for every instance, or every iteration, I should say, we're going to call it listing. Okay, so we can say listing, and then we can access whatever property we want. So here we want the title, so listing.title. So if I save this and I go back and reload, and we look at the titles, you'll see that now they're all different. Okay, so now they're actually reflecting the correct titles that you can see here that are in the database. So we want to do that with every field that's here. So another one we want to do is the image. Now, Django makes it really easy by using that, remember that image field that we used. It makes it very easy because we can simply just do our syntax here, and we can say listing, and then the name of the image field, which in this case is main. What was it? Main photo? Was it main photo or photo main? It was photo main. So let's do listing.photo_main, and then we just want to do .url. So if I save that and we go back and reload, now we get all of our images. So these are the correct images that were uploaded. So now let's do the price. Let's leave the $sign and let's do listing.price. Okay, so we'll go back and check. Now, it worked. It's getting the correct number, but we want commas here. Okay, this doesn't look very professional. So you have a couple options for this. One simple option is to use something called Humanize. It's actually an app that is not included by default in the settings, but we can include it and then we can use it, and it has a method called int comma that we can just simply tack on to listing.price. So what we're going to do is go into our settings. So let's see, we're going to go to BTRE settings.py. I know there's a lot of files here. It can get kind of confusing. That's one thing I don't really like about the Django structure. It always seems to just be just a ton of files if it's a big application. But what we want to do is go up to our installed apps. Okay, so right here, installed apps. And I'm going to go on to the end here, and I'm going to do Django.contrib.humanize. Okay, so that will just allow us to use Humanize. Now we're going to save it and go back to our listings, and we actually have to load it. So up here, we're going to put in our syntax like that. We're going to say load Humanize. Okay, now we have access to a whole host of different functions that we can pipe on to different values. So let's find our price right here, and we want to just add a pipe character and then int comma. Okay, let's save that and let's see if it works. So we'll reload, and there we go. It automatically puts the comma where it needs to go. All right, and if we actually, I just want to show you something real quick. If you search for Django Humanize, so this will actually show you, here's int comma, this is what we just used, and it shows you what it does, converts an integer or float, adds commas. We have this AP number, so return the number spelled out. There's a whole bunch of cool functions that you can use with this Humanize, so just keep that in mind. All right, so let's go ahead and finish the rest of our fields. So what else do we have here that needs to be added? Right here we have the full address. Now remember, these are separate fields: city, state, zip code. So here we're going to do listing.city, and I'm just going to actually copy this, and then this is going to be the state, and then this is going to be the zip. Okay, let's go down here, square feet. So this was, I believe, SQFT, garage. Paste this in, and we'll say listing.garage. And what else? We got bedrooms and bathrooms. So listing.bedrooms, listing.bathrooms. Okay, let's see, we have the realtor. So since this is actually really cool, since we have a relationship between the realtor and the listing, we can just simply say realtor, and whatever we put in the model for the realtor, let me just check real quick just to show you. If we go to realtors and models.py, this right here, self.name, is where we claimed what we want to display here if we just do .realtor, which is really cool. So that should display the name. Now this 2 days ago, to be able to do this, we can actually use part of Humanize, which is time since. So I'm going to just get rid of that, and we're going to say, let's paste this in. It's going to be list date. That's what it is in the database, list underscore date, and then we can put a pipe in and we can say time since, and that'll actually do exactly what we need. All right, so let's save that and let's check it out. Okay, so everything should be different for each listing. We have the address, square feet, garage, all that stuff. And notice the time since, it actually gives you the hours. So 1 day, 4 hours, which is pretty cool. It gives you the realtor's name, so everything seems to be intact. All right, now let's see. This right here just goes to listing HTML. That's obviously not what we want. I'm trying to figure out if this would work yet, because we don't have our route for a single listings, right? We didn't do that yet. Let me just double check. So URLs, oh, we did. So this route here, or this URL, is listing or listings slash and then whatever the ID. So that's what we want this button to go to. Whoops, we want to go back to this, and instead of just listing HTML, which doesn't make sense, we want to put in our tags, and we want to do URL, and we want to say listing, and it needs to have an ID parameter. So right here we can say listing.id, and that should take us to the correct listing. So let's save this and see if it works. If we reload, now if I hover over this and you look down in the left in the corner, you'll see listings /2. This one's listings /4/5, so it just gives you the ID. If I click on it, we get this error. So what it's saying here is the listing method got an unexpected keyword argument of listing ID. So I can show you exactly why we're getting this error. It's because in the URLs we passed in listing ID, and this is for the listing method, okay, which is in views.py, which is right here. Now when you pass in a parameter like that, you also need to pass it in here. So we need to actually pass in listing _ID. So if I save that and we go back and reload, that fixes that error, and it loads the listing.html template, which we're going to get into in a little bit. But I think what I want to do next is handle the pagination. Okay, so I don't want just a never-ending list of properties, of listings. I want to be able to page through them. All right, so in the next video, I'm going to show you how we can implement that, and also how we can style it to look like Bootstrap pagination like this. So we don't just have like an ugly looking next and previous or whatever. We can actually have it look nice. It might not look exactly like this, but it will look similar. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, so we're going to start to look at adding pagination to our application for our property listings. But before we do that, I just want to address the little squiggly lines that Pylint is now giving us for not putting doc strings here, basically comments defining what the method does. And linting can get quite annoying sometimes. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to basically tell the linter to shut up about stuff like this. So I'm going to go to my settings file. You can do Control or Command comma, or just go down to the gear and then settings. And I already have the Python linting.py args over here. What I'm going to do is just add to this. I'm going to make sure we put a comma there, and then I'm going to say -- errors -only. Okay, we'll save that, and let's go back, and now those squiggly lines are gone. So let's get into pagination. Now this documentation here at djangoproject.com, this explains pagination. You want to go down to using paginator in Vue, and the first thing we need to do is edit some stuff in our method, our index method. We want to add a paginator. So basically we say paginator equals paginator, and we pass in our case, what's going to be our listings. We say how many per page we want, and then we go down here and we get the page from the GET request. Because if you're on, let's say, page 2, you're going to have a URL parameter that says page equals 2, and so on, and you need to get that, and then you need to pass that into paginator.getPage. So let's handle that first. So we'll go to our index method here. All right, and we already have listings equals objects.all. So right underneath it, I'm going to add in a paginator, and we're going to set that equal to paginator, just like it said in the documentation. And we're going to pass in listings, which comes from the database, the variable above, and then the number of listings we want per page. Okay, and I want 6 per page, but just to test things out, I'm going to do 3, okay, because we only have 6 total, and we can't test it if we do 6 per page. So I'm going to say 3 per page, Okay, then we need to create a variable called page and set that to request dot get and then pass in here page, because that's the URL parameter we're looking for. Then we want a variable called paged underscore listings and set this equal to that paginator value, and we want to say dot get underscore page and oops, that should be an underscore, and then we want to pass in page. Okay, now instead of passing listings directly into our context, instead of passing this, we actually want to pass in our paged listings instead. So let's do that. Let's just go right here and say paged underscore listings. All right, so that's the first part. Okay, that takes care of this. Now I am getting an error saying that paginator doesn't exist, or undefined variable paginator. That's because we actually have to bring this in. So up at the top here, we're going to say from Django.core.paginator. We want to import. I'm actually going to import a couple things here. We're going to import empty page not an integer, and paginator. Okay, and now that paginator should be, once I save, that red line should be gone. All right, so like I said, that's the first part. That takes care of fetching from the database what we need. Now we have to deal with actually displaying it the right way. So if we go back to the documentation, it shows us how to do that, except they're using contacts, we're using listings. But basically we can check to see if there's a previous page. We can put that previous page number or put a link to it. So you see we would go to the URL and then the parameter of page equals and then the previous page number. Down here we can see if there's a next, and then we can make a link going to the next page number. Now you could simply copy this and paste it in, but it's going to look like crap. What we want to do is make it look like this, okay, like Bootstrap's pagination. And if we look at the markup, we have a UL of pagination, class of pagination, and then every list element has a class of page item. Okay, so that's really important to remember. And then every link has a class of page link. And if there's no previous, then we want to have a disabled class. Okay, and whichever one's active, we have an active class. So we're going to kind of combine this and this together so that we can have a nice looking pagination. But just to show you, if I reload this page, we only get three listings. Now this here doesn't work. This is just markup. We haven't added anything dynamic to this. So let's head on over to our template, listings.html, and what you saw there is just this. There's nothing dynamic. It's just HTML. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go. Let's see. Let's first of all do a check to see if there are other pages. For instance, if there's 6 listings total and we put 6 per page, then we don't want anything to show. We don't want any pagination to show. So we want to wrap the whole thing in an if statement. So we'll add our tags here and we'll say if listings, and there's something called has underscore other underscore pages. Okay, so it'll see if there's other pages, and we want to end this down below the UL. So down here, we just want to do an end if, like that. Okay, and I'm just going to tab the UL over. Okay, so that takes care of that part. Now, we want to check to see if there's any previous pages. So let's go, let's see, I'm trying to think if I should just delete all this and yeah, you know what? Let's get rid of all the LIs and we'll just rewrite them. So I just want to check for previous pages. So we're going to do, and pagination it's always, at least in my experience, it's been a pain in the ass. And Django actually makes it pretty easy. It's one of the easier frameworks to deal with pagination in my opinion. So let's say if listings dot has underscore previous. Why do I keep putting a plus for an underscore? So if it has previous, and then let's do an end if. Okay, so if it has previous, then we want to put an li. I want to give it a class of page dash item. They should all have this class, all the li's. And then inside we want an a tag with the class of page dash link. And as far as the href goes, we just want to do, it's going to be the current page, and then we want to add a parameter of page equals, and put in our double curly brace syntax and say listings dot previous, not pervious, previous underscore page number, or under page underscore number. And inside here we could put like the word previous. I'm actually going to put some left facing arrows, so we can do that with the entity of ampersand LAQUO and put a semicolon. Okay, so that'll give us the arrows. Now we actually want to have an else, so right here we're going to say else. Okay, else, then let's say, because remember, this is if there is a previous item, then we want a link to go back to the previous. If there's not, then what I want to do is have a disabled link. So let's say li class of page item, and I'm also going to give it a class of disabled. Okay, and then within here, let's just put an a tag, and we're going to give this a class of page link. So they should all have a class of page link. And I'm actually just going to do a class. I'm not even going to do an href, because remember, there is no previous pages. So I just want to have it like a disabled arrow link. So we'll just put in another LAQUO entity, and that should do it for that. So if I save this and we take a look, let's see if it shows anything. Let's reload. Okay, so this is disabled. Notice there's no pointer. It doesn't do anything because there's no previous. I'm on the first page. So that's that. Now let's move on to all of our links, okay? All of our pages, or links to those pages. So after this end if, what we're going to want to do is loop through our page range. So we do this by saying for, and this is all in the documentation that I just showed you. We're just doing it in a way that styles it in with Bootstrap 4. So let's say for I in listings dot paginator dot page underscore range. Okay, so whatever that page range is, and let's put our end for down here. All right, and then we want to do inside here an if. Oops. So we want to do an if listings dot number. Oops. I want to say if listings dot number is equal to that index, and then we'll do an end if. Okay, so if that's true, then let's put an li in here. This is going to be the active link, so I'm going to do li. We're going to have a class of page dash item and also a class of active. Okay, and then inside there we're going to have a link with the class of page dash link. And as far as the let's see, we're not going to have an href. It's just going to be an a with a class, because this is the active page. But in here we want to put whatever the index is, so we're just going to go like that. All right, and we want an else. So this list, if listings number equals I, we want an else to this. So right here, let's put in else. Okay, and then we're going to put an li class of page item, okay, no active. We only want the active if this is true, if it's on the current page. Otherwise, we just want page item. We want a with the class of page dash link. And as far as the href, it's going to have a page query, and it's going to go to whatever the value of I is, like that. And then inside here, we're going to have I as well. All right, so let's save that and see what we get. Okay, so I'm going to reload, and now we get 1 and 2. And as you can see, 1 is the active. If I go to 2, let's see, let's make sure these are different. Yep, so we can see 18 Jefferson Lane, which is the latest. Or is it? Actually, we didn't even do it by date, did we? We'll fix that in a minute. But yeah, now we can go to the second page. Notice the parameter. So it's question mark page equals 2. All right. And we can go previous. So now that there is a previous, we can actually hit that, and it brings us back to 1. So this is working perfectly. The only thing we need now is the next. Okay, if there's a next or not. Because right now we're on 1, so there should be a next button here to go to 2. So let's finish up and do that. So let's see, we have a lot of ifs here. Let me just make sure that we're in the right place. So end if, let's see, so we want to be outside of the end 4. Yeah, we want to go right off to the end 4, and just like we did with the above, we did if, what do we say? We said if listings dot has previous. So we want to do the same with next. So actually what I'm going to do is copy that and the else. We want to do the same thing with the next. So right under the N4, I'm going to paste that in, and I'm going to change this to if it has next. Okay, if it has next, then we want to display a list item with page item. We want an A tag with the class of page link, and instead of doing listings.previous page number, we want to do next page number. Okay, and that should do it for that, except I want the arrows to face the other way, so we just want to change the L to an R. Okay, and then at the same time, if it's disabled, or if has next is false, meaning there is no next page, then we want a disabled link, but we want it to be a right arrow, so we want to just change that to an R. And that should do it. Let's save. Let's go back and reload. Okay, so now we're on page 1, so if I click the next arrow, it brings us to page 2. And now it's disabled because there's no more pages to go to. I can go back, and now I can't go back because we're on page 1, and we can of course switch. And if the more we have, the more listings we have, this should grow with it. And just to prove that, let's go ahead and let's change the initial number of listings to 2. And that should give us an extra page. So I'll change that to 2. We'll go back and reload. And now we have 3 down here. Okay, so we can page through all of them, all 3. All right, so we know that that's working. That's good. Now I'm just going to change this to 6 because that's what I actually want. And if I save, now the pagination should go away. If I reload, there's no pagination because there's 6 total. If I add another one, if I add a 7th listing, then we're going to see the pagination down here. All right, now, like I said, I wanted to make sure that we order these by date. So what we can do is go back to our view and go to our index method right here. And instead of just doing .all, we can do .order_by. And we can pass in a value. Okay, I want to pass in list date, but I want it to be descending, so I'm going to do minus. I'm going to put a hyphen here, list_date. Okay, so let's save that, and let's check it out. If we reload, now the earliest should be first. Okay, now we really can't tell because they're all 3 days, 3 hours because we added them all at the same time. But I know that Lexington was the last one that I added, so that's what I want. The most recent should be the first one here. Okay, now one other thing that I want to do is make sure that if they're not published in the back end in the admin area, that they don't show. If I go ahead and where is it? Essex Circle, that's the Lexington one. So I'm going to unpublish this and save. And if I go to the front end and I reload, it's still there. So we need to add another condition. And to do that, we can just easily chain that on, and we do that with filter. If we want to filter something out, and then we can put the field that we want. So I'm going to say if is published. Okay, so this is just whatever the name of the model field is, and we want to say is equal to true. So now it shouldn't show anything where it should only show if is published is true. Anything that's false should not show. So let's go back and reload, and now you can see the Lexington house does not show. Okay, if I go back and publish it and save and reload, now it shows. So that's exactly what I wanted to do. Alright guys, so that's going to be it for this video, and I will see you in the next one. Alright guys, so in the last video we went ahead and added pagination. We made it so that only the published listings show on the front end website. We also we made it so that they're ordered by list date. Now what I want to do before we move to like the single listing and all that, I want to make the homepage listings dynamic, the latest listings here, because right now this is just markup. All right, I want to take care of that. I also want to take care of the about page because we have some dynamic data here that needs to be displayed, like the realtors and the seller of the month. So we're going to work on that. All right, so let's head on over to VS Code, and we're going to close up the views.py from the listings app, and we're going to open up views.py in pages, which let me just close this so I don't confuse people. Close everything up and go to pages. We want to go to views.py, all right, which is very simple right now. It's just loading the templates. I also want to go to the pages index.html template where we have the static markup, which is right here. So listing 1, 2, and 3. All right, we're basically going to do the same thing we did for the listings page, except we only want 3 listings, no pagination or anything like that. So in our view, even though we're inside the Pages app, we can get any model we want. So we want to bring in the listing model. So we're going to say from listings, basically from the listings app models, we want to import the listing model. Okay, and down here, this is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to create a listings variable, set it to the listing model. I do want to order it by date, so I'm going to say order underscore by, and we want to do by list date. So list underscore date, and of course we only want the ones that are published. Even though this is the home page, we still don't want to show unpublished listings. So we're going to do dot filter, and we're going to pass in is underscore published, and we only want to show ones that are true. And then I want to limit this to only 3 listings. So I'm just going to pass on some brackets and do :3. That's going to say that we only want 3 listings. And then we'll just create a context variable, just like we did in the other views file. So context equals a dictionary with listings, and we'll set that to listings. Okay, and then we just want to pass that into the index template here, like that. All right, so that should do it. So we'll save. Now we're passing it into the index HTML. We just need to now receive it and loop through them and display the dynamic data, just like we did with the listings.html file. All right, so we're going to go right here, okay, right in this row, and we just want to do the exact same thing. Just use a for loop, loop through. First of all, we want to check to see if there's any listings. So for now, I'm just going to go right here below the div of row, and I'm going to put in my if statement to check if there's any listings. So if listings, and let's end that if, and if, then actually we want an else as well. Okay, so if there are no listings, then let's just put a, what should we do here? Let's put a div. So we'll do a div call MD12, just a 12 column div, and then we'll put a paragraph and we'll say no listings available. Okay, now if there are listings, that means we want to loop through them. So we're going to go right here and we're going to put in our tags and we're going to do a for. So we want to say for listing, or yeah, singular, in listings, plural. Okay, then we want to make sure we end that for. And in here is where we want to put our listing markup with some dynamic values. And I'm just going to copy this listing one. So this div to this div. I'm going to grab that. Okay, I'm actually going to cut it out and put it in the for, because it's going to display that for each one. And then I'm going to get rid of listing 2 and listing 3. Okay, so that's listing 2. It's just static stuff. Listing 3 ends right here, so just want to delete that as well. All right, so we shorten up this file quite a bit. Whoops. Okay, so let's go ahead and start to change some of this over to dynamic content. So I'm actually going to tab this over a bit. So we'll start with, let's say, what do we want to do here? Let's do the image. So for the image, it's going to be pretty much the same exact thing we did on the listings. So we want to do listing dot, and the field name is photo underscore main. And we just want to do dot URL since it was an image field. All right. For the pricing, I want to do the comma thing just like we did before. And remember, we used an app called Humanize, which we loaded in the settings file, but we have to also load it up at the top to be able to use it. So we're going to say load Humanize like that. Okay, and then we're going to go down, back down here, and we now should be able to put in the listing price. So listing dot price, and we can put a pipe character and say int comma. Okay, so that should work. Now let's do the title. Say title. I actually like to put spaces on the ends here like that. You don't have to, but I think it looks a little cleaner. Oops. All right, and then what else do we have here? We have the address. So actually this should be listing dot title. And then I'm going to copy this, and we have 3 different values here. So I'm going to paste in all of these, and then we're going to change this first one to city. We're going to change this one to state, and this one to zip code. Okay, so it'll reach into the database and it'll get those fields for us. Then we have the square feet. So I'm going to go ahead and say listing.sqft. Let's see, we have the garage. Actually, I'll just copy one of these. So this will be listing.garage. Okay, then we want bedrooms. And bathrooms. Let's see. So for the realtor, we should be able to just do listing.realtor, and that will automatically give us his name. And then for the date, we're going to do listing.listDate. So list underscore date. And then we want to add a pipe character, and we want to use time since. All right. Now for the more info, obviously we don't want to link to listing HTML. We want to use URL. Actually, we're going to put this in our tags. So we want to use URL, and we want to go to listing, and we also want to pass in the listing .id. Okay, for more info. So let's save that, and let's go back to our home page. Type object listing has no attribute order by. Let's see what's going on there, because that's not right. Listing dot order by. You know what? I forgot objects. It should be objects dot order by. Sorry about that. And there we go. We have our latest listings, and these are now coming from the database, which is exactly what we want. All right, cool. So the next step is for the about page. Okay, so for the about, we want to have the team members or the realtors, and we want to have the seller of the month as well. So let's go back to the views.py in our pages. We have the about right here, so that's what we want, and we want to do the same kind of thing, except now we're dealing with realtors, so we need the realtor model. So I'm going to just copy this down, and instead of listing, we want realtor, and this is going to come from realtors.models. Okay, realtors.models, import realtor, and let's say we'll do comment here. We'll say get all realtors. So I'll create a variable called realtors and set it to the model, and we want to do dot objects, and I'm going to do order by, and let's do by hire date. All right, so we'll order by hire date, and let's see. We also want to get the seller of the month. Now remember, the seller of the month has the MVP check. If we go back to the admin area, I don't think we actually set it for anybody. So let's set it for Kyle. Whoops, we want to go to realtors. Let's set it for Kyle Brown. So right here, the check, I'm going to say is MVP. We'll go ahead and save that. And now he should be, we want to make it so that he shows on the about page in that section. So let's go back and let's say get MVP, and we'll just do MVP underscore realtors. Now, even though we plan on just having one MVP or seller of the month, I'm just using these synonymously. I still want to grab a group. Basically, there can be more than one. Okay, just in case they want to add more than one. So we'll set this to, let's set it to the same thing, realtor.objects.order by. Actually, we don't want order by. We're just going to do .all. So .all. And then the filter, so we want to do a filter, is going to be by is underscore MVP. It's going to look at that field, and it's only going to grab the ones that are true. And checking that box off that I just showed you is going to make that true. So now we just need to make a context. Okay, so we'll set this to a dictionary, and we'll do realtors. Set that to realtors. And then let's do MVP realtors. And we'll set that to MVP realtors. And then we'll just pass the context into the about. Perfect. So let's save that. And now we want to go to the about HTML, which is right here. And let's start off with just doing the whole realtors section. So down at the bottom, let's see, we have like, yeah, right here, team. So we have this column, all these call MD4s. These are all the team members. So what I'm going to do is go right here above the first call MD4, and I'm going to check for realtors. So if realtors, I like to just do all my logic up at the top, and then we'll just put in what we need instead of just trying to wrap everything. Okay, let's do an else as well, because if there are no realtors, we'll just say, I don't know, no team members available. Okay, so for the else, let's do a call-md-12 paragraph, and we'll say no realtors available. Okay, and if there are realtors, then we want to loop through them. So let's say for realtor in realtors, and we'll end that for. And then we want to grab just one of these div with the the class of call MD4. So I'll just go ahead and cut that out and put that right in that for loop. And then we just want to get rid of the other two, okay, because they're just static. So this one and this one. Let's go up to here, get rid of that, so shorten our page up. Good. So now we just want some dynamic stuff in here, like the realtor's name. So we'll go ahead and replace that. So realtor.name, and then the image or the photo. So we have realtor dot, and we just called it photo, I believe, but it's a URL, so we want to make sure we put that in there. Okay, we also want, let's see, we have the phone number. So let's say realtor dot phone, and then we'll do the email. Like that, and I think that's it. So let's go back to the about and reload and go down, and there we go. So these are actually coming from the database. Okay, so let's see, let's take care of this now. So realtor of the month or seller of the month, MVP, whatever you want to call it. Let's do that. We're going to go back to that same template, go up to right here. So seller of the month. We're going to go in this call MD4, and we're going to check for an MVP. So let's say if MVP underscore realtors, like I said, we're going to do our logic first up here. I'm not going to do an else, because if there's no MVP, we're just not going to display anything here. So we'll do the if, and then if there is one, then we'll go ahead and loop through. So, because remember, it's going to return in our objects, multiple objects, but we're just going to make sure that just one is checked, but it is possible to check more than one. So let's say for MVP, let's just call it realtor. We can do that in MVP realtors. That's what matters. And then we're going to do an N4. Okay. And then I'm going to grab the card. So this right here. I'm going to cut that out and put that right in there. And then just replace the name right here with realtor.name. And remember, they also have a description. That's what's going to go here. Like that. Okay, so let's say, oh, actually the photo. I'm going to make sure we do that. So let's see, we want to do realtor.photo.url and save. Okay, let's go back and let's reload. There we go, Kyle Brown. So let's test it out and let's uncheck Kyle Brown. So if I do that, we should have no seller of the month. And let's go ahead, let's make Jenny Johnson seller of the month, or MVP. And reload, and there we go. So this is completely dynamic now. All right, good. So next thing I want to do is focus on the single listing page. So we'll make our query for a particular listing, okay, because when we click this, it takes us to this whatever listing slash and then the ID. We want to take that ID, make our query, fetch that listing, and then load the template. Okay, now for the template, we're going to have to copy a bunch of HTML from the Bootstrap theme, and then we'll just make it dynamic, just like we did with these other pages. All right, so that's it. I will see you in the next video. All right, guys, so in this video, we're going to start to think about the single listings page. Okay, so when we go to our listings and we click on more info, the route is all set, the template is displaying, but we want this to display the correct markup, as well as we want to reach into the database and display the correct listing data. Okay, so let's jump into VS Code, and basically two files we're going to need to work on. One is listings views.py, okay, because now we're dealing with this method. This is the single listing, and we also want to open up the template in templates, listings, and then listing.html. So these two files. So first thing I'm going to do is get the markup. Now remember, I have in Sublime Text, I have our Bootstrap theme, just all the static data. Not data, but static markup, HTML. And we're going to open up listing.html. We don't want to take everything, because remember, all the the head tag, all that stuff, that's in the base layout. We don't need that. We don't need the top bar or the nav bar. All we need is from here, so this section right here, and we want to go all the way down to right above the footer, I believe is what we want. Yeah, so right above the footer. Okay, so we're going to grab that, and we're going to, first of all, before I paste that in, I'm going to extend the base layout. So I'm going to just do extends base.html. Okay, we want to make sure we do that. And then remember, everything that we want in this template has to be wrapped in a block. So let's put right here, we want to do block content, and we want to end that block. Okay, another thing I'm going to do is load humanize, because we're going to want to use that as well. So we might as well throw that in now while we're here. All right, and then in between the block content, I'm going to paste everything I just copied. So if I save this and we go back and reload, there we go. Okay, now it's just static markup right now. The form will open if we click the make inquiry, because we do have the HTML for the modal. But let's start to make this dynamic. Okay, so in order to do that, we're going to need to reach into the model and grab this particular listing's data. So to do that, we need to go to views.py, and down in the listing method, okay, we want to use the listing model, which we already brought in. You can see we already brought that into this file. Now I'm going to set a variable called listing, singular, and instead of just doing listing.objects, I actually want to do something called get underscore object underscore or underscore 404. Now what this is going to do is it's going to make it so that if I go to, like, let's say listing/10, okay, if I go to that right now, nothing happens, but I want that to show a 404 page. So that's what this is going to do. It's going to check to see if it exists. So we need to pass in two things. One is going to be the model, and second is going to be the primary key. We want to set pk equals and then listing underscore ID. Now this comes in right here, and this listing ID is passed in through the URL right here. Okay, and if we look at the browser, it's this here. Okay, so now that we've done that, let's go ahead and create our context variable. Context, not const. So context, and we're going to set listing, and let's set that to listing, and then we'll pass in the context, like that. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. Now this get object of 404, you actually have to bring that in. It's from Django shortcuts, so along with the render, we'll go ahead and bring that in. So we'll say get underscore object or underscore 404, like that. We'll save, and now that red line should go away, and it should work. So let's go back, and if I go to listing/10, which doesn't exist, we get page not found. All right, if we go to 6/6, that does exist, so that's going to work. Okay, so anything, if I go to 5, that should work. We have 6 total, so we should have ID 1 through 6. All right, so now that we've done that, we should be able to access the listing data within the template because we passed it in here with the context. So let's go to listing HTML. Let's go up to the very top, and I want the title displayed right here. So we should be able to just simply say listing.title. Okay, let's see if that works. So we'll go back and reload. There it is, 12 United Road. If we go back to the listings page and click on, let's say, Gifford, that works as well. So let's head back to listing.html. Let's finish this up. So I'm going to copy what we just did here with the listing title, and we're going to do the same for the city, the state, and the zip code. So this will be city, state, and zip code. All right. Now down here in the breadcrumb, we want to fix these links here. So to go to the home, we want to do our tags, and we want to say URL, and we want it to go to index, and then this should go to the listings page. So this will be URL listings. Okay, now this here is the title again because this is in the breadcrumbs. So I'm also going to put listing.title here. So whatever the title is will actually be in the breadcrumb. And then for the listing itself, this back, this should be the same as this this right here, URL listings. Okay, we never want to do an HTML page. That's just what we did for the theme. So let's do URL listings, and then down here we want the main image. So I'm going to paste this in, and it's called photo underscore main is the name of the field, and we want the URL. So let's just see if that works. We'll go back and reload, and there we go. And you can see the title is now in the breadcrumb. We have our links to go back in the breadcrumb. We have the main image. Now we want to do all of the smaller images underneath. Right now they're not showing because this doesn't exist, this location. So what we need to do is just put in dynamic values, just like we did for the photo above. Oops. So we want to do photo underscore 1.url. And we want to do the same thing for the image tag. So this should be for the link and the image tag. That's how the light box chooses the images. Okay, so we want to just paste that in. And let's do that for all of these. So I'm going to just grab that and the next one. Okay, paste that in, except this will be photo 2. And let's do the same thing here. So highlight this, do a Control D to get the next one, paste it in, change this to 3. We'll do it here as well. Change this to Control D, paste, say 4, 4. All right, and I'm going to we have to do another step after this because we might not have these photos, so we do have to do an if statement around them, or we'll get an error. So let's go ahead and put these in here. This is for photo 5. Okay, and then this last one here is going to be photo 6. All right, so let's take a look at that. Let's save this. Let's go back and let's reload. Now this particular listing happens to have 6 images, so there's no issues. And you'll see if we open it up, and we can pretty much just navigate through all the images, which is part of the requirements for the project. But let's go back to a listing that doesn't have all of the images. And notice we get an error. It's saying photo 4 attribute has no file associated with it. So what's going on is it's trying to load photo 4 when there isn't a file for it, because we didn't add photo 4 for this listing. So the solution for this is just to wrap these in if statements, checking to see if the photo is actually there, because remember, they're optional. So where we want to put this is right above the call MD2. Okay, so we're going to put an if statement in here, and we're going to do if listing dot photo underscore 1. Okay, that's it, and we're going to end it after the div. So we're going to do an end if like that, and right under it we're going to do another if for photo 2. Okay, so we'll say photo 2, and what I'm going to do is copy the end if and the beginning if here, go under this div, paste that in, then we're going to check for photo 3. Okay, we'll go to the next one, we're going to check for photo 4, next one, check for photo 5, next one, photo 6, and that's the last one. So then we just need an end if. We don't need this here, so we'll get rid of that. Now if I save and we go back to that page, it just gave us an error, and reload, it works, and it just gives us the images that it has, which is only 3 images, and we can still go ahead and navigate through them. Alright, so that's perfect. So now we want to move on to these fields, because right now it's just static HTML. So let's go down a little further. Let's go to our price here. Okay, we're going to leave the $, and we're going to say listing dot price. And remember, we brought in humanize, so that means we can use the pipe character, and we can say int comma, so we can add the commas. Let's go right here to bedrooms, and this is going to be listing dot bedrooms, and I'm actually going to just copy this, and we'll do bathrooms. Okay, garage, and let's see what else we got. Square feet, SQR, what is it, SQFT. Let's see, so we got square feet, we got lot size. So right here, let's pass in listing dot lot underscore size. And then for the listing date, I actually do want the listing date. I'm not going to do like the 5 days ago or whatever. That's on the listings page. On this, I actually want to put the listing date. So we'll say listing dot list underscore date. Okay, and then we want our realtor. Since we have that relationship between the models, we can just simply say realtor, and it'll give us his name or her name. And then the description, okay, we want to replace this right here with the listing dot description. All right, let's see. Then we have the seller. This alt says seller of the month. That shouldn't be there. I'm just going to get rid of that, because this isn't the seller of the month. This is just the whoever the realtor of the property is. And to get his name, so right here we can just do just like we did above, realtor. All right, now let's see. I think right here, I think we're good. Yeah, we should be good for now. We're not going to handle the inquiry yet. I just want to get the actual date that displayed. So, oh, his photo, for the photo. What's cool about the way that we created the relationship between the listings and the realtors is we can get any realtor field. So we can just simply say listing.realtor.photo.url. Okay, so let's save that. Let's go back. Let's reload. And there we go. So this stuff is all coming from the database. If we go to a different listing, let's see, by Mark Hudson, we should see his image over here. One thing I'm seeing though is this H6 tag, so something is off. So let's go to the bottom here and just check that out. Where is it? That's the modal. Yeah, we just need to add that. Okay, cool. All right, so I think the next thing that I want to work on is the search. Okay, so we have the listing on the home page, latest listings. We have these listings. We can go to a single one, and we can go to them from the home page as well, obviously. So I want to work on the home search right here. And once we submit this, it'll go to a search. It'll show a search template, which will look like the listings page, like this, except it'll have another search form up here if you want to make another search. Okay, so we're going to get into that in the next section. All right, guys, so in the last video, we went ahead and created the single page listings. Okay, so these are now working, except for the inquiry form, but we're going to get to that later. What I want to do now is work on the search. Okay, and before we do the search submission, I want to shorten up the template, and let me show you what I mean. So if I go to pages index.index.html, all of these select lists here, I want to shorten this up. So all these states and the bedrooms and prices, so we can shorten this up by putting these values into a Python dictionary and then just importing them and looping through them and then just outputting these from the loop. Okay, so I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to create a file inside the listings app, since these have to do with listings, and we're going to call this choices.py. Okay, now I'm actually going to paste all this stuff in. You can copy it, or you can go to the final project files and you can copy it from there and paste it in. I'm going to go through it real quick. Basically, we have 3 dictionaries. We have bedroom choices, okay, and then each one has a key value pair. Okay, so the key is going to be used for the value attribute. Okay, so for like the state, this will be the key. Whatever key we assign, this will be the value. Okay, in the dictionary. So bedrooms, we're just going to have 1, 1, 2, 2, and so on. Pricing, the actual value that's going to be searched in the database will be this. This is what will be displayed to the user in the form. Same thing here. This will be searched in the database. This will be displayed to the user. Okay, so we just have all the states and all the prices and the bedrooms. So I'm going to save this file, and we want to go to our pages app and then views.py, because the index page, the home page, is what we're working with. So we want to bring that file in. So I'm going to say from, and since it's in the listings folder or the listings app, we have to say listings.choices. And then I'm going to say import, and we want price choices, bedroom choices, and state choices. And then we just simply want to pass them into the index.html through the context. So I'm going to say state choices will be state choices. Let's copy this down 2 more times, and this one here will do bedroom choices, bedroom choices, and then this one here will be price choices and price choices. Okay, so now these are going to get passed in. So I'm going to save this, and remember, these are just separate dictionaries with values. So now in the index.html, we're going to loop through each of these that have these option fields. Okay, and we want to have a value and just a display text. So let's start with the states. I'm actually going to we're going to keep this because it's like the heading. It just says, you know, what this is, and then I'm going to get rid of everything else. Okay, all these options, we're going to replace these, and that's it. You'll see it's going to make this file a lot shorter. So just all the options, keep the select. So get rid of those, and then we're going to loop through by saying for. Now we want the key and the value. Okay, meaning key and value, not just the value. So you could do whatever you want here. You could do KV. I'm just going to do key value like that, and we're going to say in state underscore choices. Okay, because that was, remember, that was passed in. And then we want to end the for loop. So let's say end for. Okay, now for each one, what we want to do is output, we want to output an option with a value. So let's say option, and the value is going to be the key. And that sounds a little weird. The value will be the key, but the actual value of the dictionary is going to go here. That's going to be the text that displays, like that. Okay, so let's save that. Now, this should work. If we go back to our index and reload, we should see the same thing. Whoa, that's not right. That is not right. Let's see what happened here. So for our key value, oh, you know what it is? We need to do dot items here, like that. That should fix it. Yeah, because up to that point, it's just getting, I think it's just getting the first letter. There we go. All right, so now we have all the states, and it's coming from that choices file. So now let's do the same thing for the other ones. I'm going to copy this whole for loop. Now for the bedrooms, for some reason we don't have the value here, but that's fine because we're going to add it now. So I'm going to replace all of these, paste that in, and we're just going to say instead of state choices, this is going to be from the bedroom choices dictionary, and leave the same thing here, key value, that's fine. And let's do the same for price. Okay, leave the first option, and then just replace all of these. And we're just going to change this to price choices dot items. Okay, so let's try that. We'll reload. So for a state, that works. Bedrooms, good. Price, good. So now what I want to do is handle this submit. If I submit it now, it tries to go to search.html, which isn't even a thing. So we have to change that first of all. So in our form, let's see, where is the form tag? Where is the form tag? Am I missing it? Right here. So as you can see, we have action to search.html. We don't want that, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and put our tags in. We actually want this to go to URL and then search. Okay, so I'll save that. And if we go to our urls.py inside listings, we have search right here, and you can see name equals search. So what should happen is it should call this view method, this search method, which if we look at the views.py in listings, we have right here, and it's just going to load search.html. So what should happen now, once I reload and we submit, it should just go to that search template. That's what we should see, which right now just has an H1 in it. Okay. And if we were to put values in here, like in the keywords and city and submit, you can see that they're actually up here. So these are get request values. So let's actually add the markup to the search page. So I'm going to go back to Sublime Text, which has our Bootstrap theme, and there's a search.html page. Obviously, we don't want the top stuff, the top bar, nav bar. We want to start. Let's see, what is this? Yeah, we want to start right after the nav. So this section here, wait a second, is that what we want? Yeah, because this is going to have the another search box in it. So let's grab from here all the way down. We're going to do the same thing with the choices that we did in the other form as well. So we'll just grab all this. Okay, down to right above the footer. And then we're going to go back to, let's go to templates, listings, search.html, which is right here. And we're going to paste all this in. All right, so I'm going to just save this and then go back to our website, and let's submit the form so it brings us to that page. All right, now I forgot to extend the base layout. That's why we're not seeing any styling or anything. So up at the very top, let's go ahead and we want to extend base HTML, right? Yeah, base.html. And we're going to need humanize as well, so let's load that. Okay, and then we have to wrap all this stuff in a block. So block content, and then down at the very bottom, we want to end that block. All right, so if I save that, we go back to the search page. Now we have the layout, and as you can see, there's a little form at the top. And then this is going to be just like the listings page, okay? Except it's going to actually have our search results. If we search for only Massachusetts, we should only get those listings. All right, we probably won't get to that in this video, but I at least want to get our choices into the HTML like we did in the other form. So let's go to, this time, listings views.py. In fact, what I'm going to do is go to the other views.py from pages and just copy this, because we're going to bring in all the choices into listings. So up at the top here, I'll paste that in, and just like we did here, we're going to pass in all these choices. So let's go back to listings views.py, and we're going to go down to search. And actually, you know what? We need a context here. Okay, then we'll paste those in and pass in the context. And then we should have access to those dictionaries just like we did in the home page. So from the home page, I'm just going to copy one of those loops we did, like this right here, and go to our search.html and do the same thing where we have our options. So we're going to go way up to the top. Let's see. Yeah, way up here. So for pricing, let's leave the first option. Replace all these. Okay, so this is going to be price choices. Okay, this is going to be the bedrooms. So 1 through 10, we'll replace that with price choices, and then we also have states, so we're going to replace those, that, and that state. All right, and then one thing I forgot to do is on the listings views.py, we don't need to actually say listings because we're already in that app, so we can just do dot choices and save. And now let's go back and make sure that that form still shows, which it does. What did I do? Prices for bedrooms. Yep, I must have did prices for bedrooms. So let's go back to the search.html and go down to the bedrooms, and right here I just want to change this bedroom choices. There we go. All right, so we have our search form. One more thing I want to do before we move on to the next video, is the breadcrumb, which is right below it, and we want to change, oh, never mind, we already did that, sorry. Okay, so that's good. All right, so I think what we'll do in the next video is start to work on our queries. So when we actually put some search fields in, it's going to get caught in this search method right here, and we're going to have to make some queries. We're going to have to base our extraction from the database, or the objects that we take from the listings. We're going to have to base that on whatever the user puts in the search fields. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, so now we're going to give functionality to the search forms, both of them. Basically, what we need to do is when we make a search, like let's say we put like pool or something, or we choose bedrooms, any field we fill in when we submit, we're going to want to first check to see if that field exists, and then we're going to want to pull it out of the request, or yeah, pull it out of the request, I guess we could say, and put it into a variable, and then we're going to want to base our query set based on that variable. We're going to want to filter by that. So if they say state Alabama, then we're going to want to put a filter for state of Alabama. Okay, so we want to do this one by one, and we're going to do this in the listings views.py in the search. Okay, so right up at the top here, I'm going to start what we're going to call a query set list, and we can build onto this. So we're going to say query set underscore list, and I'm initially going to set this to the listing model. Okay, and we're going to say dot objects dot order underscore by, and let's order by list date. Okay, so this query alone is basically just like the listings page, right? It's the same thing. It's just going to get all of the listings. So what we need to do is just add filters for the search. But I think what I'm going to do first is just pass it in like this so we can get the template all set up. I think that's a better idea so that we can actually see our results. So let's go ahead and pass in the context, and we'll say listing or listings, and oops, we want to set that to our query set list. Okay, so now before we do all the search stuff here, let's actually just render what we're getting from this in the template, and we can do that by just literally copying what we have in listings.html. So up at the top here, or not at the top, but right here where we check for listings, we do all that stuff. We actually want the same thing in the search results. Okay, so let's copy from here, if listings, down to the end if. All right, and then we're going to go to our search.html, and we want to put this right under the row. So we want to get rid of listing 1, 2, or 1 through 6 actually, right? 6 of them. So I'm going to go, that's 5. All right, so that's down to 5, and I just want to make sure I'm right about where listing 6 ends. So I'm going to just highlight that div, and it ends right here. So I want to get rid of that as well, listing 6. Okay, and then in this row is where we want to paste what I just copied. Okay, and everything should be the same really because it's coming in as listings. Okay, it will be filtered, but for now it should just show all of the listings. So let's save that. Let's go back to search.html and see if that works. So if we reload, we get all of our listings. All right, and we might as well add the pagination as well. Actually, you know what? I'm actually not going to keep the pagination here on the search. Yeah, so let's get rid of this markup here. Where does this end? That row ends here. That may or may not be in your version of the theme because we're not going to use it. All right, so now that we're actually showing listings, let's add some filters. So let's go to the back to views.py, and let's see how we want to do this. Let's just start with searching for keywords, okay, because we have a keywords field. So I'm going to go right down here, and I'm going to just comment all the fields. So we'll say keywords. And first thing we want to do is check if it exists. So we can say if keywords in request.get. Okay, when you make a request with this form, it's a GET request, and you can actually test to see if it exists. Okay, now if it does, let's indent over. If it does, then we want to do keywords. I'm going to create a variable called keywords, and we can get the actual form value by saying request.get, and then inside brackets, keywords. Okay. So after we do that, I'm actually going to do another if, and I'm going to say if keywords, and the reason I'm doing that is because I want to make sure it's not an empty string. So if keywords, then we want to take our query list or query set list, and we want to set a filter on it. So we're going to do query set list dot filter. Okay, remember the filter method. And we actually want to search the description for any words that are typed into this keyword box. So the way that we do that is say description. And if we're doing a search like that, that's not an exact match. Like with our states, we're gonna say we want to look where Alabama equals Alabama in that actual database field. In this case, we want to search a whole paragraph for, let's say, the word pool or something like that. So when we do that, we use this double underscore after the field we're searching, and we do I contains. Okay, because we're seeing if that paragraph contains this word, and it's going to be keywords like that. Okay. All right, so I think that should do it. I mean, we could probably just test it now. So let's save. And I know we don't have great descriptions. I think we just have dummy data. Let's see, let's reload. Whoops, what happened? Not sure what happened here. All right, looks like our server stopped, so I must have did something wrong. Let's take a look. I'm gonna go into my server terminal. Okay, so if keywords in request.get. Oh, I forgot the colon. It's an if statement, so we need our colon. All right, so now the server's running again. Good. So I'm going to go back and let's reload. All right, so if we look at like one of the descriptions, it's all this dummy text. Let's search for this word here, proin. So if we go back here and we say proin and search, I think they all have the same description, so that might not help. Let's go in the admin area and let's actually just add something to a description we can search for. So we'll go to listings, we'll go to 33 Essex Circle, and in the end here we'll just say has pool. Okay, and we'll save this. Oops, I don't want to delete it, we want to save it. And then let's go back to the home page here and let's search for pool and submit. And there it is. So we just have our Essex Circle property, because that's the only one where the description has pool. All right, so that's working. And we should be able to do it from here as well. This should go to the same place, which it doesn't. It still goes to search HTML, so that's something we need to change. So in our search HTML, let's go up to the form and change this to URL search. Pool submit. Okay. Now if we submit this with no search fields here, we should get everything. Okay, all the listings. All right, now for the other fields here, like let's do city next. City is also a text field, but with city we want to match the exact thing. If we put Chicago, we want to match that exact text string in the database. So inside our views.py here, let's go under where we did the keywords and let's do city. Okay, I'm actually going to copy this and we're going to say if city in request.get, we're going to create a variable called city. Change that. We're going to say if city. Then let's do query list equals query list.filter, and we want the name of the field, which is going to be city. But instead of contains, we want to match it exact, right? So we're going to do I exact equals and then the city variable. So let's go back and let's reload, and let's see, let's do Bedford. So Bedford, submit. There we go. Let's see, we had Lexington. Actually, we have them in the drop downs here. Lexington, good. Norwood. All right, so city's working. Let's search with lowercase. So let's do Lexington with a lowercase l. Okay, and that works as well. And the reason that works is because I used I exact, which is case insensitive. Okay, if you want it to be case sensitive, then you would just use exact. All right, so let's move on here. Next thing we want is the state. So let's copy this And if you ever want to add a field, you basically just have to do this. You just add to the query set. So I'm going to do a Control D again, again, and again, and again, and just change them all to state. Okay, we can try that out. Let's reload. Okay, so if we reload, it's still in the GET request. So what I'll do is just go to the home page, and let's choose something we don't have, like Alabama. So we get no listings. Okay, now let's choose Mass, and we only have our Mass listings. Okay, none of the New Hampshire ones. Good. So that's working. Let's try the city and state together. So if we do like Norwood, Alabama, and submit, that doesn't work. If we do Norwood, Massachusetts, and submit, that works. Okay. And I'm going to show you guys in a bit, probably in the next video, how to keep your, like if we put Norwood in here and we search, I want Norwood to stay in there. Okay, so I'll show you how to do that. But let's finish actually being able to search these fields. So next we want to do bedrooms. So I'm going to grab that. And we're going to change all these to bedrooms. And again, we're going to do exact. Actually, no, I'm sorry, we're not going to do exact. Since, I mean, there's different ways you could do this. If you wanted to search for exact, you could. But the way that I want this to work is if someone chooses 4 bedrooms, I want them to get everything up to 4 bedrooms. Okay, so they shouldn't see anything 5, 6, or anything like that. I want them to just see what they're basically searching, what they could afford, which is a 4 bedroom. So anything up to that. And you could make this more advanced if you wanted to. You can change different parameters and stuff, but I'm just gonna do up to 4 bedrooms. So to do that, we don't want iExact. You could do exact, like I said, if you wanted to match the bedrooms exactly, but what I'm going to use here is LTE. Okay, so it'll basically be less than, okay, less than or equal to LTE. So let's try that. We'll save, and let's go back. And I forget exactly what bedrooms we have here. So we have 5, 3, 3, 3, 4, 3. So we don't even have any 2 bedrooms. So let's choose 3 bedrooms, and then this 5 shouldn't show up. This 4 shouldn't show up. Okay. So let's go back here and let's choose bedrooms. Whoops, I want to choose 3 and submit, and there we go. So we only get the 3s. If I choose 4, we should get the 4 and all the 3s, but we don't see the 5 because that's beyond our search. Okay, we're not looking for anything more than 4 bedrooms. All right, so we're going to do the same kind of thing with the. Actually, we don't have a bathroom search. That's right. All right, so we're going to do the same thing with the price, though. I'm going to say up to a certain amount because that's usually how people search. And what actually I just bought a house is what actually prompted me to build this application, because I was using apps like this to look for a house. So let's change this to price, and then all of these to price. We're going to leave LTE, and then that should be it. That should do it for the search. If we go back home and let's say we want to price, let's do up to 400,000. Submit. Okay, so that didn't work because this is showing that it shouldn't be showing. 400,000. Okay, that did work. 300,000. All right, let's go back to the home. I think we might have something to do with how this form is set up. Let's choose 300 and submit. Okay, so that's not working. So what I'm going to do is head back to the index page. So templates, pages, index.html. And let's take a look at the price. Okay, and the issue here is that the select for price doesn't have a name, so it's not knowing to look for the price. So if hopefully I remember, you guys probably won't have to add this. I'm going to add it so you guys don't have to, but just in case I forget for some reason, just go ahead and put in name equals price. Okay, but I think I'm going to fix that after this video. So now if we go home and we go to 400,000 and submit, there we go. So now it works. Because that name attribute, that's what the server sees. Okay, when you're in your search, your search in your views file, and you're looking at request.get.bedrooms, what this is looking at is the field, the form field that has the name of bedrooms. Okay, this is looking for the field with the name of price. So if you don't have that name attribute, it's not going to know what you're talking about. Okay, so that's when you're dealing with server side, when in the front end, the name attribute is the most important when it comes to submitting a form. All right, and of course the action of the form tag, because that tells it where to submit to. So in the next video, I'm going to show you guys how we can actually make it so that when we search for like a city, it will stay at that point. If we pick a state and we submit, it doesn't go back to state like this. Okay, so we'll do that in the next video. All right, guys, so in this video, what I want to do is make it so that when we search something such as bedrooms or price or whatever, that it stays in the form once it shows us the results. So to do that, we're going to edit our search HTML file, but we also want to go to our listings views.py, and I just want to pass in something with our context. So I'm going to add to this, I'm going to add, excuse me, I'm going to add values as our key, and then I'm just going to pass in the whole get request. So we're going to say request.get, like that. All right, and then that whatever we search for, if we put like pool and keywords, then request.get keywords should be available to us as values.keywords. Okay, so let's go back to search HTML and let's go to our keywords right here, and we're going to add in a value attribute. Okay, so let's say value, and we'll say values, which we just passed in through our context, dot keywords. Okay, let's save that and let's try that out. So if I go and we go to our home page, I'm just going to reload and let's search for pool and submit. Okay, so we get our results, and now pool is still there. If I search again for pool, it's still there. Good. It's exactly what we want. So we want to do the same thing for city. So we're going to add in value equals, oops, we want to have our quotes here. So this is going to be values dot city. Now the text fields, the input fields like that, those are easy because we can simply put a value. For the select list, it's a little different. What we want to do is have a conditional in here. So we want to put an if statement. And what we want to search is we want to say if key, okay, so if the key is equal to values dot state, actually, you know what, we want to put this in here because the way that we make an option selected is we add selected like that, but we need to loop through and decide which one is going to be selected. So this if statement actually needs to go within there. So I'm going to just cut it from here and go right here after the double quote, put a space, put my if statement in, and I think we could get away with doing this on separate lines, so let's do that just to make it look a little neater. So remember, right after the single quote here, and we're going to put our if and then our end if. Okay, so if the key, okay, right, if the key is equal to, the key is actually the value of the option, but if that's equal to values.state, then we just want to show selected, right? So we're just going to put in here the word selected. We want to add that as an attribute. So that should work. Let's try it out. So I'm going to go to the home page and I'm going to search for California and submit, and now California is still there. Okay, if I submit again, even if I put, let's say pool, let's say city, I don't know, what's a city in California? San Diego. Did I spell that right? I don't know. Submit, and they all stay. Good. So let's go back and let's do the same thing for the other selects. So I'll actually copy, let's see, option, key, and then we did our if statement here. So I'm going to grab this, just this, oops, to the end if, like that. And then we'll go down to the next option. We want to go right after the quote, after the key. I'm going to go on a separate line here and paste that in. Let's tab this over just to look a little better. Okay, but we don't want to do values.state because this is the bedroom field. So we're going to say values.bedrooms. Okay, whatever the name is, because that's what's getting sent to the server. So we'll do that, and then down here we want the price. So again, right after the quote, we'll go right here, paste that in. And we want to say values dot, and this is price. All right, so that should do it. So let's go back, and I'm going to go to the home page, and let's just do everything. So pool, city, we'll say Boston, Massachusetts, bedrooms for price, 600, and submit, and they're all still there. Okay, and then we could change our search up. So let's change it to something that will actually show up. So we'll say 600. Let's do Norwood. Get rid of pool. And I think Norwood had 4 bedrooms. Yep, there we go. All right, so our search is now working, guys. So I think the next thing that I want to work on is the authentication. We want to be able to register from the front end, log in. Then we'll work on our inquiries. We also want to have messaging. So for instance, when we log in, we want something that says you have been logged in, stuff like that. So Django actually has a messaging app that comes with it by default. So we'll be using that. All right, so I will see you in the next video. All right, guys, so now what we're going to do is start to get into accounts, okay? We want users on the front end to be able to register, to be able to log in, and we're going to have a little simple dashboard. We want this functionality, not so much just so they can see their inquiries, but just to have the functionality in case you want to add something else later where it's, you know, you have to log in to do something. So most applications that you're going to build are going to have front website facing user accounts. Okay, so I did want to throw that into this course. I didn't want to just make it, you know, only the admins had login privileges, because I think that it wouldn't give you a full view of Django. All right, and I know that I mean I can't cover everything in this project or in this course, but I'm trying to cover all the core fundamentals, things that you're going to be doing a lot, and obviously authentication is one of those things. So I think that the first thing we need to do here is create a separate app. Okay. And what I mean by app is like the listings, realtors, pages. These are all apps within Django. So we're going to create an accounts app. Okay, so let's go to our terminal down here. I have my server running in the other one, so that's still running there. And what's that? Actually, what's that error right there? Oh, that's just for the jQuery loading GIF I don't have. That's fine. So we're going to go ahead and create a new app, and if you guys remember, we do that by doing Python. I know we haven't done anything in the terminal for a while. So manage.py, and we're going to do start app. Okay, whenever you want to create a new application, start app, and this is going to be called accounts. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that. And now over on the side, you see we have accounts, and we have all the default files here. Now, Django already has a user system in place, so we don't have to create an accounts or user model. We don't have to do any of that stuff. We're just going to use the user table that is already in place. So if we go to pgadmin, and I guess I'll just leave this open here, and you can see that there is a auth user table, and it's probably not going to let me see it. I'm going to have to reload. I'm probably going to have to relog in because it's been quite a while. Oh, no. Okay, so I'm going to navigate. Yep, I do have to log in. If you let it go so long without touching it, you'll have to log in again. So we want to go to our database, and let's just check out tables, and we want to look at auth user. Extend that. If we look at the columns, you can see all the different columns. So username, first name, last name, email. Is staff is what is going to allow them to log into the back end or not. There's a super user. They have the last login, the date joined, if the user's active, all that stuff. And if we were to look at the data, excuse me, where is it? View data, all rows. We just have our one user who is the admin. Okay, so it's a super user, and staff you can see is true. So obviously when a user creates an account in the front end, we don't want them to be staff. We don't want them to be able to log into the back end. All right, so I think the first step here is to actually have a route or a couple routes for register and login, so we can at least load those templates. Okay, so we're gonna have to create those templates. So let's go to templates, and I'm going to close all these or minimize these. And in templates, we're going to have a folder called accounts. And inside accounts, we're going to have a couple files, login HTML. Okay, we're going to do register.html. And then we're going to have a dashboard. That's also part of accounts. So let's create dashboard.html. All right, so at least we have our templates. Let's just put an H1 in here for now. So this is dash. Okay, H1. This is register and login. Okay, so we have our templates. Now let's go ahead and set up our routes. So remember, when we create a new app, it doesn't automatically come with a urls.py file, and that's what we need. So we're going to create that in here. So urls.py. And before I do this, before I forget, we need to go to our settings. So it's going to be in the btre and then settings.py. And we just want to add our app. So I'm going to go right below the Realtors app. I'm just going to copy this down. And this is going to be accounts config. And this is going to be accounts. Okay, and that's something I always forget to do when I create a new app. All right, so urls.py. Let's actually copy from one of the other ones. So we'll grab listings, urls.py. Excuse me, urls.py. And let's paste that in here. So we're going to need 4 different URLs. Okay, so first one is going to be login. It's going to go to views.login. That will be the method name or the function name, and the name will be login. Next is going to be register. Okay, that's going to go to register. Name will be register. All right, and then let's see. We also want a log out. Okay, so log out. That'll call method log out. Log out, and then let's copy this down one more. This is going to be for the dashboard. Let's spell that right. Okay, so method views.dashboard path dashboard. All right. Now we're going to get these errors here because we don't have the methods inside the view. So let's open up in the accounts folder. We want the views.py. Okay, so it's going to look like this by default, and we want to add all of our methods. Or I should say views. They're view methods. So let's do register. I'm going to say define register, and this takes in a request. Okay, so for this, what I want to do is render a template. So I'm going to do render or return render. And we want to pass in here, first of all, the request. Second is going to be the template, which is going to be in the accounts folder, and then register.html. Okay, so that's that. Let's actually just copy this because we need 3 more functions here, or views, view methods. This one's going to be login. So we'll change that to login. We'll change the template that I want to load to login. So this is going to be login.html. This next one is going to be the logout. Now logout isn't going to render a template. We're going to put some functionality here to log the user out, but ultimately at the end what I want it to do is redirect. So I'm going to say return redirect, and let's put in here, let's say we want to redirect to index. Alright, now to use redirect we have to bring it in, and it comes in just like render does from the Django shortcuts, so we just want to make sure we bring that in. Alright, whoops. So last one here is going to be the dashboard method, and that's just going to simply render the dashboard. And there we go. Let's save. Okay, let's go to urls.py, and we just want to resave this. And now we have no errors. Good. So let's try out the routes. So if we go and reload, these are still going to register.html, login.html. So those aren't going to work yet. We're going to fix that, but let's manually go to accounts/register. Okay, so we're getting page not found. Let's try login. That's not working either. Let's see, using the, we didn't bring it into the main urls.py. So we need to go to btre urls.py, and we need to add it here just like we did with listings and the pages. So we're going to say accounts/, so anything that is accounts/, we're going to include the accounts URLs like that. Okay, so now that should work. Let's reload. There we go. So now we have accounts login, register. Okay, so now let's make the navigation go to the correct places. So we want these links. So those are in the navbar partial. So in the templates, we want to go into partials and underscore navbar HTML. Go down to register. Okay, so obviously we don't want this. We want URL, register, and for login, let's do this, URL, login. Okay, so let's try that out. So let's reload and click register. That works. Good. Login. That works. Now, once we're actually logged in, we're going to change this. We don't want to see the register and login if we're logged in. That doesn't make any sense. So what we're going to do is have conditionals that it's going to display a link to the dashboard. We'll actually have it say welcome and then our username. Have a link to the dashboard and also have a link to log out. Okay, but we'll do that later. Before I end the video, what I want to do is just go back to the template and just have the functionality where the links are highlighted if we're on those pages. Obviously, we're not going to see that yet because we don't have the layout, but we'll just add the ifs just like we did up here. So I'm just going to copy this like we did for the listing, and we want to go to the li that's wrapping the register link here, and just basically just get rid of this class, and right after the I here I'm going to just enter to go on the next line, and in here is where we're going to put the conditional. Okay, let's push these over, and all we want to do is change this to register. So if register in request path, then it'll have the active class. Alright, we'll do the same thing down here for login, so we'll get rid of this. We'll go right here, paste that in, push these over, and this is going to be if login. Okay, we can't test it yet because we don't have the template, we don't have the layout, but we'll do that in the next video. All right, so I'll see you then. All right, guys, so now that we have our accounts app created and we're basically loading up the correct views. So if we go to accounts and we go to our, let's see, views.py, which is right here, we're loading up register HTML, login HTML. So let's open up those templates. So I'm going to open up login HTML and register HTML, and I'm going to go back to my Sublime Bootstrap theme, or Bootstrap theme opened in Sublime, and I'm going to go to register.html. We're going to go down past the nav bar to this section right here where it says ID register, and we're going to grab that section. That's basically it. Okay, we don't want the footer or anything like that, and we're going to put that right in register. Okay, then we're going to grab, let's go back and let's go to login.html and do the same thing. We're going to grab the section, and let's take that and we'll put that right in login.html. Okay, now we have to extend the base layout, so we're going to do that in both of these. Okay, so let's do extends base.html. Let's see, what else do we want to do? We need to wrap this in the content block. So let's say block content, and then at the end we need to end it. Whoops, wrong symbol. So we want to do end block. Alright, so I'm going to save that, and I'm going to copy these two lines here and put that in register as well. Okay, and then at the end we want to end the block as well. Okay, so now let's go back and reload, and let's go to register. Okay, so it shows the register, and you notice that it's highlighted. That's from what we did in the last video. Let's go to login, and we get our login. All right, now let's see. We have all of our fields and stuff. Like for the register, you can see we have username. Make sure we have our name attributes, because that's what the server is going to read when we submit the form. As far as where this gets submitted to, it's going to go to accounts/register. Okay, so if we go to accounts views.py, it's going to submit to this. The login will submit to this. Okay, even though it's rendering the template, that's for a GET request. If we post to it, then we want it to actually do the registration and the login. So in register.html, let's go up to the form tag, which is right here, and change the action. So for the action, we want to put in our tags, and we want to say URL, and we want it to go to accounts slash, actually we should be able to just do register. Yeah, we should be able to do that. And we want to specify the method, because by default it's going to do a GET request, and we don't want that. We want it to do post. Okay, so make sure you do that. And I'm just going to copy this and then go into login HTML, go to the form, and paste this in and just change this to login. Now, one thing that's very important when you have a form and you're making a post request, you want to add what's called a CSRF token, and this prevents cross-site forgery. So basically, it ties your form to the user's session, the current session, so that no forgery can take place. It's just it's a security precaution, and it's very, very easy to implement with Django. All we have to do is simply go right in the form tag, put in our template tags, and we just do CSRF underscore token. Okay, so we want to do that. I'm going to save this. I'm actually going to copy this, and we want to do this in the register form as well. So right under the form, and we can actually take a look at this. If we go to the front end and reload, and I'm going to open up my console here, and let's inspect the element. Okay, so we just want to go right here. So see the form right under it. We have this hidden input, and this is what we just added. Okay, so you can see this is the token. this long string. All right, so that will prevent cross-site forgery. So let's see, we have our forms in place. They should submit to our view methods. I'm not going to do the actual logic yet, but let's go to our views.py. And when they get submitted, we need to identify if the request to register and log in is a post or a get. Okay, so let's just put an if statement in here, and we're going to say if request dot method is equal to post. Okay, so if it's equal to post, then we know that it's the form submission. So for now, I'll just I don't know, let's just do like a print, and we'll say submitted, or submitted reg, and then we'll just do a redirect just to make sure it works. And we'll just redirect to register, same page. Okay, and then I'm going to have an else. So else, then we just want to show the form. Okay, we want to render the form. So let's save this, and now where this will print out is in our console. So if I go down to my console where my server's running, let's go here and let's reload and let's submit. Oh, we have to fill this stuff out. Actually, that's username. We'll just do test at Gmail. Okay, it doesn't matter. We'll put some validation in later on, but let's submit. Okay, so it just redirected us, but let's take a look at our terminal. Our terminal here, and we get submitted reg. Okay, so we know that a post request was made. So that's all I want to do. I'm going to do the actual registration in the next video, but I wanted to make sure that that's being submitted. Okay, so let's just actually get rid of this stuff in here, and this is where our logic will go. So we'll say register user. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing down below. I'm just going to copy this whole block right here and replace this, and just make sure I change this back to login. Okay, and then this will be login user. All right. So we're going to get an error here because actually, why are we? Yeah, because we don't have nothing in here. We could just put a return like that. Gets rid of that. Okay, just so we don't have an error. But in the next video, we're going to go ahead and add our logic to register the user. We're going to do a little bit of validation. We need to, for instance, I'm going to keep a lot of the validation on the client side. So basically what I mean is we have required. Okay, so we have required here. We could do min length if you want. I'm not going to get too deep into validation on the client side, just some basic stuff like it's just the built-in HTML5 JavaScript stuff. On the server side, we need to make sure that these passwords match. Okay, another thing we want to do is check the email to make sure that there's not already an email in the system that matches that, as well as the username. Okay, so we need to check that, and then I think that'll do it. So, and then we'll just register the user, which is actually very easy. Okay, another thing we want to do is we want to have a message. We want to basically like a Bootstrap alert message that says success, you're now registered and you can log in. You can make it so that when you register, you log in automatically, but I don't really like to do that. I like to just let them register and then have them log in afterwards. But it's up to you how you want to do that. All right, and I'll show you how to do both. So I will see you in the next video. Alright guys, so I apologize. In the last video when I put in the form, I didn't have the first name and last name fields. You guys should have that in your version of the template. I just forgot to update mine with them. But we do want them. So I want to do the registration, but before we do that, I want to configure messaging, okay, or messages, alerts. Basically, like if we get something wrong here, like the password doesn't match, I want to have a nice Bootstrap formatted message that tells us that. So there's a few things we need to do in order to make that work. Now, Django comes with a messages app. Okay, so in the installed apps, there's actually django.contrib.messages, and we need to just configure. We don't need to do this. What we do need to add is message tags right here into our settings file. All right, so I'm actually going to copy this, and let's go to our settings file. So we want to go to btre and then settings.py. I'm going to go down to the bottom, down to the very bottom, and let's say messages, and we'll paste that in. Okay, so basically we're saying from django.contrib.messages, import constants as messages. Okay, and then for message tags, we're going to get rid of this. I don't care about that. What I do want to do is we have certain classes for Bootstrap for different like colors, like danger is for red, right? So I'm going to actually change messages. I'm going to change info to error, and I'm going to set that to danger, like that. Okay, and you'll see why. We're actually going to create a separate partial for messages or alerts. I'm actually going to call it alerts. But yeah, there's a whole messaging system, and you can see up here in installed apps that messages is one of the default apps that are included with Django. So just go ahead and add this to your settings and save it. All right, now once we do that, let's see, we want to then create a partial. Okay, so inside templates, partials, let's create a file, and you could call it messages. I'm going to call it underscore alert or alerts.html. And we want to add the Bootstrap markup so that it looks nice. But of course, if you weren't using Bootstrap or you were using a different framework or custom styling, you can style it however you want. But basically, we first want to just test to see if there's a message. So we want to say if messages, okay, because we don't want the markup or anything showing if there's no messages. Let's do an end if, and then we want to loop through the messages if there are any. So we'll say for message in messages and for. All right, so this is where I'm going to put some markup. So I'm going to actually put a div with the ID of message and a class of container. Okay, and then we want to put our Bootstrap markup. So with Bootstrap, we have a class of alert, and then we usually have a class of like alert dash danger or something like that. Now, remember in the settings, I said error is danger. I'm actually going to replace this word danger with message dot tags. Okay, and then I want to make this div dismissible. So in this class, I'm also going to say alert dash dismissible, meaning that I can just close it. Okay, so it'll have an X. And then I also want to text dash center, and then I'm just going to put a role attribute as well. This is just standard Bootstrap syntax for an alert. And then inside this div, if it's a dismissible alert, we need a button. So I'm going to say button, give it a class of close. Okay, we also want to give it a type of button. All right, so class of close. It also needs an attribute of data dash dismiss, which is just straight Bootstrap, and that's going to be alert. So data dismiss alert. Let's see, we also want to put the X mark, so we're going to use the entity of ampersand. Let's do yeah, ampersand times semicolon. That'll give it a little X. And actually, let's wrap. I think we need to wrap that in a span. This is just like if you go to the Bootstrap website and you go to components and then alerts, this is what you're going to see. Actually, we want to add the aria dash hidden attribute like that, and that should be true. All right, so that's the dismiss button. Underneath that, I'm going to put in some strong tags, and inside here, I'm going to check to see if the message is an error. So we can say if message dot level is equal to default underscore message underscore levels dot error. Okay, and then we want to do an else. Let's do our end if. All right, so if that's true, then I just want to output the word error. All right, if not, let's see. So in the else, we want to put in our double curly braces, and we want to say message dot tags, and then put a pipe character and title. Okay, and then right under that end if, I'm sorry, under that strong, we want to put the actual message, which is going to be message. Okay, so this snippet here, you can use this in all of your, if you're using Bootstrap, in all of your Bootstrap Django applications, you can use this partial and use it as your error output or your message output. So let's save this, and to test it, let's actually just test it by outputting it when we make the post request, when we submit the form. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to, let's do a redirect. I'll say return redirect to, let's say, index. Okay, remember we have to output the partial wherever we want errors to be able to go. Let's actually redirect to register, okay, to the same page. Right above it, if we want to output a message, we do message dot error if we want it to be an error, pass in the request, and then whatever the error is. So let's just say testing error message. All right, now to be able to use messages, we need to bring it in. So up here, we're going to say from Django dot contrib, we want to import messages. All right, so let's see, undefined variable message, it's because this should be messages dot error. All right, now this is it's not going to show up because our partial isn't inserted into the register template. Okay, so that's where we're redirecting to. So what I'm going to do is open up the register HTML, which is accounts register HTML, and I need to figure out where to put this. So I'm going to actually put it right below the card body. So I'm just going to say alerts. So any alerts that are output, we want to include, and we want to include partials / underscore alerts .html. All right, so let's save that. Let's also put it in the login. So I'm going to just copy this, go to the login HTML, and go right below the card body, same place, and put that in there as well. All right, so now let's test it out. So if we submit this form, we should see that test error no matter what. So let's just put whatever. There we go. Error testing, error message. Okay, let's actually put a colon right here. So basically that if statement was just going to put this out if it's an error, and we can dismiss this as well. So let's go back to our partial, and I'm just going to put a colon right here. All right, and it's up to you. If you don't want to put the word error, that's fine. That's all this is doing. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and save that. Now, one more thing I want to show you is if you want the error to disappear on its own, we could add a little bit of custom JavaScript. So if we go to our BTRE folder and go to static JS main.js and put some, we want to just use a little bit of jQuery to do a fade out. So I'm going to say set timeout, which isn't jQuery, it's just a JavaScript function to just kind of hold off on doing something, or hold off and then do something. So it takes in a function. Okay, so we'll say function. Oops. And what we want to happen is we want to use jQuery to grab the element with the ID of message, and we want to just do a fade out. So dot fade out, and we'll just put in, this takes in the speed, I'll just do slow, and then the second parameter for set timeout is the time, so we'll say 3000. So basically after 3 seconds of the message showing, it should fade out. All right, now since we put this in the static folder in BTRE, we need to run create static so that it goes into the main static folder. So down here in the terminal, let's go ahead and do Python manage.py create static, collect static, create static, collect static, overwrite, let's say yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and try it now. I'm going to reload this and just put a bunch of junk in here. Register. Okay, we're going to wait 3 seconds. And nothing. Alright, let's check out the console. There's nothing there. Let's see. Let's look at main.js. Oh, it's not there. You know what? I think we might have to restart the server. So what I'm going to do is go to my other terminal here and just let's restart. Alright, so let's try that again. Oops. Okay, let's run it. Nope, still didn't work. Why the heck is it not there? Okay, when we run collect static, what it's supposed to do is put it in here. So if we look in main.js here, it is there. It could be cached. Let me just clear. I'm going to clear the cache with Command Shift R, or you could do Shift F5 on Windows. And let's try that. So hopefully this works. There we go. All right, so it was cached. That's why that didn't work. So if you want to do that, you can. If not, just remove that line of JavaScript. But I like it to go away on its own. So now that we have the messaging figured out, and I know that that was kind of like a sidebar, now we can continue to do the register, because now when the passwords don't match, for instance, all we have to do is, we can close this up, close that up. All we have to do is inside our view is just call message.error, and redirect to register, and it'll show the error. So in the next video, we're going to cover the whole user registration. All right, so I will see you then. All right, guys, so in this video, we're going to start to work on our registration. We need to do a little bit of validation for our form, and then we're going to register a user. Right now, we're checking to see if it's a post request. If it is, in the last video, we just tested out the messaging. So I'm going to get rid of these two lines, and we're going to want to put everything into variables. Okay, so every form field that's submitted, we want to put into variables. So let's say get form values. So we're going to create, let's say, first name, and the way that we get these values is by using request, but instead of using get like we did with the URL queries and the get requests, we want to use post, since it's a post form. And then we just want to put whatever the input name is, in this case is first name. And we want 6 of these, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, and we're going to change this one to last name. Okay, then we're going to do username. Then we're going to do email. Okay, we also want password. Password, and we want password 2. Okay, so now that we have those, we want to start to do some validation. Let's say check if passwords match. So we simply say if, whoops, no parentheses, password is equal to password 2. Then we want to, actually, let's do our else first. So else, okay, so if there is no, or if the passwords don't match, then what do we want to do? We want to show an error, right? Just like I did before. So we're going to say message. Oops, I don't want that there. We want to do message, or messages, I'm sorry, dot error, takes in request, and then takes in whatever we want to output as a message, which is going to be passwords do not match. Okay, and then after that, we're going to redirect. So we want to return redirect, and we're going to redirect to the same page, which is register. Okay, so let's actually just try that so far. Make sure that that the validation works. Let's just put a return in here for now, just to shut the error up. Okay, so we'll go back to our register and reload. And doesn't matter what we put in here. This can be anything. Password. Now I'm going to make this not match. So I'll do like 111, 222, register. There we go. Passwords do not match. And after 3 seconds, that disappears. That's exactly what I want to happen. All right, so let's go back. Now, if they do match, we want to move on, but we have some more validation to do. We don't want to have duplicate usernames or duplicate emails. So those are some things we're going to have to add here. So let's say check username. And to do that, we need to actually bring in the user model. Okay, so we didn't create a user model, but it comes default with Django, but we still need to bring it in to use it. So up here, we'll say from, let's see, it's going to be from Django dot contrib dot auth dot models, and then we want to import uppercase U user, and then we can use that model just like we could use any model, just like we did with the listing and the realtor and so on. So for the check username, we're going to do an if, and we're going to say user dot objects. Remember, objects fetches from the database. We want to put a filter. Okay, so we want to do filter, and we want to filter by username equals username. Okay, we're checking the username field in the database for this value, which is this variable up here. And then we simply want to tack on dot exists. Okay, so it's just a a helpful method that will let us know if that username exists. So we'll put a colon here. And if that's true, then we want to show an error, because that means there's already a user with that username, right? So we don't want them to be able to register. So we're going to send an error. Say request, and the error will say that username is taken. And then again, we're going to return a redirect to the register. Okay, so this needs an else. So if there is no username, that means we want to continue, but we want to check for the email because we want that to be unique. So it's going to be virtually the same thing. So I'm going to just copy this right here, this whole if else, and we want to make sure we're indented here inside this else. Paste that in. Okay, so this should be like that. And we're just going to say if user.objects.filter by email. So if email equals email exists, then we're going to say that email is being used, and we're going to redirect. Okay, else then we'll just say looks good. Okay, so everything is passed. So I'm going to save this, and I just want to test those things. Now, as far as users, we have one user in the database. I believe it's what's the username? Brad, I believe. I mean, we can check. We could check in the back end here. If we go back home, what do I not have my server running? Whoops. Let me just check something real quick. It's probably because there's nothing here. So let me just do. Let me just put a return here and save. And make sure my server is still running. It's in the other terminal. Okay, good, that fixed it. Alright, so we'll go back and reload. Okay, so users, and you can see we have a username of Brad and an email address of brad@gmail. So I should not be able to register with either of those. Alright, so let's try that. Let's start with, it doesn't matter what we put in here or here. I just want to try the Brad username. Okay, email, I'm not gonna, doesn't matter. Password, now this has to match or we'll get an error, so let's do just 111, 111, let's register. There we go, that username is taken. Perfect. So let's try the email now. So remember, the email is brad@gmail.com. Oops, I'm sorry, that should go in here. Username, we'll just say whatever. Password. That email is being used. Alright, so all the validation is working. Now we want to continue to actually register the user. So to do that, let's get rid of this return. Let's create a variable called user, and we're going to set it to user.objects, and there's a method called createUser. Okay, so we want to do that, and we want to pass in all the fields. So username equals username. We want to do password equals password, email equals email, first name equals first name, last name equals last name. Is that it? I think that's it. Username, password, email. Yeah, that should be it. So I just want to show you two ways of doing it. Now, if you want to log the user in once they're registered, we'll say log in after register. What you could do is you could say auth.login, and you could pass in the request and the user that we just created here. Now, if you want to use this auth object right here, you actually have to bring it in, and it's part of Django contrib. So we could just add it right here, and that should work. But I'm actually not going to do that. If you do that, what I would do is put a message underneath. So I'd say messages.success, okay, because we don't want it to be an error. We want it to be a success message, and say request, and we'll say you are now logged in. Okay, and then just return redirect to slash or index. You could do index. Okay, so that would do that. I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to comment it out just in case you guys want. What I want to do is register the user and then give them a message and redirect them to the login page so that they can manually log in after they register. So to do that, we take the user and we just call save. Okay, so we say user.save. Let's do a success. I'll just grab this. And let's say you are now logged, or you are now registered and can log in. Whoops, I put a semicolon. I'm in like JavaScript mode today. And then we're going to return a redirect. And we want to redirect to the login page. Okay, so hopefully this works. Let's try it out. So I'm going to reload the register page, and I'm actually going to try and register. So let's say, we'll say Kathy, last name Smith, username, we'll just do Kathy, Gmail, and let's match these passwords. I'm just going to do 1 through 6 and register. Okay, success, you are registered and can log in. Awesome. So if we go to our admin area into the user section, if I reload, there's Kathy. Okay, and if you look at staff status, there's an X mark because she's just a regular front-end user. Okay, and notice the password is hashed automatically, so you don't have to worry about any of that. You don't have to worry about hashing your passwords. It just happens automatically. So awesome, we can now register on the front end. So what I want to do next is handle the login. But before I do that, I just want to add in a couple places, actually I think only the home page, I want to add the ability to have messages or alerts. Because you know how I put, if you wanted to log in after you register, it puts out a message and then redirects you to the index, but the index page doesn't have the alerts, I don't believe. The alerts partial included. So let's go down to templates and then go to, let's see where we go in pages, index.html. And we want to put the alerts somewhere in here. So let's see, I think a good place to put this, let's go under the whole showcase area. And actually, I don't know where to put this. I mean, I guess let's just take a look at the front end here. We could put it right above the latest listings, like right here. Yeah, let's do that. So we have latest listings. I believe the alerts, if we look at the partial, which is right here. So we have a div ID, a message. It has a class of container, so it'll be put in the middle, so that should be fine. So for that, yeah, we'll put it right here. So let's do our include. Partials / underscore alerts.html. Okay, so just in case you redirect to the home page and you want to show a message, you want to show an alert. All right, guys, so in the next video, we're going to make it so that we can take the user that we just created and we can log in with that user. Okay, so we're going to do authentication. Then we're going to work on the nav bar because obviously this should be different if we're logged in. We should also have a way to log out, so we need to work on all that stuff. So I will see you in the next video. All right, in the last video we took care of the registration, so we were able to go to register, fill out the form, we have some validation going on, and once we pass it, it registers the user. As you can see, we registered a user called Kathy. Now we want to be able to log in with that account. So let's go to VS Code, and inside our views.py that's in the accounts folder, we're going to go down to the login method. Okay, so that's the method that we want to use here. So we're already checking to make sure that it's a post request, meaning the form is submitted. We're going to get rid of this return here and replace it. And we want to get the variables just like we did above, except there's only two that we want, and that's the username and password that comes in from the form. So let's say request.post, and we want the username. Okay, we also want the password. Okay, so we have those two. Now, to be able to log in or authenticate, we want to create a variable called user. I'm going to set it to auth, which I already brought in the last video. It should be coming from Django contrib. And then there's an authenticate method. Okay, so we want to say authenticate. We want to do username equals the username variable that's above, which is whatever is submitted in the form, and then password, which is equal to the password that's submitted in the form. Okay, then we want to, oops, what did I just do? I want to be in here. We want to check to see if user is not none. Okay, so if user is not none, that means that we want to that means that the user is found. Okay, so that means it's found in the database by this username and password. So these are matched in the database. Then we want to log in. So we say auth.login, and this takes in the request, and it also takes in the user. Okay, so that's pretty much it to log in. So we're going to do a message, a success message. So let's say message.success. And we'll say request, and we'll say you are now logged in. And then we'll redirect. So let's do a return, redirect. Now we're going to redirect to the dashboard, and I know that we haven't, I don't think we created that template yet, or we did, and it's just like an H1, but that's ultimately what we're going to want to do. So I'm just going to put that. We'll probably work on that next, but we want to do an else here. So if the user is not found, then what do we want to do? We want to output an error. So we'll say messages. This actually should be messages, not just message. So messages.error, passed in our request, and then the error that we want to give is invalid credentials. Okay, and then we're going to redirect. So we want to return, redirect, and let's redirect to login. All right, so we'll save that, and let's reload, or just refresh, and then I'll just put in whatever. Okay, invalid credentials, good. So let's try to log in as Kathy. So if I say Kathy, put in our correct password, and log in, we get redirected to the dashboard. And this is the front end dashboard. This has nothing to do with the admin. Now if I go back to my admin and I reload, we're going to be logged out, because remember, these users are all in the same table. So if we're logged in as Kathy, then we're logged in as Kathy. There's no being logged in as Brad in the admin area. And Kathy doesn't have access to the admin area, so we're going to be booted out. So just know that. That's how our workflow is going to kind of go from now on. But yeah, so we're logged in now. So we need a way to log out. We also need to create the dashboard. Okay, we don't even have a nav bar to add a logout. So I think in the next video what we'll do is add the markup for the dashboard, and then we can work on the logout. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, so in the last video we completed the login, the authentication. We were able to log in successfully. We were redirected to the dashboard, but the dashboard is nothing more than an H1. in the template. So we need to fix that. So let's go back to, well, I'm going to go to my Sublime Text because that's where I actually have my Bootstrap theme. And I'm going to go to dashboard.html. We want to go below all the navbar stuff. So right here to this section, and we're going to go all the way down to right above the footer. Okay, the dashboard's not that big of a page. And then let's go back to VS Code and go to templates, accounts, dashboard, HTML. Okay, and we're going to want to paste this in, but of course we need to extend our base template. So up here, let's do extends base.html, and we need to wrap this all in a code block. So block content, or I should say a content block, not a code block. Excuse me, we need to end that down here. Okay, so let's save that. And if we now look at the dashboard, if we reload, now this is all just static data. Obviously, we've done nothing to do with contacts yet or inquiries. We haven't even created the application yet. So this is all static. But we do have the nav bar showing. Okay, and that's what I want to focus on, because when we're logged in, we don't want register and login to show. We want this to be different. So let's go back to the dashboard, and I just want to change one thing here before we get into that, and that's the breadcrumb. We don't want this to go to index.html. We want to put in our tags, and we want URL, and we want to go index. Okay, so now what I want to do is head on over to our navbar partial, so templates partials underscore navbar.html, and I want to go right inside of the UL right here with the navbar nav ml auto right above this li, and I'm going to put a conditional. I'm going to say if user dot is underscore authenticated. Okay, so basically if the user is logged in, and then we're going to do an else. Okay, and I want everything that's here, which is the register and the login li tags, to be within the else. Okay, so I'm just going to go down to the last, this ending li, and just tab that over, and then right underneath it I'm going to tab back, and I'm going to put the end if here. And just to test this out, let's just say whatever, hello, just to see if this works. So I'm going to save, and let's go back and reload, and you can see hello. And the reason you can't really see it until I highlighted it is just because it's not a link, and it's just the way the CSS is. But we know that conditional is working. All right, so now what we want to do is construct a log out link. We actually want a log out link and a dashboard link. But the trick here is the log out, it can't just be like an A tag with an href. It can't be a link. It can't be just a standard GET request. It has to be a post. So what we'll do is we'll create a form that will look like a link. Okay, hopefully that makes sense, because a form is what we use to make a post request. We could use JavaScript and make use the Fetch API or Ajax or something like that. But I'm just going to construct a simple form to log out. But let's first put the dashboard link. So let's see how we want to do this. Let's actually grab one of these LIs right here. So this whole register LI, and I'm going to paste that in here. And let's say if dashboard in request path, we're going to have this stuff, and then down here let's change this to dashboard, and the URL is going to go to dashboard. Okay, let me just let's see, we don't want an icon here, right? So we'll just get rid of this I tag. And I'm just going to save this and just see if this shows up correctly and works. So there we go, dashboard, good. If I click on that, all right, so now we have a way to get to our dashboard. Now, in addition to just dashboard, I want it to say like welcome and then whatever the username. So remember, we have access to this user object within the template. Okay, so within all templates. So I'm actually going to say welcome. We'll say welcome, and let's do our double curly braces, and we'll say user, and we can access any field of the user, and I'm going to access username. And then I'm just going to put dashboard in parentheses like that. So now if I save and we go back and I reload, it says welcome Kathy and dashboard, just to let you know that if you click on it, it will take you to the dashboard. And I spelled dashboard wrong. If you don't want to have the dashboard there and just say welcome, or you don't even want the welcome, that's fine. Whatever you want to do is that's your preference. But let me just fix this. I type like too fast when I write dashboard. I always put the A before the O. So now that we have that, let's take care of the logout. So right underneath, let's see, I'm trying to figure out where this is going to go. We have our A tag, we have our ending LI. So let's put another, let's put another LI. And let's give it class. We don't need the active, so we don't need to do the if statement. So we'll just say nav item. And let's do margin right 3. Okay, so we're going to do that, and then let's put an A tag with the class of nav-link, and you'll see what I'm doing in a minute here. I'm actually going to put in here JavaScript and then some curly braces, and what this allows us to do is actually write some JavaScript in here. So I'm going to say document.get element by ID, and the ID is going to be logout, and then I just want to call dot submit. Okay, so that's all I want there. Now let's wait a minute. Yeah, so we have the href, we have the class of navlink. So inside here, inside the A tag, I'm going to put an icon, like a logout icon. So I'm going to do FAS, and let's do FA dash sign dash out dash alt. Okay, that'll give us a little logout link, and then I'm going to say logout right next to it like that. All right, now when we click this, it's going to run this little piece of JavaScript. It's going to look for the ID of logout, and it's going to submit the form. So we want to create that form. So I'm going to put that right underneath this A tag. So we'll say form with an ID of logout. Okay, now the action is going to go to the URL of logout. Okay, remember we have that route. So the action will go to logout. We want to make sure that we add a method of post here. Okay, it should be a post request. And let's see, inside the form, we're not going to do much. We do want to put our CSRF token, just like we did with the other post form. So we just want to do CSRF underscore token. And then we're just going to put an input with the type of hidden. Okay, just like that. So all this should do is make a post request to logout. So let's save this, and then let's go back to views.py inside accounts, and you can see we have our logout here, and we want to check to see if it's a post request, just like we did up here with like the login and the register. So I'm going to copy that line, and let's put that here. So we're going to say if there's a post request, we want to log out. So auth.logout. It's as simple as that. We just want to pass in the request That should log us out. We want to send a message, a success message. Pass in the request. And the message will just say, you are now logged out. And let's redirect to index. We just want to tab this over, indent this over. And that should do it if we did it right. So let's save it and let's see if things work out. So we'll reload, and you can see now we have a logout link. If I click that, oh, messages not defined. So this should be messages, but we still should have logged out because it should have ran this. The error happened here. So if we go back, we should be logged out when I reload. Okay. So up here now, notice it says register and log in again, and we got that little message here. It was like stuck to the top. So I think what I'm going to do, I mean, there might be a better place to put that in the index. That the partials alerts. I mean, we could do like we could put some CSS, or we could do a line break or something like that. What if we did that? I mean, that pushes it down a little, but I think that's all right. So let's try it again. Let's log in. So let's say Kathy. Okay, so we're logged in. And we went to the dashboard. Now, if you want a message to say, like, you're now logged in, which I think, if we look at views.py and we look at our login, yeah, you get that message, but the dashboard doesn't have the alerts partial. So we have to put that in there. So let's go to dashboard. And let's figure out where we want to put this. Let's put it right below the breadcrumb. So alerts. Include partials / alerts.html. All right, so now when we log in, it'll show right here, welcome. I mean, it'll say you're now logged in. Okay, we can navigate around. Let's log out, and now success, you're logged out, and our register and login links are back. Okay, and the success message disappears after 3 seconds because of that piece of JavaScript that we put in. All right, so that's going to be it for this video, guys. Before we jump into contacts or inquiries, in the next video, I just want to do something that is very simple, but I think is necessary, and that is to be able to change the titles up here for each page, because right now all the different pages, okay, whether it's a page or a listing, they all have just BT real estate. So I want to give you the option to change this, and I think it's really important for listing pages. I want to actually have the title of the listing in up here, because if this comes up in a Google search result, then we want that in the title. We don't want just BT real estate for everything. All right, so in the next video, I'll show you how we can do that, and then we'll move on to adding our contact model or our contacts app with the model and database table, and we'll work on making inquiries or making contacts. And when I say contacts and inquiries, I mean the same thing. I'm using them synonymously. All right, so that's it. I will see you in the next video. All right, guys, so before we move on here, I just want to be able to have custom titles for each page. And this is something I could have done early on, but I wanted to get all of our templates all set before I did that. Okay, and now I think we have every single template, every page, every HTML page is now incorporated into our application. So I think that it's a good time to implement that. And it's very easy. All we have to do, let me just close all this stuff up. All we have to do is go into our base HTML, and we just simply need to add another block, and we're going to put that up in the title. Now I do want, and it's up to you how you want to do this, but I do want to have BT real estate in every page title, but then have the rest of the title after it, so like a subtitle. All right, and you could do this how you want. Usually you have like a pipe character or a hyphen or something like that. You could put the hyphen in the template like this, But then again, if you forget or you don't have a custom title on a page, it's just going to look like this with nothing after it. Or you can choose to put the hyphen or the pipe character within the template, okay? And I'll show you what I mean. So I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to put the character inside the template just in case we don't add a title to a page. But we just want to add a block here. So we're going to say block, and I'm going to call this title. And we want to, of course, end the block. So let's say end block. Save that. And then let's start off with our home page. We'll go to pages and then index HTML. And for the title here, I mean, you guys you can do whatever you want. I'm just going to put the word home or welcome. And where we want to put this is, I'm going to put it right after we load humanize. So right here. So we want to say block title, and let's just do welcome. And what I was talking about is we would put the pipe like that, and then end block. All right, so let's save that, see if it works. So we'll go to the home page and reload, and now we get BT real estate. We have a pipe character and welcome. So it's up to you where you want to put the character. So let's add some other ones. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, because as you can see now, if we went to about and we forgot to put a title, or we didn't want to put a title, it still just says BT real estate. If we did it the other way, we would have just a pipe character, which looks kind of silly. So, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you on how you want to do it. So for about, let's go up here, and we're going to go right under load static. I always want to put the title like right above the content. And we'll just say about BTRE, or let's just do about us. Okay, we'll save that. Let's go to see what other pages we have here. Let's go to listings. And we'll go to listings.html, and we'll say browse, or browse property listings. Like that. Okay, let's go to search.html and go right here. And we'll say search results. Save that. Now let's go to listing.html, and this is really important because I actually want to put the title of the listing in the page title. So it's actually going to be dynamic. So I'm going to grab this right here, listing.title, and put that in here. That way it shows the title. So let's save. And we'll check that out in a minute, but let's finish here. So let's go to register, accounts/register. Whoops! Oh man, I gotta copy that again. All right, so register account. Let's go to login. So accounts login. Login, we'll just say account login, and then we just have our dashboard, and let's just say dashboard. Oops. We'll say user dashboard. Okay, I think that's all of our templates. I think that's all of our HTML files. So let's go ahead and check them out now on the front end website. So this is the about, so I'm going to reload, and we get about us, featured listings, we get browse properties, register account, account login. If we go to let's see, let's go to a single listing. And notice that in the title now, we can see 33 Essex Circle, so we have the actual listing. You could also put like the city and state, whatever you want. It's absolutely fine, whatever you want to put. If we log in and go to the dashboard, we get user dashboard. All right, so all of our titles are good. So now what we're going to do in the next section is we're going to start to work with contacts, okay, or inquiries. Basically, we want to be able to submit this form right here. Okay, so this should get submitted to a view method, and this stuff should get added to the database. And we're also going to make it so that if you're logged in, then your name and your email is automatically put in the form. Also, it should get put in the database. Your user ID should get put in the row as well. All right, that way we can track logged in users' inquiries, and we can put that in their dashboards. Okay, so we're going to get into that in the next section. All right, guys. So now we're moving on to the contacts part, or the inquiries part of this Django project. So we need to create an app called Contacts. So I'm going to go down to my terminal here. Make sure you're in your virtual environment, and we're going to run Python manage.py, and we want to do start app, and we're going to call this Contacts. Okay. So now over here you can see that we have a new folder called Contacts, all the standard stuff inside of it. And I think the first thing that we should do here is create our model, okay, because this is going to have its own model. So let's open this up, and let's create a class called Contact. That's our model name. And we need to pass in models.model, colon, and then we want to put our fields. So we're going to have listing. And listing is going to be a character field, so we're going to say char field. And let's give it a max length. And let's do max length 200. Okay, I'm not going to do a relationship here between the contact and the listing because we don't really need to. All I really want is just the title of the listing and also the listing ID. So we're going to do listing ID, and that's going to be an integer field. So models dot integer field. Okay, then we want a name. So this will be the contact name. Whoops. Models dot. This will also be char field, and let's do max. We'll say max length, and let's do 200. All right, and then I'm going to copy this down. Let's do 2 more down. And this one, both of these are going to be max length 100. This is actually going to be the email and the phone. So let's say email and phone. Okay, so the next thing is going to be the message. And message is going to be a text field. Okay, and message is going to be optional. So we're going to do blank equals true, meaning that it can be blank, so it's optional. And then let's do contact underscore date, and we're going to set that to date, models dot, let's do date time field, and I want to put a default in here, and I'm going to set the default to date time dot now. Okay, and in order to use date time, we have to bring that in. So we're going to say from date time import date time. So default now, and then I'm also going to add blank true to this. So let's say blank and set that equal to true. And then we also want the user ID. Now, this user ID is going to be connected to whatever registered user is logged in when they make an inquiry. So let's say models dot, and we'll do integer field. And I'm actually going to set this to blank equals true because when someone makes an inquiry, they may not be logged in. Okay, so we don't want inquiry forms to only be available to people that are logged in. However, if they are logged in, we want to track that user ID so that we can show their inquiries on their dashboard. Now, the last thing we're going to do here is define, and we're going to say double underscore str, double underscore, and then we want to pass in self. And this is basically the main field we want to refer to for contacts, and it's going to be name. So I'm going to do self.name. And that's it. That's our model. Now we're going to have we want to put a table in the database for our contacts. So we need to create a migration. All right. So let's go down here to our terminal, and we're going to say Python manage.py make migrations contacts. App contacts could not be found. All right, so I think I've said this a couple times throughout the course. I always forget to put my new apps in the installed apps list in the settings. So let's go to our settings page, our settings.py, and go up to installed apps. I wish that they would just somehow make it so that these got added automatically, because I just can't seem to remember to put them in. So this is going to be contacts config, and we want to change this to contacts. All right, so let's save that, and let's try this again. So we're going to run make migrations on the contacts app. Okay, so it'll look at that model, and it'll create a migrations file. So you can see it's created in contacts. It's created in the migrations folder 001.initial.py. Now to run this, we need to do Python manage.py, because right now we just have the migration file. It hasn't actually ran, so it hasn't created the database table. So now we just simply say migrate, and we get an OK. So if we want to double check that, we can go to pgadmin, and I'm probably going to have to log back in here because it's been a while. And you don't have to use pgadmin if you want to log into your shell, your PSQL shell, that's fine as well. So if we go to databases and btredb, schemas, public, tables, and there it is, contacts underscore contact. All right, good. So we know that that worked. So I think we're all set here in the models. I'm going to close that up. And in the next video, what I want to do is I want to register our model with our admin area so that we can actually see our contacts in the admin. And we're also going to customize the table a little bit. All right, so we'll do that in the next video. All right, guys, so in the last video, we went ahead and created our contacts app. We created our model, and we ran the migration. So now we actually have a contacts database table. Now we're going to go to the admin.py here because we want to register our contact model so that we can actually see them in the admin area. So let's go ahead and bring in, we'll say from .models, we want to import contact, and let's do class contact admin and pass in the admin.model admin. And then we can do our customizations here, and then after that we want to run it through admin.site.register, pass in the name of the model, contact, and then the name of the class, which is contact admin. Okay, so in here, as far as customizations, let's do our list display. So we've done this before with other models. So list display, I'm going to do ID. Oops, ID. Let's do name. Let's do listing. Okay, so that'll be the actual listing name. Email. And contact date. And if you want to change any of these up, feel free to do that. So now let's do list display links. Which ones do we want to actually be links? And I just want to do ID and name. Okay, let's do search fields. So search fields, I'm going to do name, email, and listing. And then finally, let's do list per page. And that's going to be 25, just like the rest. And that's it. I'm not going to do anything crazy here. So let's save that. And now if we go to our back end, we're going to have to log in. Let's reload this. We're going to have to log in as Brad or whatever your admin user is. And let's go to our home. And now we see contacts. If we click on that, we don't have any contacts, obviously. Now you can add them from here if you want, but I really don't know why you would do this. I guess maybe if you, if someone from the company talked to someone outside of the website, like in real life, and then they wanted to add their information into the admin area, I guess they could do it this way. But for the most part, the contacts that are going to be listed here, they're going to come from that inquiry form in the application. So that's really what this is for. So I'm not going to add any contacts through here. I just wanted to go ahead and add those customizations for the admin area. All right, so in the next video, what I want to do is prepare our inquiry form. So this right here, when I say make an inquiry, I want to do a few things here. We need to change this because this is just hard-coded right now, or just static HTML. I also want to put the name and the email of the logged in user. If they're logged in, I want that information in there, as well as some hidden fields. So I want to prepare this form in the next video, and then we'll move on to actually submitting it and getting that data into the database. Okay, so I'll see you in the next video. All right, guys, what I want to do in this video is prepare our inquiry form or our contact form. So that's going to be in our templates and then in listings and listing.html. Okay, so it's at the bottom, this inquiry modal here, and there's quite a bit that we need to do here. First thing I'm gonna start with is the form tag. So we need to add an action to this. Now, we haven't created any URLs yet for contacts, but we will. So I'm going to put in here, let's say URL, and we'll just say contact. Okay. We also want to make sure that this is a post form, so we want to say method equals post. And when we have a post form in Django, we want to make sure that we secure it with our CSRF token. And then this property here is just static, so I just want to replace this with our listing name. Remember, we're in the listing.html file where we pass the listing in, so we have access to all of the fields of a listing. We also have access to the user stuff. So if the user is logged in, I actually want to send the user ID as a hidden input field because we're going to need that. So let's go, where should we go? Let's go right under the token right here, and let's put an if statement. So we'll say if user dot is underscore authenticated, and I just want to put an else here as well. Okay, then we need an end if. So if the user is authenticated, I'm going to put a hidden input. So I'm going to say input hidden. The name is going to be user underscore ID, and then the value is going to be user.id. Now, else, if the user isn't authenticated, I'm still going to send this input. Okay, I'm still going to send it, but I'm going to set the value to 0, okay? And this is just going to make things easier for us on the other side when we handle the submission. So I also want to send along a couple other things. I want to send the email, the email of the realtor and the listing ID. And the reason I want to send the email is because I want to send the realtor an email when there's a new submission. So we're going to go right under the end if. Okay, this shouldn't be in the conditional. And we want to put an input. Okay, so this is going to be hidden again. And name for this is going to be realtor underscore email. And the value. Okay, so the value is going to be listing.realtor. And remember, since the relationship between a realtor and a listing, we can get any fields from the realtor model, and we want the email. So we can do that. At the same time, I want to get the listing ID as a hidden input. So I'm going to copy this down, and I'm going to change this to listing underscore ID. And of course, we can do listing.id for that. Okay, so now let's handle the name and the email. If the user is logged in, I actually want the value to display as their name and their email. So let's go to, we want to be in the input. I'll go right after the class and right before the required here. And let's put an if statement in here. Okay, so I'm going to say if user dot is authenticated, and I'm just going to put the end if. So if the user is authenticated, then I'm going to put a value attribute, and that value attribute is going to be equal to user dot, what is this, email? Is this the email? No, this is the name. So user.name. Okay, and we want to do the same thing for the email. So I'm going to copy this whole if statement, go right here for the email, paste it in, and I'm just going to change this to user.email. Why is this discolored? That's weird. So like that up here too? No. Class form control, that, yeah, that should still work. It's just a VS Code thing. So is that it? I think that's it. So at the bottom, input type submit. Good. All right, so let's save this. And first thing, let's see if we have any errors. So if I reload the page, we do. Reverse contact not found. So basically, the reason we're getting this error is because there's no URL with the name of contacts. So what we're going to do is in our contacts app, just like we've been doing with just about every other app, we want to create a urls.py file. And in this file, we're actually only going to have one URL, and that's for the submission. So let's just quickly say from Django.urls, we want to import path, and let's bring in our views. So from all, import views, and then we want to do our URL patterns. Okay, and we just want one path here, and the path, I'm just going to make it, let's see, what are we going to do here? Let's say contact. Yeah, contact, and that's going to go to views dot contact, and let's say name equals contact. Now, just like with any other URL file, we have to basically include it in the main urls.py. And we're getting this error because there's no contact method. We'll add that in a second. But let's go to btre urls. And we're just going to do what we did with the rest of these. I'm just going to copy this down. And this will be contacts. It's going to go to contacts.urls. All right, so we'll save that, and let's create our view method. So we'll go to our contacts app and then views.py, and let's say define contact, pass in our request, and for now, let's just return, save that, and that should get rid of the error in the urls.py if I resave it. There we go. All right, so now let's make sure that we have no errors. Let's reload, and good. If we make an inquiry, so the correct listing is in here, 33 Essex Circle. Actually, though, I'm logged in. Okay, so it has the email, but it's not showing the name. Okay, why is it not showing the name? Oh, the reason it's not showing the name is because the user doesn't have a name. It has a first name and a last name. So we want to go down to where we tested right here in the input, and we put user.name. We're actually going to put user.firstname space user.lastname. All right, let's try that. So now if I reload and we make an inquiry, nope, that didn't work either. Oh, you know why it didn't work? Because Brad, the user Brad, doesn't have a first and last name. If we go to users and we look at Brad, there's no first and last name, so that's actually fine. Let's try to log in as Kathy and see what happens. Because for the first name and last name, it's not required. So if we go to a listing and make an inquiry, there we go, Kathy Smith. Good. So in the next video, we're going to start to handle the submission. So I will see you then. All right, guys, so now that we have prepared our form, our inquiry or contact form, now we need to handle the submission, or start to handle the submission. So if we look at our contacts folder here, contacts app URLs, we have one path, and that's contact. And then that's linked to this method here. So we just want to, first of all, make sure that it's a post request. So we're going to do if request dot method is equal to post. Oops, let's put our colon here. Then for now, all I want to do is, let's see, what should we do? Let's just do a print, and we'll just say hello, and we'll just return, just so we know that the form is actually submitting. So in my server here, once I submit the form, we should see hello. So I'm going to just go back here and reload and make an inquiry. Kathy's information is in there because we're logged in as her. Let's just send. All right, so the view contacts view did not return. That's fine because all we did is return. We didn't return the HTTP response. I just want to check the console, and there it is, hello. So we know that this is submitting, and it is in fact a post request. All right, so let's go back to this terminal here, and let's continue on. So if it is a post request, then what do we want to do? We want to capture the fields, right, just like we've been doing. So let's get the listing ID, and the listing ID was that hidden field that we put, but we fetch it the same way. It doesn't matter if it's a hidden field or a text field, whatever it is. We use request.post, and then whatever we named it, which was listing ID. All right, we're going to do the same thing for the other fields. So let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fields here. So the next one is just going to be the listing, basically the listing title. Then we have the name, the contact name. So we're going to Control D and change both of these to name. Next we have the email. So I'm going to Control D, select the next one, email. And then we need phone, message. Oops. Okay, message, user ID. And then we want the realtor email. Okay. So we do have some issues here, but this should have nothing to do with that error, but we'll fix it anyway. So messages, we didn't bring that in. So up at the top here, I'm going to do from Django dot contrib. We want to import messages, and redirect comes in from shortcuts, so we'll just add redirect and save. All right, so what I'm going to do is I just want to see if that actually went through. So I'm going to log in as Brad, and we'll go to contacts. Okay, so that did not go through. So let's try this again. I mean, I still think we're going to get the same error, but we'll try it. Let's just send that in. Yeah, still getting that error. So it's on listing. So we're getting listing equals post request listing. Let's go to the template, which is listing.html, and go down to our form. And let's see, listing, which is right here. And you know what? I think it's because we have it disabled. So let's actually remove the disabled. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm actually going to log out and log in as Kathy. Okay, so success. So let's go to a listing, make an inquiry. We'll say I am interested in this home. Page not found. All right. Okay, so I know the issue here. This should be listings/4, so that's no problem. And it looks like everything should have gone through. It's just the redirect that messed up. So if I go back and we reload, we have to log in as Brad because he's a super user, admin, whatever. And we should see, there she is, Kathy Smith. So we have the listing, the email, and the contact date. If we click on that, you'll see the rest of the stuff here. So the listing ID, the phone number, her message, date, user ID, and so on. Good. So we just want to go back and change in views.py. We want to change this to listings/listing ID. That way it will actually redirect to the correct place. So let's actually log out of the front end. I'm going to go back and log out, and let's make an inquiry. So I'll just say like Tom Smith. And I'll leave the message blank. Okay, so success, your request has been submitted. And it just redirects us back to the correct listing, the one that we were on. And if we go back and go to our contacts, which now I have to log in as Brad, there's Tom Smith. Oh, I didn't realize I used the same last name. All right, so we're now able to submit inquiries, whether you're logged in or not. So in the next video, I want to make it so that if the user is logged in and they try to make inquiry on a property that they already have, it's going to tell them they've already made that inquiry. All right, so if Kathy logs in and does another inquiry on this home, she's going to get a message saying there's already an inquiry. All right, so we'll do that next. All right, guys, so our submission for the contact form is going through, but there's a couple more things we want to do. I want to make it so that if the authenticated user has already sent an inquiry, that they get a message saying they've already sent it. And then I also want to add the functionality of email. I want to send whoever the realtor email is, I want to send them an email notifying them that there's been a submission. So let's start off with telling the user that they've already had an inquiry. So we're going to go right here. Let's say check if user has made inquiry already. So we're first going to just say if request dot user dot, and then we want to use that is authenticated. Okay, so if they're authenticated, then we want to get, we're going to say user ID equals request dot user dot ID. All right, and then after that, I'm going to say has underscore contacted and set that to our contact model, and then objects dot all, and then I want to filter. Okay, and I want to filter, I'm going to say listing underscore ID equals listing underscore ID, because we want to check for the current listing and the current user. So user underscore ID equals user underscore ID. Okay, and then right under that, we're going to do an if. We're going to check that has contacted. So if has contacted, we want to send an error message. So messages dot error. And we'll just say you have already made an inquiry for this listing. And then we'll redirect back to the same listing. So I'm just going to copy this redirect down here, put that there, make sure that's on the same line. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that and let's give it a shot. So let's go back and let's reload. So I want to log in as Kathy because she already made a listing. What did she call it? 28 Gifford Street. So Kathy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so now let's go to that Gifford Street and let's try to make an inquiry. Okay, so I'm just going to send, and there we go. You have already made an inquiry for this listing. So let's go to another one, make sure we can make them to make an inquiry to one we haven't actually done yet, and that works. So if we go to the admin area, we're going to just have to relog in as Brad. And she has one for 12 United, but notice that she doesn't have 2 for 28 Gifford Street, so it prevented that from happening. So there's no way to prevent an unregistered user from making multiple inquiries on the same property unless you add like IP tracking and stuff like that, but we're not going to get into that. We just want to make sure that logged in users don't make double inquiries. All right, cool. So now let's do the email stuff. So if we go to Django, let's just say Django email, and right here, the sending email documentation. What we need to do is pretty simple. We just bring in send mail from Django core mail. We simply run send mail. We put the subject, the message, the from email, any 2 emails, fail silently. We'll just set that to false. We'll use the default. So you have to do that, and then in the settings we have to add some stuff as well. I don't know, it should be on this page. We have to add like our email server and stuff like that, and I'm just going to be using Gmail. Yeah, so these are the variables we need, like email host, email port, things like that. So I'm going to show you how to use it with Gmail. Okay, and yeah, let's go to our settings. So we're going to go to BTRE settings.py, and let's go all the way down to the end. And let's do email config. All right, so we want to say email underscore host. So our host, since we're using Gmail, is going to be smtp.gmail.com. And we want the port, so let's say email underscore port, and that's going to be 587. Depending on your SMTP server, whoever you're using, this port may be different. Then you want your user, so email underscore host underscore user. All right, and I'm actually going to do this off camera, but you want to put your Gmail user and then email underscore host underscore password, and you want to put your Gmail password, and then we want to set email. Let's see, email underscore use underscore TLS, and we're going to set that to true. So those should be the only options that we need here in order to use Gmail. So I'm going to save this, and then let's go to views.py, and we need to figure out where we want to put this, and that's going to be, I'm going to do it right after we save, because I only want the email to be sent out if it's saved. If we put it up here and something goes wrong, I don't want the email to be sent. So we actually need to bring this in up top. So let's say I'll go right here, and we'll say from Django.core.mail, we want to import send mail. Okay, so let's see, I think, yeah, we should be good. Yeah, let's go down here and let's do send underscore mail. All right, and this is going to get a few things. So the message, or I'm sorry, the subject, I'm going to say property listing inquiry, and then we want the body, which I'm just going to keep very simple. I'm going to say, whoops, we want quotes here. I'm going to say there has been an inquiry for, and then I'm going to just concatenate the listing, okay, which is just like the listing title. You could put this in the subject if you want as well. So we'll put like let's just do a period and then a space, and we'll say sign into the admin panel for more info. And you can construct this and make this a lot more in-depth if you want. But that's going to be our body. Next thing we need is the from address, which is going to be the address we set up for SMTP, which is going to be our Google, and I'll just put it in here. It's a junk email anyway. So mine's going to be traversy.brad@gmail.com. So that is what would go right here as the user, like that. Okay, and obviously you want to put your password in. Let's see. So the next thing we want is we want to put in an array, or a list, I should say, of email addresses that you want these to get sent to. Now, what I want to do is use the realtor email right here. So I'm going to take that and let's put that in there. And then I'm going to send to one of my email addresses so I can check it. So I'm going to say techguyinfo@gmail.com. Okay, so just so I can check to make sure it works. And then we're going to do our fail silently equals false. Okay, so it'll show us some error messages if something goes wrong. All right, so I think that's it. So what I'll do is I'll save this, and then let's see, off screen I'll put my password in, and then we'll test it. So I'm just gonna pause for a second, put my password in, and then we'll go and test it. All right, so I put my password into the settings and everything should be okay. So I'm gonna actually just send in a submission. I'm not logged in. That doesn't matter though. And let's put something in here. So I'll just say like Jack. We'll say Jack Williams .com, and let's just send that. Okay, so your request has been sent. If we go to the back end, I'm just going to log in again. So there's Jack Williams. Now I'm going to check my email. So I'm actually just going to pull a tab off the screen for a second and just check it out. Okay, so there it is. I don't really want to show you guys like my whole inbox, so I'm going to click on it and then I'm going to bring it over. Okay, so we get property listing inquiry, and this was not in my spam box. It was right in Gmail, and it has the from email address, which is the Gmail traversy.brad, and in here you can see it also went to kyle@btrealestate.co, which is not a valid email address, but that's what is that's the email address that Kyle has in the system, so that's who it goes to. So it's not like it just goes to one master email address. I mean, you could do that, but we're actually having it go to that specific realtor's email address. Okay, so like Mark or Jenny, they wouldn't get this email because it's not their listing. Okay, makes sense. And it says there's been an inquiry for 12 United Road. Sign into the admin panel for more. So whatever the listing is will be put here, and you could put that in the subject if you want as well. All right, cool. So that's all working. So we can make inquiries. It goes into the database, and not only that, an email gets sent as well. All right, so that's going to be it. That's going to be it for this video, guys. I will see you in the next one. All right, guys, so we're just about there. Now what I want to do is make this dashboard dynamic, because right now it's just static HTML. So we're going to head into VS Code, and let me see, let's open up BTRE project, and I'm just going to close all of these up. And where we want to go now is accounts, and let's go into views.py, and then down at the bottom we have our dashboard, which right now is just rendering the HTML file. Let's open up that as well. And in our views.py, we need to basically just reach in and get the contacts or the inquiries of a certain user. So, and that user is obviously the logged in user, which we can get by using request.user. Okay, so that's something that is available to us. So right here, I'm going to say user underscore contacts. Okay, and I'm going to set that to the contact model, which did we bring in? No, we didn't. So we need to bring in the contact model. So I'll say from the contacts app dot models, we want to import contact. All right, I also want to bring in messages. So let's do, oh, we already did, never mind. Okay, so down at the bottom here, we're going to use the contact model, and we want to fetch. So we're going to say objects dot, and I want to do order by. Okay, order underscore by, and we're going to do hyphen and then contact date, because we want the most recent first. And then we need to filter, because right now it's just going to give us all of the contacts. We want to filter by the user. So we want to say filter. The user ID is the field we want to filter, and we want to add here request. Okay, we're using that request object, which includes the current logged in user, and we want the ID. Whoops, we want to do dot ID. So this should match. Okay, so any user ID that has the logged in user's ID, that's what we want. Those are the contacts we want. And then right here, I'll go ahead and put in a context dictionary, and we'll set contacts to let's say user contacts. And then here we just want to pass in our context. Good, so now let's go to our dashboard.html, and let's check this out. So I'm noticing that we have about BT real estate. That's not right. So we want to change that. So I'm going to change this to user dashboard. And for this text right here, I'll just say manage your BT real estate account. Okay, and if you wanted to add more dashboard functions later on, you could do that. So let's see. The breadcrumb, that looks good. We do have home about. That doesn't make much sense. Let's actually make this the active. I mean, not the active. This is going to be the active, which is going to be dashboard. I must not have changed this stuff. I may change this in yours, so you may not have to do this. Okay, so dashboard and then home. All right, good. That's fine. So down here, let's see, we have welcome John. Obviously, we don't want John for everybody, so we're going to change this to be dynamic. So remember, we passed in, well, we didn't pass in user. User is just available to us. So we'll say user.first_name. And that's the beauty of this, of Django, is you can use this user object anywhere. So here are the property listings that you've inquired about. That's good. So right now it's just an HTML table, just a static table. What I'm going to do is keep just the first table row, and I'm going to delete the rest of them, okay, these other two. And then we want to wrap a for loop around this, okay. So actually we'll do an if statement first. We should probably do the if before we even do, yeah, we'll put the if right under the welcome actually. So we want to check for contacts. So if contacts, okay, then we're going to want all this. I'm just going to tab this all over. Let's see, where does this end? Just, I guess just the paragraph in the table. We'll tab over. And then right here, we're going to put an else. Okay, so else, and then we want an end if. Okay, so if there are no contacts, let's just say paragraph, and we'll say you have not made any inquiries. Now, if there are contacts, we're going to do all this, but we want to loop through them and output each one as a table row. So I'm going to wrap this in a for loop. So let's say for contact in contacts. And down here, we're going to end for. We're going to tab this over and change these to dynamic values. So this will be contact.id. This is going to be the listing title, which is going to be under contact.listing. And then view listing, we want to change this href to URL listing, and then we also, it needs an ID to go to, which we can get from contact.listing_ID. All right, so that should work. Let's save it. Let's go back, and now we're logged in as Kathy. If I reload, looks like I have an HTML error here on a TD somewhere, right here. Okay, we'll fix that. And now we can see all of the listings that Kathy has made, and we can view those listings as well. All right, cool. So if we were to do another one, like let's say this one here, make an inquiry, I'll just send it in. All right, and we go back to our dashboard. Now we can see that listing. All right, awesome. So I think that we're done, guys. I think that we have our application. So we can manage listings, we can manage realtors. Okay, realtors are shown on the About page. We have our seller of the month. All of our search functionality should still work. So if we say Norwood, submit, that still works. We search for, let's say, what other? We have Lexington. So this search form, that should work good. We have our dashboard. We have our authentication, latest listings. Everything is good. Okay, we have our customization for our back end, for our admin area, recent actions. We can manage users, groups, contacts, listings, and realtors. All right, so I think that Now, at this point, we would hand the client the application for testing, and we would do some more testing ourselves and then hand it to them. They could test it out, see if it's what they want. Obviously, if they wanted some changes, they could come back and we could make some revisions and stuff like that. But I think that we're good to go. All right, so now what we're going to do is pretend we got the sign off from the client, and we now need to deploy this application to the internet. So that's what we're going to do in the next section. All right, guys, so our application is finished, at least for now, up to this point, unless, we add more features later on in the course. But now we want to deploy our Django app, which is no easy task. You're deploying any kind of Django app or even like a Flask application, anything to do with Python, is usually a little more difficult than, let's say, something like PHP, where you have a lot of pre-made scripts that are included with shared hosts and stuff like that. So Django is a bit more difficult. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be using something called DigitalOcean, which I'm sure many of you have heard of. They offer virtual private servers. They call them droplets, but they're basically just instances of Linux distributions. So we'll be using Ubuntu. And we're going to pretty much have to recreate most of the stuff that we've done on our local machine, meaning set up Django. We're going to set up Postgres on our remote machine, but of course we're not going to recreate all the files and stuff. We're going to use Git to transfer all of our files to the server. All right, so before we get into DigitalOcean, we want to push our project to either GitHub, or you can use Bitbucket or GitLab, whatever you want to use. I would definitely suggest GitHub, especially if you're not really familiar with this kind of stuff and you want to follow along. So I'm logged into GitHub now, and I'm going to create a new repository, and I'm going to call it btre_project. And then let's just say Django real estate website. Now I'm actually going to make this private, so because I don't want anyone to see this for now. I do have about 7,000 followers or so on GitHub, and I don't want them seeing this just yet, but I will make this public afterwards. If you want to use a private repository, you have to pay a fee. I think it's like $8 a month or something like that. So you'll probably just choose public. And then I'm going to do create repository. Okay, so now what we're going to do is push our project to our repository. So I'm going to grab my terminal here, and you can see I'm inside my BTRE project. If I do an ls, we'll see all of our stuff here. One thing I do want to do is just take a look at our git ignore. So I'm going to do cat.git ignore and just see what's in there, just to make sure that this is correct. So we have /media /static venv. Okay, so just make sure that your git ignore looks like this. All right, so let's I've now, just to let you guys know, I've been making commits all along. I don't know if you have. If you have not, then you need to at least make one commit now so that you can push it. If you haven't even initialized a Git repository, just go ahead and say git init and run that. All right, then you want to do git add dot. So that will add everything to the staging area. Once you do that, you want to do git commit -m, and then whatever comment, you could say like initial commit or something like that. Okay, once you have that, you have it all loaded in your local repository, and you want to now add GitHub as a remote repository. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this. Now I have my SSH keys set up with GitHub. I'm not going to go through that here. I am going to show you how to set up SSH keys for DigitalOcean, but if you don't have your SSH set up with GitHub, just go ahead and change this to HTTPS, and then grab this link, and you'll just have to put your GitHub username and password. But I'm going to choose SSH because I should be all set for that. So I'm going to copy that and go back to my terminal, and let's add that as a remote repository. And then we just want to push to the master branch. So we want this next command, and we'll run that, and hopefully I didn't forget anything, and it should go ahead and push our project. All right, and if I go back here and reload, there we go. And I'll add a README here later on. I'm just going to leave it for now. Okay, so our whole project is now on GitHub. Oh, you know what? I should have put the VS Code in the git ignore, but that's fine. I'm just gonna leave it for now. So now that we have everything pushed to GitHub, we're gonna go to this link right here. I'll probably create a document in the course so that you don't have to type all this in, that you can follow. And this is a gist, okay, a GitHub gist, which is like kind of like just a text file. This is actually a markdown file, so it's formatted nicely. And this is going to take us from start to finish for deployment. So everything from creating a DigitalOcean droplet to creating SSH keys to access it, to security provisions like disabling the root user, setting up a firewall. We're going to use Postgres, of course. We have to set that up. Our virtual environment. We're going to upload using Git. We're going to have a local settings file for sensitive data. And then Gunicorn we're going to use to serve our project on port 8000. And then we're going to use Nginx to serve it on port 80. Okay, so we use Nginx as basically as our proxy, and then set up our domain. Now this document may be different. What you're seeing may be different from what you're seeing right here, because I'm probably going to have to update it in a couple places. But just follow along with the course, do what I do, and you know, we'll get through it. Deployment can be a real pain in the ass sometimes, but we'll do it. We'll get through it. And as far as DigitalOcean, there's a link here. If you click this link and sign up using this link, you'll get $10 free, and we'll be using the $5 plan, so you get 2 months free hosting. And then if you want, you can add more funds and continue with it, or just, you know, not pay anything. So yeah, so let's get started here. In the next video, we're gonna go through, create our droplet. I don't know if we'll do the SSH keys in that video or the next one, but we'll go ahead and we'll get set up to start deployment. All right, guys, so now that we're going to start our deployment, what you're going to want to do is go to this gist file here, and I'll put the link in the course. If you can't find it, just go ahead and Google Brad Traversy gist, Brad Traversy GitHub gist, and you'll find this Django deploy file. All right, and this link here is going to give you $10 free. So if you don't want to pay anything at all to do this, just go ahead and use this link. It'll take you to DigitalOcean, and you just want to sign up. Okay, just sign up like you would any other site. Validate your email, and then just go ahead and log in, and you'll see an interface like this. Okay, so what we need to do now is create what's called a droplet. Okay, so we go up here, we can say create droplet. And a droplet is basically just a VPS. It's a virtual private server. It's basically just an instance of Ubuntu or whatever Linux distribution that you choose. So right here, you want to choose your distribution. We're going to use Ubuntu 18.04. Now, if you're watching this later on and there's a newer version, 19, 20, whatever, I would suggest using 18.04 just so that you don't run into any issues. And it's absolutely fine to use an older version. It'd be fine for me to use 16 right now. So choose that. And then I just want to show you that under one-click apps, there is an option for Django, but it's Django 1 right now. By the time you're watching this, it may be Django 2, but I still wouldn't suggest using this. We're gonna do everything from scratch. Okay, so let's go down here and let's choose the first option here, which is the $5 per month. So if you use that link I give you, you'll get 2 months of this with this package. Then we'll go down. I'm just going to leave all this. New York is fine for me for the data center. Now here you can choose to add an SSH key, and then I'm not going to go, this isn't going to be SSH keys 101. I am going to show you how to do it, but I do have a crash course on YouTube under the Traversy Media YouTube channel if you want to learn more about SSH. But basically you have the option to have a key so that you don't have to enter a password from your computer. It'll just automatically go into the server. Or if you skip this and just create your droplet, what will happen is you'll get an email with a temporary password, and you'll log in that way. But we're actually going to create an SSH key, which is highly recommended. It makes it more secure and just easier in general, so easier to log in. So what you want to do is open up your terminal. Now with Mac, Linux, Windows 10, you have an SSH command. Okay, so you can do SSH, and you can log in using that command. You can create keys and so on. If you're on Windows 8 or less, like Windows 7 or something like that, which I'm sure isn't too many of you, but if you are, you're going to have to use something called PuTTY and PuTTYgen, which allows you to SSH into servers. I think you might be able to use Git Bash in earlier versions of Windows and have access to the SSH command, but I'm not positive on that. It's been so long since I've used something, less than Windows 10. So we're going to go ahead and get started here. Now, I'm in my virtual environment inside my project. I actually want to do all this from my home directory, so I'm going to open up a new tab in my terminal. Okay, so now I'm just in my home directory. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm still in my project. I want a CD. That'll bring me into my home directory. Okay, so let me just explain how this works. When you create an SSH key, it's going to go into a folder in your home directory called .ssh. Now, you didn't see that when I did an ls because it's hidden by default. Anything with a dot in front of it usually means that it's a hidden file. So if I do an ls and then -a, which shows all files and folders, you'll see it right here, .ssh. All right, and even if you don't have it for some reason, when you create your key, it will create it automatically. So let's just see what's in my .ssh. So I'm going to say current directory and then .ssh. And you can see I have ID_RSA and ID_RSA.pub. I also have some GitHub keys. Now, when we generate our key, it's going to automatically want to name it this, ID_RSA, and that's fine. You can do that. I'm actually going to call mine ID_RSA_DO for DigitalOcean because I already have these here for something else. And I could use these if I wanted to, but I want separate keys for DigitalOcean. So to generate a key, if we look at our deployments file right here, we want to run SSH keygen, okay, and then it says hit enter all the way through. It's going to want to create these files, like I said, but you can rename them as I'm going to if you want, and then you want to copy the public key file. So let's do that. So let's run SSH-keygen. All right, so enter file where you want to save it. So like I said, it's going to put it here by default in your home directory SSH folder. I'm actually going to change this to the same location. So users Brad Traversy /.ssh/ except I'm going to call it ID_RSA_DO. Okay, so for DigitalOcean, I'm going to hit enter, and what it'll do, it'll create that and the .pub. Okay, so the public and private key. Do I want a passphrase? No, I'm just going to hit enter, and now that should have created it. So now if we do an ls in our SSH folder, you'll see I have the DO and then the DO.pub. Okay, now the public key is what goes on the server. The private should always stay secret, stay private, and stay on your local machine. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to get that public key and put it in DigitalOcean. So if you look right here, we have a command called cat, and this will basically display whatever is in this file, the public key. It'll display it in the terminal, and then we can simply copy it and we can add it to DigitalOcean. Okay, so I'm going to clear this up, and I'm going to do cat current folder .ssh, and then I want the ID_pub_do ID_RSA_do.pub. Okay, so only put the DO if that's what you used. If you use the standard ID_RSA, then do that. So this is our key, so we want to grab it from where it starts at SSH, and then it ends where it says .local. So I'm going to copy that whole thing, go back to DigitalOcean, say new SSH key, pass that in. You see we get a little green check mark letting us know it's the proper format. And I'm just going to call this iMac because this is for my iMac machine that I'm on now. And I'm going to add that key. Okay, so that's it. Now for your host name, you can name this whatever you want. I'll just call it Ubuntu. Let's just say Ubuntu 1 and create. Okay, so now it's going to go through and create our server. It should be pretty quick. Once it does that, we'll have a remote IP address to access it. I mean, there's not going to be anything on it by default, but we're gonna put our Django app on it. Right, and as you can see, it goes pretty damn fast. So it's now set up, and this is our IP address. Okay, now if I copy this and I go to it, it should just be like there's nothing here, like there's no website here. Yeah, so it can't be reached because we have no web server on it, no server software, no Nginx or Apache. There's nothing on this, so we're just going to get this page. Okay, so the next step is I just want to show you if we go to if we click on our droplet, you'll see a bunch of options over here. You can see your you can monitor your CPU, your disk input output, all that stuff, but it's not going to show up just yet because we just created the server, but you will see this later on. Also access, you can launch a console from the browser if you want. Power, if you want to power it off. You can create volumes, you can resize if you want to scale your application and you need more memory or CPU, you can easily upgrade it, which is great. Networking, so this gives you your IP address and gateway and all that stuff. Your backups, so you can make backups. You can take snapshots. You can destroy it. So you have full control of this droplet or of this VPS. All right, so let's go back to the deployment here, this markdown file, and we want to just try to log in now. Okay, so we want the IP address, which is right here. We can just click copy, and we're going to go back to our terminal. And let's do SSH, and then we want the username, which is going to be root. Okay, that's the only user on it for now. And then we want to do @ and then paste in the IP. Okay, so the first time you try to log in, you're going to get this message. You just want to say yes and then enter. And we got permission denied. Okay, so if you get this right here, you might get this if you renamed your key to _do like I did. If so, then just try to do this, ssh-add, and then you want to do current folder .ssh/ and then the name of your key, which in my case was id_rsa_do. Okay, no .pub, just like this. Okay, so now it says identity added. So now I'm going to try to log in again. And there we go. So now we're in. Okay, so if you got that public key denied, go ahead and try to run that SSH add, and hopefully that works for you. If not, you may have to go back and recreate the key. Maybe you didn't copy it right or something like that. Maybe there was because it has to be exact. When you put it in that little box in DigitalOcean, there can't be any spaces or anything like that. No line breaks. You got to make sure it's perfect. So now the reason that I know I'm in is a few things. It's giving us kind of a welcome page here, and it's giving us some information like the system load, the processes that are running, the memory usage, the IP address, and down here, notice it doesn't say, Brad Traversy or whatever my computer name is. It says root at Ubuntu 1, and remember, Ubuntu 1 is what we called our server. And you see we have the little hash symbol, the number sign here. And actually, if you look at the documentation that I created in our gist, whenever there's a money sign, that means that we're running these commands on our local machine. Anything where you see the number sign, that means we're on the remote server. Okay, so I wanted to kind of make that clear so you don't run commands, commands that you should be running on your server on your local machine and vice versa. All right, so at least now we know we can access our server. So the next step is to do some security provisioning. You don't want to be using your root user like we are right now. So in the next video, we're going to create a new user, and we're also going to disable login for the root user. Okay, it's a really important security step to take. And then we're also going to enable our firewall, just a very simple firewall, and we'll take it from there. All right, so I'll see you in the next video. Alright guys, so now that we're logged into our server, we just want to do some security stuff. Okay, so first thing I want to do is create a new user. I'm actually going to clear this out, so I'm just doing Command L for that, or it might be Control L. I usually switch my Command and Control keys when I'm using a Mac. So if we go down here, we already logged in, so now we want to create a new user. So I'm actually calling my user Django admin because that's really the purpose of this account. So let's go ahead and do that. I mean, you don't have to use Django admin. If you want to use something else, that's fine. I'm actually going to make this smaller so that we can see both of these at the same time. Okay, if I can. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's say add user, and I'm going to say Django admin. Actually, maybe we should call it something else. No, that's fine, whatever. All right, so add user. Now we want to give this user root privileges, okay, or sudo privileges. Oh, actually, first we have to do a password. So let's give this user a password. Let's see. All right, so this stuff, this will ask you for like your name and stuff. You can just enter through all this. Is this correct? Yes. All right, so now we have a new user. So let's clear this up. And now, like I said, let's give this user root privileges. So we want to do user mod dash lowercase a uppercase g sudo. Okay, sudo is the basically like the root group that we want to put this user in, and say Django admin. Okay, so now this user should have admin privileges. I just want to show you something real quick. If we were to log out, so if we say exit, and we try to log in again, so I say SSH, except I want to log in as Django admin. We get a public key deny. Okay, and the reason for this is because the SSH key that we created is only for the root user. So we actually have to, if you look over here, we have to add our SSH key to Django admin's file, authorized keys file. All right, so let's log back in as root. All right, so now I'm logged in as root, and I'm going to cd into home / and then Django admin. Okay, actually, hold on a second. Let's do / like that. All right, so this is the Django admin user's home directory, and as you can see, there's nothing in here. What I want to do is create a file called authorized keys, and then I want to put our SSH key that's on this local machine into that file, and you can see how to do that over here. So we just cd'd into it. Let's make a directory called .ssh. So make dir .ssh, and if we do an LSA, you'll see that folder. Let's cd into .ssh, and from here we want to create an authorized keys file. Now you can use different text editors, command line text editors, like you can use Vim if you want. Vim is a little complicated, so I'm not going to use that, just in case people are new to this, which I'm sure many of you are. We're going to use something called Nano, which is very easy to use. Now if we do Nano and then name a file like authorized _ keys, what it's going to do is it's going to create that file and go into it. So I'm going to hit enter, and it brings us into that file. So what we want to do here is put in our key. So I'm going to go back to, let's see, we want to go outside of our server. So I guess I'll just open up a new tab, or just a new terminal, depending on what you're using. Your software might not have tabs, so just open up another terminal. Make sure you're on your local machine, and I want to grab that that key again. So I'm going to say cat, and I'm in my home directory, so I'm going to say .ssh. Remember, I'm on my local machine now, and I want to grab ID _ RSA _ DO .pub. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and grab this. and copy it, and let's go to our authorized keys and paste that in. Okay, whoops. Make sure this has to be exact. Again, no spaces or anything like that. And you can't see the whole thing, but you can see that it is added. All right, so now that that's added, to get out of this, you want to do Control X, Control X. It's actually Command X for me. That's why it's a little confusing, because I switch my keys, like I said. So we want to save it, so we're going to say yes. We're going to hit Y, and then we're just going to hit Enter. Okay, and that should save it. So now if I were to do a cat authorized underscore keys, this will show us what's in that file, and you can see that that key is in the file. Okay, so now that we've done that, we should be able to log in as Django admin. So I'm going to exit the server as root and clear this up, and now let's do an SSH as Django admin. And there we go. And you can see that now this is actually colored now because we're not as the root and Django admin at Ubuntu 1. So that's exactly what we want. So now we want to actually disable the root login because it's just a security measure. So we want to open up our nano text editor into this file, sshd config. So we got to say sudo nano, and let's go /etc/ssh/sshd_config. Okay, now this is a config file, so we just want to find these two right here. Permit root login, we want to set to no. Password authentication, we want to set to no, which I believe is already set to no, but we want to make sure. So let's look for permit root login, just going down here, right here. So permit root login right now is set to yes, so we're going to go ahead and change that to no. Okay, and then let's see what else. Password authentication should be around here. So password authentication is already set to no. Good. So to get out, we want to do Control X and then yes, or Y for yes, and then enter. Okay, and that'll save it. And then we just want to reload the SSHD service. So to do that, we can run this command here. And if you don't want to type in this stuff, you can just simply paste it in like that, and that will reload it. Okay, so now what I want to do is just set up our firewall. And I just want to mention that all of these commands, this stuff is all coming from the DigitalOcean documentation. I probably should have mentioned that in the beginning. If I say DigitalOcean, Django, Nginx, let's just do that right here. So if you want to kind of look over this, this is kind of the same thing. It doesn't include like the SSH keys and stuff like that. It doesn't even, actually, this, I don't even know if this is the thing I was looking for, and this is for 16.04. Let's see. Is that it? No, that's not it either. I don't know. They have all kinds of no, that's not even DigitalOcean, but DigitalOcean has all kinds of tutorials on this. So if you need extra help, just go ahead and search their documentation. So next thing I want to do, let's see, we want to do the firewall, so we want to run this right here. So I'll go ahead and clear this out. We'll run sudo, so ufw app list. Okay, so available applications OpenSSH. So we want to make sure that OpenSSH is allowed, so we do sudo ufw allow OpenSSH. Okay, then we want to enable the firewall, so sudo, and ufw is the firewall, and we want to enable it. Let's see, command may disrupt, that's fine, we'll say yes. Okay, and the reason it didn't disrupt us is because we added OpenSSH. OpenSSH is the program that allows us to do the SSH command into the server. All right, and if we want to check the status of the firewall, we can do ufw status, and you can see that OpenSSH is allowed. Okay, so that it's as easy as that to enable just a simple firewall, and these are steps that should be taken for any server. It doesn't matter if it's Django, Node.js, Ruby on Rails, PHP. If you're using just a standard Ubuntu server, this is stuff that you should be doing. All right, so that's really it, guys, as far as like security provisioning and stuff for now, at least. I think in the next video we're going to start to install stuff. Like you can see, we're going to install Python 3, Postgres, Nginx, all that stuff, and then we'll start to set up our database. Okay, and we'll start to deploy our application. So I will see you in the next video. All right, guys, so now we're going to install some software. Okay, so you want to be logged in as Django admin into your remote droplet, and we want to first of all update our packages. Okay, so we're going to say sudo apt. You can do apt-get if you want, but you're now allowed to just do apt, and apt-get this is our package manager for Ubuntu, and we just want to update. Okay, so we want to update, and then we want to run upgrade, which will actually upgrade the software. This will upgrade the package listings. Then we can upgrade any software that we have. All right, so now let's do upgrade, yes. I just want to have the most up-to-date stuff installed. And the next line here, we're actually installing a bunch of stuff at once. So we're going to install Python 3 pip, Python 3 dev, this dependency here, this lib pq dev, Postgres, and then this Postgres contrib, Nginx, and curl. Gunicorn, we're going to do that a little later, and that's going to be used to serve up. And that's installed using pip anyway, but that's going to be used to serve up our application. Okay, so upgrade always takes longer than update. I'm going to actually just copy this line here. Okay, so we want to grab that just for when this is done. We'll go ahead and run it. All right, so if you run into this right here, it's just going to ask about the grub menu, the grub boot menu. So just choose the default. Okay, keep the local version that's currently installed. Okay, so we'll hit enter again. Okay, and this should be just about done. All right, so now that that's done, I'm going to go ahead and paste in what I copied, which is not pasting in. Let's grab it again. There we go. I believe 18.04 Ubuntu comes with Python 3, the latest version, but we're just going to install it anyways. And there might be a later version when you guys are watching this. Okay, and then once that's done, we can start to set up our database. And we have everything here that we need to add. All right, so this is done. I'm going to just clear the terminal up. So now what we want to do is go into Postgres. Okay, now when you install Postgres, just like with the local installation, there's a default user called Postgres. So we want to log in as that. So we're going to say sudo -u. So we're just defining the user of Postgres. Okay, and then we're going to do PSQL. All right, now you can see that this has changed. We're now inside of Postgres. So we're going to create a database. I'm going to say create database. And you can call this whatever you want. I'm calling it BTRE_prod, semicolon there. Okay, so that should create a database. Now we want to create a user. We don't want to use the default Postgres user. I know we did that. Did we do that? Yeah, I think we did that in local development, but we don't want to do that in production. So let's say create user. Now this needs to be fixed over here. You can see I use DB user here. I think I just meant it as a placeholder. And then down here, I use the user Django DB admin. I think that I'm just going to call the user DB admin because I think Django DB admin and then the user of the server, which is Django admin, I think that's a little confusing. So I'm just going to call it dbadmin like that. Okay, and then we're going to give it a password. So with password, and I'm just going to give it a password of ABC123 exclamation. Okay, so let me just make sure that that's good. Yeah, and then we just want a semicolon. All right. So now we just want to alter some role. We want to just set up like the encoding and stuff like that, the time zone. So we're just going to copy this. Although I'm going to change this to dbadmin because that's what I use. So let's paste that in, and I'll change this. I'll change the markdown file for you guys, so you won't have this. You won't have to change this unless you want to use a different name. That's absolutely fine. So dbadmin. Okay, let's grab this one. So let's see, we want dbadmin. Again, this is all in the DigitalOcean documentation. dbadmin. Okay, so now that all that stuff is set, we want to give the dbadmin, we want to give them privileges to the BTRE prod database. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, except I'm just going to change the user to dbadmin. So we're granting all privileges on the database, BTRE production or prod, to dbadmin. And there we go. So now we can get out of Postgres by just doing a \Q. So we want to quit out, and that's it. So now we have our database. It's as easy as that. So now we're ready to actually start our Django stuff. And just like we did on the local machine, we want to create a virtual environment on the remote server. Okay, I'm going to set the structure up a little different. What I want to do is I want to actually we need to install that. All right, so we're going to have a folder in our home directory called PyApps, because a lot of the times you'll have one server and you'll have multiple applications. You may have a PHP application, and you can route through Nginx or whatever. So I want to have a folder called PyApps, and then have our project folder in there. And the virtual environment is going to be in the PyApps folder, not in our actual project folder like it was in our local environment. Okay, and this stuff is optional. I mean, you can structure things how you want, but that's just how I prefer to do it. All right, so we'll get into this in the next video. All right, guys, so now we're going to start to create our virtual environment. Now, we have to actually install the venv or the venv package using our apt package manager. Okay, so we want to run this command. Let's do sudo apt install python 3-venv. Okay, and then, like I said, we're going to create a directory called PyApps in the home folder. So let's clear this out and just cd, make sure we're in the home. If you see this little squiggly line, that represents the home folder. And right now there's nothing in it, or nothing that's not hidden. So let's go ahead and make directory PyApps, and then cd into PyApps. Okay. And from here, we want to create our virtual environment. So we're going to say Python 3, and this works just like we did in the local environment. If you're using Windows and you were using we're going to create it the same way, but to activate it, you're going to use this right here, bin activate, not your scripts activate.bat. So Python 3-m. And we want to say venv, and then the directory we want to call it is going to be venv as well. Okay, so now if I do an ls, you see we have our venv. If we look inside of that, we have our bin file, and that has our activate script. Okay, so let's activate our environment by doing source. We're going to do venv/bin/activate, and now we're inside of our virtual environment. Okay, and you can tell because we have this VNV right here. So now we want to get ready to actually clone our Git repository, which has our application. Now we need the dependencies for our application. Now I'm going to go back into my local project. Okay, so right now I'm in my local project. Very important to know that I'm not on the server in this tab. So I'm still in my virtual environment. Now if I do a pip freeze, this shows me all of my dependencies for this project. Now, a lot of this stuff is like linting. It's stuff for VS Code, Auto Pep 8. This isn't stuff that we actually need on the server. So you have a couple options. You could install each thing on your server separately, like pip install, like of course Django. Pip install pillow, which is needed for images. These two are needed for Postgres, and then I believe the only other thing we need is I think this right here, this pytz. We don't need Pylint, Django. We don't need any of that. But I just want to show you a command that we can use to get all of these dependencies into a text file, and then we can actually push that to our server and just install from that. So to do that, we want to do pip install -r. I'm sorry, that's not what we want. We want to do that on the server. We want to do pip freeze, which basically takes all of our dependencies, and then we want to put it into a file called requirements.txt. All right, so now if I do an ls, you'll see we have that file. If I take a look at it, I'll say cat requirements.txt, and it has all of our dependencies. So I actually want to edit this. I want to delete the stuff that we don't want on our server. Okay, so I mean, we could do a nano here. Let's actually just go into VS Code. So let's go into btre project, and now we have the requirements.txt. Okay, so I just want to figure out what we need and we don't need. So we don't need asteroid, we don't need that or that. Of course we need Django. We don't need this or that. We need pillow. We want these two. These two have to do with Postgres. Don't need this or these, any of this Pylint stuff. We do want that. We don't need 6 or wrapped. So basically we just need these as requirements. So I'm going to go ahead and save this file. Now we want to push this to our Git repository. So what I'll do is go down here and I'll say git add all, and then let's say git commit, and I'll say added requirements file. Okay, and then we want to push, so I'm going to say git push. All right, so now if we go back to our Git repository and I reload, there's our requirements.txt. Okay, so now what we need to do is on the server, we need to actually clone this whole application, this whole repository. So let's go back to our terminal. I'm going to just close VS Code up or minimize it. Go back to our terminal, and I'm going to go back to the tab where we're actually running our server as Django admin inside of our virtual environment. So from here, we want to do a clone. And actually, let's go back to our document here. And the way that we do that is like this. Okay, so git clone. Now I'm using HTTPS here because I don't feel like setting up SSH keys on my server for GitHub. So it's up to you. If you want to go through that, you can, but I'm just going to use HTTPS. That way I can just log in. So let's see, we're going to go ahead and paste this in. And you just want to change, if you called it btre project like I did, you just want to keep it like that, but you want to put your username in here. So we'll clone that. So it's going to ask for the username. Okay, password. All right. So now let's do an ls in PyApps, and you can see we have our BTRE project. So we have our entire project on our server. If we ls BTRE underscore project, and we take a look, our entire application is here. So using Git to deploy to bring your files onto a server is just fantastic. It's extremely fast, and it's much better than using something like FTP or something like that. All right, now we need to actually install our requirements or dependencies. So if I do a pip freeze, remember we're on our server now, we're in the virtual environment, and I do a pip freeze, all we have is this package resources. We don't have Django, we don't have any of that stuff. And like I said, we could do pip install for Django, for all of our dependencies, but since we have that that requirements file, we can use that. So I just want to cd into our project now. So btre underscore project. And this is where, if I do an ls, you'll see we have our requirements.txt file. So I'm going to clear this up, and I'm going to run pip install -r requirements.txt. Okay, and for my JavaScript developers, this is like doing an npm install and having it look at your package.json file. Okay, it's virtually the same thing. So now if we do a pip freeze, we have all that stuff installed. All right, so the next thing we need to do is we need to create a local settings file on our server, because right now we have a settings.py that has all of our development stuff in it, as far as the database name, all that stuff. And you don't want that to be public. You don't want your production database credentials to be public, especially if this here is going to be a public repository. Like, they could easily go into BTRE and settings, and they can see your secret key, which is something that you definitely don't want to be exposed. They could see some other stuff, your database, which is the most important. And then we also need to change a couple things for production, like set debug to false, allowed hosts. We need to add our allowed hosts. So to do this, what we do is we have a special settings file on the server, and we just basically include it at the bottom of this file. So we say if we're in deployment, then add this additional settings, these additional settings, which will overwrite databases and secret key and all that stuff. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. All right, guys, so now we want to take care of our settings, our local settings setup. And if you were to Google, let's say Django local settings, is there a documentation page? Actually, I thought there was, but maybe not. If we look at this Stack Overflow file, basically, yeah, so we want to create this local settings.py on our server and have the correct production database stuff, as well as some of the other options as well. And the way that we do that is in our settings.py, we want to put this at the end. And this is basically just saying, if this file exists, then bring it in, you know, use it, or include it, I should say. And it's not going to exist in our repository or anything. The only place it's going to exist is on our actual server. So that's when we want to use it. And I have that same block of code right here. So this actually needs to go in our settings and push to our repository, and then pulled into our remote app. Okay. So what we're going to do is go into our project's settings file in VS Code and go down to the bottom here, and we're going to add that block of code. So we would just want to do try and then say from dot local underscore settings, that's what we're going to call the file. We want to import all. Okay, and then we just want to put an exception, so we want to say except on import error, then we just want to pass, meaning that if it doesn't find that file, it's fine, just do nothing. If it does, then we want to import it, and it's only going to work on the production server because that's the only place this will exist. We're not going to create it here. We're not going to push it to our repository or anything like that. So let's save this, and then we need to actually push this to Git. So we're going to say git add all, git commit, let's say added local settings import, and then git push. Okay, so now that we've done that, now let's on a Git repository, we want to go to our remote server and we want to pull that down. So make sure you're in your BTRE project, and let's do a git pull. All right, so let's check it out. I'll just do a cat, and we'll go into, what is it, btre/settings.py, and there it is down at the bottom. Good. So now it's going to look for that local settings file, so we need to actually create it, and we're only creating it on our local server. We're not creating it here on our it's kind of weird because they call it local settings. That's kind of the convention, but it's actually production settings. And some people do actually call it production or prod settings instead. But I've noticed that the common convention is to use local settings, like it's your local production server, I guess. And it can be a little confusing. But when we say local settings, we mean the settings that are on the actual server. Okay, I know that's confusing. So let's go ahead and cd into BTRE, because if you look, that's where the settings.py file is. We need to create it alongside of that. So I'm going to say sudo nano, and let's do local underscore settings.py. Okay, and then this is where we want to put any special server stuff that we don't want in our local repository, or I should say our GitHub repository, anything that anyone can access outside of this server. So first thing, let's look at the docs here that I created. We want the secret key, the allowed hosts, database, debug, email. So I'm going to copy from our settings.py in VS Code. We're going to go to the top here and grab the secret key. Actually, let's grab all of this. Secret key, debug, and allowed hosts. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go back to our terminal and paste that in. And we want to do a few things. We want to change the secret key. Now this can be anything you want. I'm just going to delete a chunk of this and then just put a bunch of stuff in here like that. And that should be fine. And then let's go down to debug. Let's set this to false. And we need an allowed host. The allowed host is going to be our DigitalOcean IP address, which is right here. We can just copy it. Yours will be different. And we're going to paste that in here. Okay, next thing we need is the database stuff. So let's grab that. So right here, copy that, paste that in, and then we're going to change this to, let's see, password. What did I do? I think I did ABC123 exclamation. User on the server is dbadmin, and the name of the database is btre_prod. Okay, make sure you have your settings match. And then email, your email stuff shouldn't even be in this file, so I should have actually deleted this, but I'll just copy it. Yeah, so we'll copy this, delete it, and save, and then we're going to have to push and pull again. So, but I'll do that in a second. Let's finish this up. So now I'll paste that in here. And of course you'd put your password, but I'm not even going to do that here. And that should be it. So this file looks good. I'm going to Control X and hit Y to save. And there we go. Now if we do an ls, we have our local settings file. And just to take a quick look, that's what it looks like. Good. All right, so let's just quickly push this to GitHub. So I'm going to say git add all git commit git commit removed email from settings and push. All right, and then we'll go back here and we'll go cd ... into btre project and git pull. And if this was a production app, I would suggest using SSH keys for GitHub, so you don't have to keep doing that every time. But I'm not even going to bother. All right, so now that we have our local settings, okay, so we added all this to our local settings. In the next video, we're going to start to do all our Django stuff. Okay, so we want to create a super user. I want to try to run our local host or run our server. Now to do that, we're going to have to allow port 8000 in our firewall, because right now it'll be closed off. So we need to open that to allow 8000. All right, so we'll get to that in the next video. All right, guys, so up to this point, we created our local settings, which is just exclusive to our server, our droplet, and we have all the database stuff added. One thing, or a couple things I forgot to add to this document, which I just added now, you probably didn't see in the last video, is we need to actually run our migrations, because that's what's going to create the tables and stuff inside of Postgres. All right, then we need to create a super user, just like we did on the local development, and then we need to collect static, because any static files that are in subfolders should be taken out and put in a main static file in the root directory. Okay, after that we can just test this out with the default Python server, and then we'll move on to Unicorn and stuff like that. All right, so let's go to our server, and we're gonna just go ahead and run, make sure you're in your btre project. We're gonna run Python manage.py, and let's do make migrations. Now this should actually say that there are no migrations, because we shouldn't have any that haven't been ran. So if we go ahead and do that, good, no changes detected. So now we actually want to do migrate, which is going to create our tables. Okay, so let's say migrate. Awesome. So seeing all these green OKs means that our database is connected correctly. Okay, so we have our btre prod database, and all the stuff should have went in there and did what it was supposed to do. Otherwise, you'd have a bunch of red errors. If you do have a bunch of red errors, go into your local settings file that we created in the last video and make sure all of the parameters are exact to what you did on your remote server. They shouldn't match your local settings. All right, and it should give you some pretty clear errors as well. So I'm going to clear this up. So now that we did our migration, let's create a super user. So we'll say Python manage.py create super user. Okay, so let's see. I don't want to use Django admin. I'm just going to use Brad as my super user. And email address, I'll just use brad@gmail, which is not a real email address, by the way. So password, I'll do abc123. Password is too short. Bypass validation. It's fine. All right, so our super user is created, and then the last thing I want to do here before we open our port and try to run the server is we need to collect our static files. Okay, so all the static files that are in subfolders or apps should all be placed into a main static folder, and that's what that's going to do. So let's run Python manage.py collect static. Okay, so 151 static files. That's all CSS, all any JavaScript, images, even the admin stuff. It's all going to get put in this static folder now. In fact, if we ls static, you'll see even the admin folder is in there. All right, awesome. So now let's open our port. So sudo UFW, this is our firewall. We want to allow port 8000 because that's what it runs on by default. Excuse me. And let's try to run our local server. So python manage.py run server. Actually, you know what? That's wrong. I'm sorry. We need to get out of that. So if we look at the gist here, we actually want to do run server and then 000 port 8000. So I'm just going to copy that. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and run it. All right. So now, and I realized that because it said 127, it should have this 000. So now let's take our IP address from DigitalOcean. Let's go to a new tab and make sure we go to : so port 8000. All right, guys, now one thing I didn't account for is the static files, because since I set debug to false in our local settings, it's basically saying, all right, well, Nginx or whatever we use is going to take care of static files. So for now, I'm going to go back. I'm going to escape out of the server here, and let's do sudo nano. And we want to go into local settings, which is in the BTRE, and then local _ settings.py. And for now, let's set debug to true. And hopefully that works. So we'll get out of this, save it, yes, enter. Okay, and now let's run the server again. And reload. There we go. Okay. And once we start to implement Unicorn and Nginx will take care of our static assets. But for now, I'm just going to leave debug to false. Okay. And notice that there's nothing. There's no team members. There's no listings, and that's exactly what we want. We didn't want to deploy with that data. We want to deploy as a fresh application, so that's exactly what we want. So there's no users. Let's check the admin area. Oops, we don't want to go to listings admin. We just want /admin. And let's see, I used Brad. Okay, there's our admin area. If we go to listings, there's nothing here. All right, so that's exactly how it should be right now. So let's actually add some data. We don't have to add everything, but let's make sure everything is working. So I'm going to start by adding realtors. So let's go to realtors. Okay, we'll say add new. Let's add good old Kyle Brown. And we'll say choose file, and we're going to go to, let's see, desktop. You want to go to your resources, images, realtors, Kyle, description. I'm just going to grab some dummy text from lipsum.com. Just generate some text here, and I'll grab that. Oops, is that right? Oh, what the heck? Oh, I copied the wrong thing. And by the way, this obviously isn't going to be running on 8000. This is just the default Django server. We're going to be doing a more professional deployment using Nginx and stuff like that. But for now, I just want to test out the functionality. So phone number, email, Kyle, and we'll say is MVP. And then hire date, let's just pick something back here in 2017, and let's save. And hopefully this works. Let's go to the front end. So I'm just going to open the view site in a new tab. Let's go to about. There he is. Awesome. And the picture shows up. Everything that's being uploaded is going to the media folder. It's exactly what we want. So let's add the other realtors since this is real quick. So we'll say Mark Hudson. Paste that in. Let's do 444. Oops. Okay, then we'll add Jenny. Okay, so now let's go back to, let's see, we'll go to listings and let's do add listing. And let's choose Kyle. This is going to be 45 Drivewood Circle. Let's see, address. I'm going to put the same thing. Oh, it auto-filled for us. That's cool. So description, I'll just paste this in. Price is, let's see, let's do $490. Bedrooms is going to be 3. Bathrooms 2. Garage 2 square feet. What was the square feet? 3298. And you can put anything you want in here. I mean, you guys can just throw some crap in here just to test out, but you know, I just want to have some valid looking data for the course. So lot size, I'm going to say 2.3, and then let's grab the photos. So photo main is going to be in images, homes, home 1. Okay, whoops. Yeah, okay, so photo 1 is going to be home inside 1. Photo 2 will be home inside 2. 3, 4, 5, and 6. All right, let's save it. Let's go to our front end here. Let's go to home. Okay, there's our featured listing. Let's go to the listings page. There it is. More info. Awesome. Perfect. Good. All right, so I'm just going to add a couple more here. Let's see. Let's do, what was the next one? Let's do Jefferson Lane, which is Mark. So it's 18 Jefferson Lane, Woburn. Price on this is going to be 55. Bedrooms will be 4. Bathrooms 2.5. Garage 1. Square feet, let's say 3,100. Lot size 1.5. And then pictures, let's do home 2. Oh, that's home inside. I want home 2. And this one will be home inside 1. We'll do home inside 2, and let's do one more. 3. Okay, so we'll go ahead and save that. And now if we go back to the home page, now we have our second listing. Cool. So let's do one more for now. So let's see, what am I doing? Add listing. And let's see, we'll do Woodrow Street. So this one will be Jenny's. This will be 187 Woodrow Street. Oh, I lost my text. Okay, so let's see the price for this one. Let's do 580. Bedrooms 3, bathrooms, let's do 2.5. Garage, let's do 1. Square feet, we'll say 3,400, and lot size we'll say 1.2. And this is going to be home 3 for the image, and I'll just grab one of the inside images, okay, just to kind of hurry this along. So let's save that, reload, and there we go. All right, guys, so, and you can see we're logged in here in the front end because we're logged in as Brad, as the admin in the back end. So it's going to show that. Okay. So now what I want to do is, obviously we don't want, I mean, if we left it like this, we would have to always have the terminal open, and you don't want, this is not a production way of doing things. So this is where Gunicorn comes in, where it will constantly serve it on port 8000 without having to, just keep this caught up. So, we'll be able to get out of this. Oops, what did I just do? So we'll be able to get out of this if it lets me. It's not letting me for some reason. Control C. There we go. All right, geez. So now you'll see if I go and I reload, that's not going to work anymore. Obviously, that's not a good thing. So that's where Gunicorn comes in. And then we want to set up Nginx so we can actually serve it on port 80, so we don't have to go to :8000. That way the app will just be on this IP. And then the final step is to connect a domain name so we can actually go to whatever, btrealestate.co, and it'll pull up our Python application, and then we're done. All right, so we're almost there, guys. Like I said, in the next video, let me just check our deployment here. Yeah, in the next video, we're going to start on the Gunicorn setup. So I'll see you then. All right, guys, so up to this point, we have our Django application running on a DigitalOcean droplet. Well, actually, it's not running right now because I stopped the Django server. But that's how we have it now is definitely not the way that you want to keep it. It's not production ready just yet. We need to add a couple things here. So we're going to use something called Gunicorn or Green Unicorn, which it's a Python HTTP server. If you want to read more into it, you can go to gunicorn.org. And yeah, so it's a Python WSGI HTTP server for Unix. So we're going to run this. We're going to let this run our app on 8000. And then we're also going to put Nginx in front of it later. Okay, Nginx is a very popular web server, and this will allow us to run it on port 80, so we don't have to go to port 8000 and so on. All right, so the idea here is to install it. Then we can actually run it like this, but that's still not what that's not going to be the end result, but we can test it and run it like this. And then after that, we need to actually edit some config files on the server and add this stuff to it. Okay, and some of this I'll have to change because, as you can see, I still have like Django admin as the user. Wait, Django admin is the user. What is it that I have to change here? Actually, you know what? I don't think I do have to change anything. So yeah, this should be good. If I do, then I'll change it and you guys will have the fresh version. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to install Gunicorn with the pip package manager. So let's go back here to our server, and I'm logged in as Django admin, and I'm in my virtual environment. So I'm going to say pip install Gunicorn. Okay, that was quick. And then I have right here, we want to add it to our requirements.txt because that file holds all the dependencies. Everything that this application needs to run is in there, so we should put this in there. So let's go back to our terminal and let's say pip freeze, and we want to add this to requirements.txt. Okay, so once we do that, let's take this line here, and this should actually run our server, but we may not see any static files, images, stuff like that. So let's try to run it, see what we get. And notice that this btre, this is whatever the name of your inner folder is. So we have btre project is our main project, and then btre is the main file. This is where the WSGI .py file is. Okay, so we're going to run that, and it looks like it's working. So let's try and go to our IP. So let's see, you're going to copy our IP address. Yours will obviously be different than mine. You still want to go to port 8000, and there we go. Okay, so these images are showing, but you can see that we're missing some assets here. So we have to fix that. So if we go back to our document here, we want to stop the server, and then we want to deactivate the virtual environment. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go ahead and stop this. And to deactivate, we simply say deactivate. Okay, so now notice that the venv is now gone from the front of this, so we know we're not in our environment anymore. So we need to open up this file. This is our gunicorn.socket file. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to make this smaller. And we're going to go ahead and paste this in. Whoops, it didn't copy correctly. All right. So this is actually going to create this gunicorn.socket file. And we want to grab this right here. Okay, I want to grab these lines, and these all come from that DigitalOcean article. Okay, we want to save this, so I'm going to do a Control X, yes, and then enter. So that should be saved. Then we want to open this file, this gunicorn.service. So we'll grab that and paste that in. And we're going to copy this. All right, now if you didn't use these paths, this path right here, home Django admin, if this isn't your username, make sure you put your correct username. If you didn't, make sure that this path goes to your project. Mine is in PyApps and then BTRE projects. Same thing here. This should actually go to your venv. So wherever your venv folder is, and then it goes into bin Gunicorn. It'll actually create that folder. And then I think that's it. You want to use BTRE or whatever your folder is. Let me just show you real quick. So whatever this folder is, okay? If you've been following along, then it's going to be BTRE. All right, and notice that's where the WSGI file is. Remember, I told you that has to do with hosting, so so your application is available on the internet. All right, so this should be good. Let's go ahead and Control X, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know what a lot of this stuff actually does, but I know that we have to do it. So now we just want to start and enable the Gunicorn socket. So I'm going to copy this, run that command. Let's copy this. So just keep this file as a resource. So this created a symlink. All right. Then we can check the status if we want. All right, and you'll notice that it's active, it's listening. Okay, so the Gunicorn socket is now listening. Check the existence of the gunicorn.sock. Okay, good. So everything looks good up to this point. So, I mean, if you get any errors here, just make sure that you created these exact files. Make sure that your configuration looks the exact same. I would really like to find the DigitalOcean article. There's just so many of them. Like there's probably like 15 different Django, Nginx, Unicorn configuration articles. Let's see. Let's say Ubuntu 18.04 Django, Nginx, DigitalOcean. Let's see, is this it right here? Yes. Yes, this is it. This is exactly the article that all of this stuff comes from. You can see that we installed all this stuff, logged into Postgres. Let's see, where is it? But this is for a new project. You can see this is for creating a new Django project. Just trying to look for the configuration right here. So this is what we just did. We created this Gunicorn socket. This is the code that we put in. We created the service. We didn't actually, oh yeah, we did. This is just part of this file. Yeah, so this is what the final thing should look like, and that's what we did. Okay, and then checking for the Gunicorn socket, we did that. Everything looked good. All right. So now we want to work on Nginx. So down here you can see configure Nginx to proxy pass to Gunicorn. Okay, so basically Nginx sits up front on port 80, and then it passes it off to Gunicorn, which runs on 8000, I believe. All right, so that's what we'll do in the next video, is start to configure Nginx. All right, guys, so now we're going to set up Nginx, and this is going to be pretty easy. There's not too much to do here. So we want to create a project folder. So we want this etc Nginx sites available BTRE project. So we're going to do sudo nano and then that, okay, which is actually a file, and we want to add this stuff into it, okay, this whole server block. And basically what we're doing is we're listening on port 80. We want to put our IP address in here, so whatever your DigitalOcean droplet address is, you want to grab that. Okay, make sure you put your own. So I'm just going to delete this and let's paste in that IP address. And then this is just the option to add a favicon if we want. This is going to load our static folder. And this is going to load our media folder, and then down here we're just proxying this unicorn.sock service. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. So yes. Alright, now one thing I want to do is set the debug value that we have back to false, because remember we set it to true just to deal with the static assets with the regular Django server. So let's go ahead and say sudo. In the BTRE folder, we want local underscore settings dot py. Oops, I forgot nano. Okay, we're going to set this debug value to false. And let's save this. Good. Okay, so let's go back to our document here. So we have this all in that file. Now we need to enable the file by linking the sites enabled directory. So we want to take our project and link this sites enabled. So I'm going to just grab this and paste it in. And mine, I'm going to get a file exists because I actually already did this off camera, but you shouldn't see this message. It'll just go down to the next line. So yeah, let's clear this. Let's see. So, we can check our Nginx installation or config. Oops, what did I do? Okay, so everything looks okay. Now we want to restart Nginx, so I'll just say sudo system ctl, and we want to restart Nginx. So now we have to set up our firewall. Now remember, earlier we allowed port 8000. We don't want that anymore. We don't want people to access port 8000 from the outside, but we do want people to access port 80, and we could just use this Nginx full. So we want to run both of these. Let's say sudo. We're going to take our firewall, so UFW, and we're going to delete the allow rule that we added for port 8000. Okay, and then at the same time we want to take our firewall, so UFW, and we want to allow, we can put a string in here of Nginx full, and it will know exactly what to add. So that's that. Next thing, we could probably run the server now, or the server is running, but we could probably visit the website and so on. But if we try to upload an image that's too big, we're going to get an error because we want to increase the client max body size within the Nginx cont file. So I'm going to just copy this. So we're going to go into that file. We're going to go down into the HTTP block, and we're just going to add, that client max body size. So client underscore max body size. We're going to set that to 20 meg, okay? And make sure you put a semicolon. And that should do it. So let's go ahead and Control X and save. And then we're going to restart Nginx. And we should be good, I believe. So let's go ahead and check it out. So we'll grab our IP address, no port 8000 this time. Nginx is running on port 80, so that's the default HTTP port. So I'm going to just go ahead and paste the IP address in. And there we go. Now, you're probably going to have the listings that you added earlier. I actually ended up deleting them earlier, and I would suggest you do the same. So go into /admin because you might have some issues with the media files. So, you know, go to listings, delete, go to realtors, delete them all. And also I'd suggest deleting the photos folder in the media folder. In the media, not and. So if we do an LS in our project, see how we have a media folder? And if we do an LS media, we have a photos. So what I would suggest doing is deleting the photos folder, because once you upload photos, it'll automatically create that directory. So let's say sudo rm, and then we want to add the -rf flag, okay, since there's actual content in the folder, and we're going to do media/photos. Okay, so now if I do an ls media, there's nothing in it. So we've cleared all the data, all of the photos, and now we'll go ahead and try to upload some stuff. All right, so let's go to realtors first. And I'm not going to add everything. I'm just going to add, you know, a couple realtors and a listing, and we'll test it out. So let's say name Kyle Brown. Let's choose images, realtors, Kyle. I'll say Kyle is a great guy. Let's choose a number here. Email. We'll make MVP and save. Good. Now let's go to the front end of the site. And if we go to about, there he is. Add Mark. Mark is also great. All right, cool. So now let's do a listing. So let's say Kyle, and let's do 45 Drivewood. Oops, we'll do 45 Drivewood Circle. This is a great house with a pool. We'll do 550. Bedrooms, -1. That's not going to work. 3, 2, 1, 3100. Doesn't matter what you put here. Okay, let's grab from the homes folder. I'm going to grab home 1. Inside. We'll just grab a couple and save. Okay, let's go home. There's our listing. There it is. And we have our smaller images. Awesome. So everything seems to be working here. So in the next video, what I want to do is connect this to a domain name, because obviously we don't want this as our address. Nobody's going to remember this. So we want to be able to go to btrealestate.co, and I actually registered that domain name for the purpose of this course. So we're going to get into that next. All right, guys, so now we're going to get into the domain setup, and there's actually a couple ways you could do this. You could do this through DigitalOcean. You can use their name servers. What I'm going to do is just simply add an A record in my domain panel, and for the IP address for DigitalOcean, and a CNAME record for the domain. And then we need to just add the domain to our allowed hosts. We also want to add it to our BTRE project file in the Nginx configuration. So this should be pretty easy. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to propagate. It can take up to like 24 hours sometimes. So what I'll do is we'll do the work now, and then I'll just wait a little while and then come back once it's done. But yeah, I'm going to go to Namecheap. That's where I have my domain registered. Obviously, I know that there's a ton of different registers, and you may use someone different, but all the interfaces are pretty similar. So on Namecheap, I'm in my btrealestate.co. I'm going to go to Advanced DNS, and what you want to do is add an A record. Okay, so I'm going to say add new record, A record, and for hosts we want to do @ and the IP address is going to be our DigitalOcean droplet IP address. So I'm going to grab that and I'm going to paste that right in there and click the checkbox. Okay, then I'm going to say add CNAME record. The host is going to be www, and I want to point that to the actual domain, which is going to be btrealestate.co, and hit the check button. All right, and this stuff up here I'm actually going to delete. I don't want any of that. I just want the A record and the CNAME. All right, so now let's go to our terminal, and just like the document says, we want to add it to the allowed host. So I'm going to say sudo nano btre/local_settings.py, and we want to go down to allowed hosts, and let's put a comma here. Okay, we want to put the non-www version first, and then let's also put the www version. All right, and then I'm going to save this and exit. And then we also want to add it to our Nginx file, so I'm going to grab this right here. Let's do sudo nano, paste that in, and let's see, what am I doing? Server name. So right after server name, I'm going to put a space. I'm going to say BT Real Estate. Obviously, your domain will be different. Okay, and then also the www version. All right, so let's save this. And next thing we'll do is just restart Nginx and Gunicorn. All right, and now I'm going to go open up a new tab and go to btrealestate.co. There we go. Awesome. Feature listings. Cool. You know what? We didn't try to register a user. Let's do that. Oh, let's check the www version as well. So www. Good, that works. So let's register a user just to test this out. We'll say Tom Smith, Tom, gmail.com. Register Tom. Awesome. Now I'm actually going to disable the email functionality in production because we don't have HTTPS, and when you're in production you should use something like Postfix or SendGrid or something like that, and I think that's beyond the scope of this tutorial. So what I'm going to do, I mean, you could submit it now, but you'd get a 500 error, and it would go through like in the back end, but the email wouldn't send. So there's a couple extra things you need to do for that, and I might create another video touching on that later on, but for now I'm just going to disable the email. So I'm going to go back to my VS Code, and I'm going to go to, let's see, we want to go to contacts views.py, and I'm simply going to comment this part out right here, this send mail. All right, so we'll comment that out and save, and then I'm going to push this. So I'll do a git, oops, we want to add, git add all, say git commit, and let's say disable email, and then git push, and then we'll go to our server, and let's do a git pull, Make sure you're in your BTRE project. Alright, so we're going to reload Nginx. So sudo systemctl restart Nginx. Alright, so now let's go back to our application here as Tom, and let's go to a list. Let's go to our listing and make an inquiry. So our stuff is already in here by default because we're logged in. We'll send it in. Success, your request has been submitted. And let's go to the back end. So we want to go, actually let's check our dashboard first. Okay, so there it is. And we'll go to the admin. We got to log in as Brad. And contacts, and there he is, Tom Smith. Good. Okay, so everything is working except for, like I said, the production email. That's something I may look into and add later on. But other than that, we're in good shape. So we can log out here. And that's it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this course. I know it was kind of long, and you know, it's long for one project. Usually you have in courses you'll have a couple small projects, but I wanted to do something that's a little larger from start to finish. So I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you learned a lot about Django and how to create applications, and hopefully you can start to create some of your own. So thanks. I truly appreciate it, especially if you made it this far, and hopefully I'll see you in my next course.